There it is. Let's see. Are we live? Oh, I think it is. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching a recap. But the good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. So hopefully we see you here. All you got to do is come to this channel again anytime during market hours. Please read the rules in the description. All we ask is that you are positive and respectful. And that's it, man. Second link in the description for the nightly watch list. We're going to go over that here shortly. Oh, look at everybody, man. Oh, look at everybody here in the morning. Good morning. I missed you guys, bro. Man, the holidays. I mean, God bless America. I love our American holidays, but man, I missed the Colt, bro. Oh, it's so awkward without Monday. Man. Oh, man. Good morning. Good morning, man. Good morning. Good morning. I'll just bring it in, babies. Bring it in. Good morning. Yes, we have a lot to talk about. Yes, make sure you drop your thumbs up on the video if you're on mobile. Press hide chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. But we had big news last night. Apple cut guidance. I talked about it. Second link in the description. We talked about it in the first, on the watch list. Very, very important, Habibis. Hey, very, very important. I can't believe it. So much stuff, man. You know, so much stuff. So much important. Hold on, we're gonna shoot this shit. Apple the 700. Oh yes, Tesla. Still getting some rips. The market's down a little bit. Could be worse. I mean, this is what we want to look for. We gotta see the China Asia effect, how that plays out. Yes, earnings whisper is very good for that. It was a long ass weekend. I know, man. You're telling me I missed the Colt. Finally, we could get back to our Colty things. Been waiting for this. Okay, there it is. So let's come here. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You guys got to get that. You know, press hide chat, X out the chat, run it up. Let's see. Okay. What else? Second link in the description. Nightly watch list, main channel. We're gonna go over that here, right now. I need to hate to take it far, mate. Tell him, uncle. Tell him, uncle. Game time. Market and cold withdrawal. I know it's a serious issue, man. Let's see. Gotta load all of these comments. I had a nice weekend. I did. I mean, I missed the Colt for sure. That was definitely the biggest downside. Oh, get pumped, baby. I hope you guys are finally. Oh, man. I miss Mr. Market. We really missed him. We're back. So let's go through the comments here. This is the nightly watch list. Second link in the description. So you guys are supposed to post your watch list. This is where we go over the plays. I'm feeling good. Feeling decent. Feeling a little cold. I mean, we'll see. Feeling good enough, baby. Feeling good enough to run it. We in the game. But second link in the description. Nightly watch list every night. If you miss anything, this is where you want to be. We will cover it all. This is where you got to post your watch list. So, yes. First one, thoughts on CCL. They could be good. I mean, they're going to be interesting. We'll have to see how they play out. Same thing even with UAL and some of those plays. Spy puts, let's go. Motivation, loyal team. Could plug in some dedication. Call anyone thoughts on SPCE? I'm not a fan of it, but they've been going crazy. A lot of people like I really hope you're still live streaming once I get into trading. There's a good chance of that. Let's go Apple puts, shop puts. I forgot about Shopify. Walmart calls. So Walmart had earnings. They did good. Getting slight AMAT calls. Let's see. Is there anything else that had a good continuation? Not Mo. AMAT dropped 4. NVIDIA got crushed. I thought NVIDIA, that was going to be the good play, I thought, for today. I thought they were going to do their thing. Shopify's actually up, so we have to watch for the rotations today. Home Depot's not down, so we're going to get a great day. Do you guys realize that? It's gonna be both ways. I hope you're ready. Let's go. Peloton, March 18, $19 puts, February 24th. Lockup expiration, Watchlist, SPCE, Abivai, WWE, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, Walmart, Beyond, Microsoft, SPY. Watching NVIDIA, still holding 2305s. AMD weekly, been holding for 2 months. Looking to flip these in the long shares. Disney, Apple, Walmart, Procter & Gamble, and Pep. Lord willing. Oh, yeah, we should. I forgot. Oh, a random account generator, too. Play for random pins leap. Yeah, we have the random account generator today. I forgot it's Monday. Let's go. Gonna be looking into some leap contract debit spreads for Amazon. Can I keep my eye on space? I already got my Apple puts on Friday. That could be good. March or April FXI puts looking nice. God bless Josh. God bless you, baby. Men of action are favored by the goddess of good luck. Amen. Watch a continuation on Expedia. Expedia did not drop this morning in NVIDIA and Redfin. I forgot about Redfin. Let me check Redfin. Redfin, not so bad. Redfin could be very good, Do you guys know? You like Redfin? How you say Red Fun? Is that how it is? Stocks to watch it open. Apple, Walmart, NVIDIA, HD. What else is there? Somebody just bring up this company. Which one? I like it. Oh, I want to see Redfin. Red Fun. Red Fun today. You guys like Red Fun? Red Fun is such a good stock. Red Fun. Oh, TLT. Yes, I like TLT too. TLT we need to look to. Let's see how's TLT doing. TLT. TLT will go up but come down. But yes, I like the bond. We must watch the Red Fun. You love Red Fun? Red Fun help you get your house. See, it is a lot of fun. I tell you, Red Fun. Looking for the long-term video. It's in the description there. Don't worry, you're in there. You will be in there. My brother Bilo. Watch list, mostly earnings. IBM, Med, Ulta, JBL, 6, Wix, BBY, TLT. Possible plays. IBM, March 27th, 160 or 165 calls. I like the time. Ulta, we're already in those. I think the Ulta ones, but that's actually not too expensive. JBL, I don't know much more, but I like them. What's my views on AMT? Sharks seems pretty wicked. I feel like I've looked at AMT. Oh no, American Tower Core is good, but I think they had an issue with their dividend, or I think that was Comcast or something like that. I'll have to take a look. Yeah, I'll have to see that. But watching Apple, Walmart, SPY, McDonald's, HD, TLT. I like SPY or McDonald's and HD. They're both up. Abivai for them calls. Space for super out the money. Tesla super out the money. And for plummeting BA, let's go. Stay blessed, baby. Thanks for going over these. Colt got you. Thoughts on Starbucks calls? That could be good. I forgot. Remember, they have earnings, so in its own way, that's its own continuation move. Walmart calls for 313, holding some NVIDIA. Let's have a week, boys. MKTX March 20 calls, 410. BlackBerry long. Couple reliable sources say Apple will kill expectations. Expect jump next earnings. Start slowly buying up May calls. American Water post earnings tomorrow. People are skeptical from what I know. WW treatment. New Jersey regulated utilities. They should beat. So I wasn't opposed there to them. AWK's great dividend stock. Bought 1 KBHP March put. $38.89 on Friday. Friday, 320 puts on Apple to deal with. Let's hope I get my first 10X RI. Let's see. Again, Apple made a big move today, but not too big. Morning, Colt family. I know we missed you guys yesterday. Missed all of you. Man, it's so sad. The day off, bro. So let's see. Let's go, baby. Hype for tomorrow. God bless LMT. UNH cost still holding UAN, which we'll see with Corona, UVXY, TLT, GLD, AAPL, McDonald's, Disney, MRK. I've always seen it impossible until it's done. Nelson Mandela, NVIDIA, TLT, Apple Spy. How bad Apple going to get hit? They're down now. Again, we'll have to see how they play out so far. They're down pre-market. We'll see how they open up. Even coming into, from opening to just throughout the day and European closing and all that. TLT on its last week to get more time. Some IWM and SPY puts. SPY drop. Apple's just a big trauma queen. Will be crushed. Break expectations as usual. Go Apple, Mr. $1 trillion company. Is a call credit spread on Apple this week a good play? Could be, actually, yeah. God, it's good. There's a chance you go over Honda stock. I'm watching a call for the end of this week. I've never looked at that, but we could talk about Honda and Toyota stock. Those are actually interesting ones. Anthem 335 call at 221 with 47 shares. Please reviews. Going to be watching your video. Good luck with everyone this week. Anthem's good. I mean, I think good for long term. The call's hard to say because the timing that's not bad. Amazon might take over for Apple for the next run if there is one. Watch Amazon for breakout. Tesla long call, a breakout above 823. Made a unique corn wedge last couple days. Watch out for breakout for move notification. Snap above 1770. Could be a good pull for a day trade. Bib, supposedly Warren Buffett bought into it. Looking to get into that. Actually, a few people brought that up. Let's see, Bib. Is Bib up? Yeah, Bib's up 2.6%. Do we still have that play? I think it's still in play, right? I don't think that shit's expired. Let me pull that up. What's mean for my Microsoft calls? Well, they're probably holding up a little bit better today, so I want to trip out just yet. Heavy on pro, long puts. Watchlist HD, SPCE, Redfin, Microsoft, Apple. Let's have a good week, everybody. Avago should take a hit with Apple, SQ, Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD. Square could be a good one. Remember, they went crazy over the last week. SPCE, a legitimate bullish play. There's a lot of eyes on SPCE. I don't like it, but I mean, I cannot deny that there's a lot of exposure on that stock right now. Files for 31 million shares of underlying warrants. That's like good and bad, mainly bad. Looking at Beyond for a move, eyeing the VIX, beginning to scalp and in the money calls for July. Getting tight, expect we're going to see fireworks. SPC calls. It's been my savior last couple weeks. Thanks, Josh. Let's go. BA puts. BA is going to be awesome. Baba, NVIDIA 315, Expedia 129. Expedia is actually holding up, so that looks the best. Let's go. Can't wait till tomorrow. By Apple 225 early last week. Also at 320 and 417 calls. Don't expect it down for too long. Said Giant who can resist buying the stock at discounted prices. There you go. Not bullish or bearish. I'm profitish, baby. Let's go. Also remember the amen. Let's go. TGT, FedEx, Baba, SPC, Microsoft. Thanks, Brody. Colt loves you, baby. Colt loves all of you, baby. Let's go. I hope y'all in the game, man. Hope you're on the game. You know the Colt loves every single one of you, man. We in here. We really, really out here, man. We really, really out here. If Apple falls, but buying shares hand over fist. Any thoughts on Walmart earnings Tuesday? There could be a good continuation. Expired had the best play from 6 cents to 315, 321. Was very happy and not greedy, plus securing profits. Since a chance it's going down a bit like Abivai. What player are we talking about? Microsoft? It took a few factors. Something I learned. Truly proud of Josh. Took me anything. Amen. 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 Don't forget to show the like, baby. Watchlist Space Beyond Square Zoom. Play for this week. APPN 40 puts. Remember, we have the random account generator. So Robinhood put 100 to currently have a margin account. Go paper trade and go small. Watching TSM, TCX, TECS, SOX, long AWK for Walmart for earnings. Two NVIDIA, 1 for 45, and max gain 215. There you go. It's going to start going down after this week. They cut guidance, been exiting the market. Will be safe. Got to sign on a YOLO play. Let's get these dubs, boys. Anthem, Beyond, Netflix. Watch Anthem and all those, man. If we got Anthem, Cigna, all those are good. UMAG coming in hot, baby. Just coming in hot with everything. Watch us, Walmart, Bank of America. That could be good. TLT, FedEx, IBM, Apple, Boeing, Healthcare, UNH, Cigna, Abivai, Chip Stocks, Facebook, Starbucks, Roku, Baidu, Baba. Option Watchlist, paper traded. McDonald's, February 220 calls. LMT. Or McDonald's 2230 calls. McDonald's might get a stack push-up. PayPal, FedEx 21st 165 call. IBM February 20th 150 call. And Starbucks, April. I like the April. Run up the likes. Don't be a crackhead later. Tell them, baby. All right, man. All right, guys, skim through this. Shout out everybody who posted on here. I'm trying to finish this up real quick, dude. We got a lot of people in. The watch list is popping, baby. I appreciate all of you guys. So thank you for watching the watch list. Thank you for participating and posting that there. You know, we got to run through that real quick. So that is awesome. But you know, you guys know what time it is. This is it, baby. We're back from the holiday. We're in the game. I hope you're prepared. The Colt loves you. Chad loves you. That's it. It's all love, man. I just get ready. Get ready. So this is how we got to open off the day. I don't know if you guys realize, but we live in the greatest country in the world. We are surrounded by opportunity. We have the ability to do so much, to chase this dream, to chase an American dream and do all this. So God bless America. We got to do our Pledge of Allegiance. So shout out to all of our servicemen, all of our veterans. I went on a rant on that on Instagram. I think you guys got to really start paying respects to, man, our servicemen, you know, the sacrifice and dedication they make so we could live in this amazing country, man. So shout out all of the service people. Wait, what? That was crazy. I went to a British flag. Shout out all of the service people, man. Shout out the cops. Shout out our teachers, our nurses, all those people, man, who make every single thing so beautiful. Man, just such a great country, man, honestly. So shout out all the people who made those sacrifices, and you don't. Make sure you pay them their respects, baby, okay? Okay, that's it. Greatest bankrupt country in the world? No, why you gotta hate on that, man? Hater. Right hand over your heart. Say it with me now. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Jets. Let's go, baby. It's game time. It's game time. Give me my horn, baby. Run that up. Run that up. Run that up. Let's go, baby. Let us go. How much time we got? We got 30 seconds remaining. I'm going to be watching Apple, Walmart, NVIDIA, HD, Shop, Redfin, and TLT. Those are the first things I got on my watch list. I mean, we're going to have to see pretty much just how some of this stuff plays out in the morning. I think how some stuff comes across in the morning will give us a little different, you know, data and idea of how things are moving. So I hope you guys are ready. Make the call outs. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Be positive and respectful. And that's it. That's all we ask. Ding, 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 ding. We in there, baby. We in there. So call out the plays if you see them. Any news, man. Anything. Remember, Walmart had earnings, so that's going to be a post-continuation play right there. Apple going down. Apple 315. Yeah, Apple's down 2.6%. So, again, it was down a little bit more pre-market. Watch Healthcare. Got the Biogens. We'll see how Walmart plays out. I know NVIDIA got clapped off the morning there. NVIDIA's down a percent. It's not really the best, you know. Could be a lot worse, but still. It was down 6%. Apple was down 6% pre-market. Am I tripping? Are you tripping? So our AMAC calls went down. The NVIDIA calls are still up a decent amount. Expedia's up. Check the high-low ticker. Yeah, so Expedia, you guys. Remember, we rolled over to those last week, and we have those other plays, but the Expedias are holding up. Redfin was at 31 this month. Now it's back at 31. That was wild. AMAT's coming back up. AMAT got squashed, though. AMAT was down. Dude, AMAT was down 4%. It's even down 3.5%. That's crazy. Some big moves here. Yeah, Tesla's up a lot. Again, we're watching Walmart on the earnings. I think those earnings plays got squashed, though. Remember, that's why I said on the watch list, that's why I didn't really go big on the Walmarts. Yeah, the Walmarts are down about 40%. You lost on both sides. I forgot Shopify is popping. Roku's down. Roku's at 130. Actually, you guys remember Roku sold off big. I forgot last week. Remember Roku was up and then they had that sell off. Walmart coming down. Facebook calls. Yeah, Facebook is on the upside. How's Amazon? Amazon's up too now. Amazon is actually green. It's actually crazy. So is Microsoft. Damn. Everything except Apple. You're actually getting a pretty strong move here. Oh, NVIDIA wants. All right, if NVIDIA comes up, that could be a gift. Remember continuation and everything. I still like those NVIDIAs, actually. Let me check where are the ones we rolled over to. I really like that. Oh, the 315s are down? So remember, the ones we rolled over to, those are getting clapped. It's a little risky with the Apple news, but that would make them even cheaper. That's crazy. Because what's it called up too? Expedia. Remember, Expedia and NVIDIA, those were the big earnings from last week. Expedia was a little stronger, but NVIDIA is decent right there. NVIDIA has X dividend on 20. Be careful if you're selling spreads on it. Yeah, NVIDIA. So our rollover plays are really cheap. So the Marches, they held their value, but the rollovers got really, really cheap right there. So I don't know if I want to. They're like they lost value, but they're not like the cheapest there. I mean, you could get a little bit closer to the money, or again, we could even go for time, or we could just sit out on it and see. Again, Apple's hitting all high, so we're actually getting first 4 minutes, you're getting a lot of activity just going straight up. I love it. And NVIDIA's again. That was my expectation. I was just expecting the market wasn't going to give it to us, too, because NVIDIA was down 3% this morning. So NVIDIA's back up though. Those marches are ripping still. I'm still holding those. SPC dropping. Abby Vise. Yeah, watch HD. McDonald's too. There's Walmart. Walmart again. Walmart is post earnings. AC McDonald's doing nothing. AMET still down 3%. There's Expedia too. Expedia's up 1%. Yo, Expedia's low key. We're about to rip here. What do we have? We have the 130s though. All right, was that what we're on Expedia? Yeah, we have the 130. Yo, the 130 calls are going up. So okay. Ooh, all right. Expedia. These are the continuations. So this is kind of cool, but kind of rare too. Roku's up now. Oh man, even Roku reversing. Should we go for a Roku reversal? Even though they dropped? Oh, Domino's. Yes, I forgot about that. Domino's could be a good one. You got Roku calls? Let me check the prices. Dude, Roku's expensive. Pumping iron. I think NVIDIA break 300 by Friday. I think it's possible. I mean, it's still going up with. I mean, yeah. I mean, what was our price point we needed it to break? We needed it above like 289, 290, right? If it bounce. Excuse me. Ugh. Yeah, Apple falling a little bit. So Apple's still down a lot. Well, 2.5%, but they had that little run up. But you see how it plays with the market. Bless you. Thank you. Colt loves you. Oh. Bought back at cost. Nice. Oh, our TLTs, our April TLTs went up. Do you guys remember those from last Friday? Those went up. The Rokus are looking solid now, too. Roku is just expensive as shit. I'm in on side on X dividend. Yeah, unfortunately, you have to pay the fee. So it's just pretty bad to get a signed X dividend. It literally it claps you. It's definitely not the move. Microsoft being a beast. Yeah, for the most part. I closed out. Good. That's awesome. Yeah, that would have, because you have to pay the whole dividend. It sucks. How do you avoid? I mean, you just got to look up the date, or you have to sell super far out the money. That's the only way to really avoid getting exercise on X dividend, but it's just not good. Let's see. Beyond can't make its mind up. Can you make your mind up? That is the key. Shop ripping. I forgot about that. I want to see the shops. Oh, those shops, because we were down on those. Those kind of came back to life. There's Expedia, too. I like Expedia a lot here, you guys. Expedia is holding up. I'm more surprised with Expedia. I still think NVIDIA has the best chance, especially with AMD hitting highs here. But those are the big earnings continuations. Let's check Walmart again. Walmart's actually selling off. So Walmart it could be a put. I don't know. What about now? Oh, are those up? I think those have been gaining value. Are we like what, $5 out the money? No, we're $9 out the money on those. I'm gonna hold those. I like those. Now's breaking out. Square slowly climbing again. Yeah, they were a big mover over the last week. You sell your Walmart call and put. They're probably down. So I don't know why you'd want to sell it. I mean, you're probably losing on it no matter what. How are we looking? Channel getting more peeps. So what's the like ratio at? Oh, that's ugly. Are you guys okay? Y'all press high chat. Y'all X out the chat. You hit the thumbs up button. Oh man, that's ugly. That's some dirt. That's dirty. I need to go. I need to go shower. I gotta go shower real quick. That's nasty. Ew, that's stinky. Chad's sick. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's Nvidia hitting the highs again. TLT on the low. Again, even Walmart too could be one. Walmart could be a continuation down. I think we'll see though. I mean, you guys make sure. Oh, there you go. Whoo, 200 more light. There you go. You guys are scaring me for a second. I was say. I mean, hopefully you guys got the act together. Excuse me. Don't be crackheads when they want to play. I mean, they just better. I hope it hits the ratio. At least I haven't made a play today. It's been a little hard. I mean, I was looking at the Rokus. I've been considering either the Rokus or even a Walmart. But I'm not gonna force it here. Apple's selling off. I need a water. Beyond up 5%. Yeah, Facebook is ripping. So Apple's coming back down. This is where it's going to get a little dangerous here. If Apple starts breaking up and hitting new lows, apparently Apple was down 6% pre-market. Like that's crazy to think. That's crazy to think of. I don't know if it was 6%, maybe like 4 or 5. There you go, Nvidia. So remember, Nvidia above 290. That's going to be important. That's what we need. We're still holding those rollover plays. The rollover plays got killed, but the ones from March are still holding up. The Walmart play, the Walmart play is going to be cashed. It moved up, but now it's moving back down. It's going to be in no man's land unless it goes back up. But I mean, that's why we spent less than $70 on that. Just keep them in the middle, again, keep it small. You're probably pretty much going to lose both ways. I would hold them both. Both plays have till March, so I'm holding those. Says too early to tell forecast, so that's what we have to watch out. That's why too. I talked about it on the watch list. This Apple thing. Very, very important, my friends. Very, very important. I hope you guys know this. Very important to see. Just like liking the video. So maybe you guys will miss it. Maybe you'll miss it. You guys don't do the important things. You don't do the important things. Sleeping on me. Sleeping. Good morning. Good morning, America. Good morning, Chad. We love you. Oh, yeah, we have to do the random comment play. We have not done that yet. We'll do that here in a little bit. Please pull up in your long-term chair. Amen. Just saw Microsoft in the money spread. Well, when's the ex-dividend and how close to the money are you? But if it's in the money, an ex-dividend soon, you will probably get cucked. Like, without a doubt, actually. How's Walmart holding? Both the calls and puts just went down 40% on Walmart. Or 50, 60%. So I spent $61 total on Walmart. I'm down $36. So $61 includes calls and puts. AMAT's ripping. Dude, AMAT's ripping. AMAT was down 4% this morning. So I think the calls that we have are still. How are those AMATs? We're down on those AMATs now. So many terms to learn. Don't worry, you'll get them little by little. Fitch says COVID-19 adds additional risk to U.S. technology sector. I could see that. I can agree. We should talk about it a little bit more here. I mean, we kind of brought it up if you've been watching the watch list. Just kind of now we're hitting that 4-week effect on the economy and everything. So it's interest. Watch peak prosperity for Corona news, bad news for China market, extreme networks on watch. NVIDIA slowly climbing. Thank God, right? Amen. Amen. We love NVIDIA. NVIDIA has been very good to us. Very good. I still hold the March. The March not as expensive as they once were. So last yesterday Friday, we was getting $3.58 for NVIDIA. Now it is at $2.50. So not too bad, Let's see, how's the rollover? I think the rollover is down a little. Yeah, the rollover is still down on Expedia and NVIDIA. Same things with Expedia. That is the 320, the one that do good, but still not like yesterday. Take 2-3 years to learn. It will always come with time. Hold strong, newbies. Tell them, baby. Everything down but beyond. Nah, I mean, stuff is up. I mean, AMD's hitting 52-week highs. We see NVIDIA bouncing back up. I don't think AbiVi. My AbiVi, I don't know why I haven't got my AbiVi payment yet. I'm a little salty at that. My AbiVi dividend has not came in yet. They're hustling me. What are you going to do with the trip? Just hold those. Those are, I already wrote those off as a loss unless we get a big move. Then we're either going to get lucky on those or you're going to take an L. HD's popping. Yeah, fine. HD is actually, they were kind of trailing a little bit. But pay attention to those rotations. Roku's selling off like Friday again. Oh, man. So I don't know. We have those old puts on there. I don't know if those will come back, but remember, anything breaking 120, I think that's gonna give us a lot of downside. Look at Mylan. How about even Merck? Oh, dude, UNH is up too? Hold up. I think that'll be risky there, but UNH looks good. Really like the trade flash. There you go, baby. We got you. The class awesome. It's a good thing to pick up on early on. Expedia 124. I'm surprised Expedia is holding up so well. Then we have booking earnings. That's coming up next week, so it could make a pre-earnings move this week. AMAT up, but it's still down. HD finally ripping. Same thing with McDonald's. McDonald's still red. Wally World doing deep. Wally World needs a break out of 120, but the real level is going to be like 123. That might be a little hard for him. Is credit spread the same as bear call spread? If you sold a call credit spread, that would be a bear call spread. Apple, man. Apple down 2.5% still. You need that to shave off a little bit more. Explain the thinking on the resistance on Wally World. Just look at its last earnings, and that's just all-time high. Okay, to 39. Twitter's on the high. Snapchat's down. Snapchat back down to 1730. Oh, come on, Snapchat. How about Altria, AT&T? IRM's up a lot. Disney dropping. Oh, I need to check my Qualcomms. It's a cult, baby. And we like to do push-ups. I was singing that the other way. I was singing that song to myself. I'm getting real excited. Walmart 119. Dow hitting 29,000 today. I think it opened up above there. 8085 debit expires 320. Am I at risk of being assigned? What's AIM at? No. I mean, so even though they have X dividend and you sold one, fact is, even if you got assigned, you would make $1,500 because it's an 8085 contract. So you only real risk you have of getting assigned is if you're actually like within the dividend. So like if the dividend was 2% and your strike price is in 2% of the money that you sold, then you have the risk of getting assigned on dividend, on X dividend. You blessed this morning, baby? Oh, I'm blessed, baby. I hope you guys are feeling blessed. I got command blessings overall, y'all. Oh, there's a lot of good things. I hope you guys flip the switch. I hope you're ready. I hope you like the video. I hope you feel blessed. Oh, I could go on for days. Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started. Am I still holding Expedia? Yeah, those are actually up too. I like them. I like the Expedias. I'm a little surprised, honestly. I didn't think they would hold up as good. But Expedia proved it to be very strong. And almost everything comes from China. No, why would I be concerned? I mean, I didn't look through the earnings. That's why even on Walmart, you guys could see this is something I said, and hopefully you guys pay attention to this. There's still earnings up here. We're still going to get more earnings next week, but we've hit a lot of these big plays like the Expedia, the Nvidia. We're going for 5 weeks in a row here, but like with Walmart, I put $60. You guys gotta pick and choose. You have to know when to pick and choose on certain plays. So there's somewhere they could be good stocks and they can move a lot, but we have to keep our money for that we made with earnings and be smart. But not every company's really gonna have to have a move here. So you have to really be smart with how you pick and choose some of these companies moving forward. Come on, Redfin. Redfin's at 31 though. So Redfin's slowing down a little bit, but Redfin on 31 is good. Ex-dividend is the day, the final day that you could purchase the stock before they calculate to see who's holding and give out the dividend. Any plays on earnings tonight? Nah, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna have. I don't think we have any two good companies. I mean, we played Walmart. I was considering Domino's. I think that's a weird, random company that could surprise here for earnings this week. Domino's. What do you guys think? I don't think Domino's gets affected by coronavirus. Just doing Domino's things. Yes, you have to buy the day before ex-dividend. Yes, you do. But the concept in theory is it is theoretically the last day before you could purchase a stock. DPZ, yeah, you know me. You down with DPZ? Even Facebook, my puts. Remember, that's what happened with Microsoft. So the Microsoft puts are starting to depreciate now, surprisingly. I think it's just going to be with timing here on some of these moves. But Microsoft's up. I'm surprised. Again, even Apple. Apple should be down a lot more. So this is telling you something about how the market's taking everything. Let me check here. Damn, global markets got clapped. Pretty surprising. You got a little bit of green. So, we'll see. We'll wait for the European close. It's only been 30 minutes, man. That's kind of crazy. Feels like it's been a little longer. Redfin green. Best way to contact me for a question on the call debit spread right here. You can ask here, you could comment in on a video, but, I could answer a lot of questions here, and so can a lot of other people. Chad is very good at helping. Chad knows a lot about credit and debit spreads. SPC. I'm not going to play. Again, I think that it has a lot of publicity right now. A lot of people are playing it, but I just don't like SPCE. So, I'm not the best one to ask for that because I've missed out opportunities on that, and I probably will, and I'm okay with that. But it's just not something I'm going to put my hand in. Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft getting a nice green candle. So is Apple. Apple might even start to hit new highs for today. Boeing's on the high ticker right now. You said the same thing with Tesla. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Definitely. There's some stuff I'm into, some stuff I'm not. More worried about protecting it than making it. It's just a different. It's a different mindset. It's just move different. HD 52-week high. Come on, is Nvidia going? We need Nvidia to make a move off that. Trump tweeted by Chain. You'll need to place separate orders. You press the little dots or select button. There's like little 3 dots in the top right on Robinhood where it says select. Then you'll be like select options, and it should let you pick more than one. National housing market came back. That just came out. No, Trump's tweet was like 25 minutes ago. Oh, shit. Where's oil? Is this oil? And, yeah, this is oil in the SPY. So purple is oil. The red and green is the S&P. HD 246. So HD's actually breaking out there. It's only 0.5%, but damn. Quit trading. Don't quit, baby. You're getting options. It's not Chuck E. Cheese. You gotta get a savings plan. Allocate little by little. It's okay to blow up an account. We got this. You're not allowed to quit though, man. You're in a cult. You know you can't quit cults. The only way to leave a cult is through, extreme measures. So we love you. Welcome back. Save the money. It's okay. Any budget's good. A little budget. Slow and steady. Blew it up again. Go paper trading, baby. Go paper trading. Thinkorswim. Free 99 paper trading. Costs you nothing. That's it. You got the stream. Costs you nothing. All you got to do is put your head in the game, baby. Oh, man. Shout out to Colt. And you guys got to like the video. If you're on mobile, press hide chat. X out the chat. That hour to hit 50% like ratio. Wow. You guys are just, you playing me, huh? You didn't press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. Come on. There you go. 25 more beautiful souls. I believe in y'all. I believe in my 25 beautiful. I'm going to give you the horn now because I believe in my beautiful souls like in the video. Let's go, baby. It's game time. Look at that. Boom. Boom, baby. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So proud of you guys. How you feeling about ZS? I have not looked into that yet. I don't need to. I'm looking at global countries today, currencies, oil, and then Apple. Now, do you guys realize this is big day? Oh, Expedia. Do you guys realize this was that shift? We were talking about a shift. We saw what happened with Apple last night. I mean, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on, and we got an interested next week. I mean, I hope you guys are ready. That's all I can say. I hope you're ready. We have to go after 5 weeks in a row. We're coming off of a holiday. Oh, are you ready? I don't know. I hope you're ready, man. Expedia is what we're holding from last week. Awesome channel. That's good, man. Bring a friend to Cote. Shout out to your buddy. Shout out to you. Just please keep it positive and respectful. That's all we ask for. Post some plays. Source that info. All right, we need to do something here, though. If you guys don't know, we have the random account that we have. We do the random comment generator. So it's Monday every week. I have another account that I log into, and we go to the YouTube. We go to the nightly watch list, and we pick a random play, and then we execute the random play from the portfolio. So I hope you guys are ready for that because we got to make those moves now. Okay. Oh, excuse me. I forgot I was unmuted. So, Microsoft is ripping. So here's the random account. If you guys don't know what we did here, we go to the comments of the nightly watch list, and we randomly pick a play from the comments, and this is what it's looking like. So I started this account with $500. After 3 different weeks, we're sitting at $440. So let's see. Let's get the second link. Nightly watch list. So every Monday, first day of the week, we take the nightly watch list. Take it down. Play for. What do I got to do? Random. Is this the one? No, I hate this one. It's not Monday, fool. You know what I'm saying. You're just being a little smart ass like a 6-year-old. You know exactly what I mean. All right, 100 people. Let's pick our random play. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Daniel Westerang. Let's see. What do you got for anything? Amazon. Watching Amazon made a play above one target. No, there's no play right there. We got to pick another one. We're going to go until we take it, man. Don't take it personal. It's just a joke. No, you don't joke with me. Has that not been established? How many times do I say every time? Don't tell me it's a joke, baby. That's it. Awesome. We'll play watch list. We need another one. We need another one. What does it mean? My Microsoft calls 3 in a row. I mean, we might have to come back to this. 3 in a row. We haven't found anything yet. Apple puts. Gee, should I just get Apple puts? $100 worth of Apple puts? That's the closest thing to a play right there. So Apple puts and GoDaddy put. We'll try one more time. If not, we'll just get Apple puts. He said, God bless. Come on. One more play. Just give me one more play. Come on. You're in the hospital with shingles? There you go. Play for this week. APBN, $40, $320 put. Thank you. Finally. I forgot to mention it on the thing. APPN. APPN. I can't trade options. Was that a joke? Oh wait, no, that's Oh wait, APPN, yeah. All right, I'm gonna buy those. I'll just buy them on my other computer. I'm gonna log in through there. So it's just gonna give me issues because I can't log in through the platform unless I like log out and all that. But APPN, AAP. That's not. It says AAPN. Oh shit! Where'd it go? Wait, where'd it go? Wasn't it APPN? Yeah, it was APPN. It was like $40 put. Yeah, APPN, $40, $320 puts. Wait, was it $40 calls or puts? This shit's being slow. So I have to log in on. I have to open up TD Ameritrade on the other one. I'll tell you when I get to play though. APPN puts. You honestly think that comment was about? You think so? You think he was like APPN and $40 put because Apple's trading in near $40 range, right? You guys were trying to trick me. You guys are like Apple Advanced Auto Parts. It's APPN, and that's the whole idea. Whatever it says on there, that's it. Just whatever it says on there, because that's the whole idea. It's like if you did put a random comment generator and went with the first play you saw, I mean, that would technically happen. It's a good strategy. Yeah, APPN, 320 puts. Yeah, it was APPN. Don't worry. You guys are trying to impose your will on me. That's the 1,000%er. We'll see. We will see. Roku's making another move. Microsoft still up. Apple holding up here towards the highs. We have been here for 45 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. The markets are barely down. Global markets everywhere have kind of dropped a little bit. Kind of a mixed bag. Some coronavirus fears, the Apple guidance. That's what we're waiting on. Otherwise, we've not seen any other news. No other news. All right, so $40 puts on AAPN, right? All right, I grabbed 3 of the APPNs. I got filled at 26 cents. I thought I was going to get filled at 35 cents. So I got that for the random account. Again, that's a completely random play based off of a YouTube comment picker. So if you'd like to copy that same strategy, watch the watch list and use commentpicker.com. But I got 3 of them at 26 cents. I don't know how I got them filled at that. It says I'm already making money. Is that right? You comment on the watch list, and then I go through on the first trading day of the week. We go through. How did I get filled like that? Bro, I just got filled at 26 cents for the $40 put. That's weird. I just got a really good fill on that. Nice. Yeah, it says I won off that right off the bat. Phil, the random comment picker. Why can't I? know. Usually it stops this. SPY coming down here. 2 big candles, but we're still kind of in that range, so watch out for that. The high-speed internet. Shout out the plug, baby. What was the play? It was not a real play. This was a random play from the nightly watch list. We're carrying out our experiment, so we try not to, just be careful. Don't. Shop ripping. Virus will go away with warmer weather. Yeah, I think a few people have said that actually, because it's how the virus survives in certain climates. It's easier to survive in colder climate. You know, China is very actually cold. One of the containment methods China does to quarantine some places, they put like hay at a city gate, like one of the main gates, and then they put hay and then they cover it with water because it's so cold, it'll freeze the water and turn it into an ice gate. Mm-mm-mm. You don't think that's true? No, that's pretty common. I mean, it's been commonly talked about with warmer weather. I mean, why do you think there's quote unquote flu season? Happens with certain weather, and it's usually during the cold. Mm-hmm. I mean, think about it. Why do you freeze food? And last longer. You know why? Because when you put it in the freezer, it slows the bacteria. It's frozen. It can't move as fast. The bacteria cannot grow in a cold environment as fast. So that's why it's like you're kind of just keeping the virus there. When it gets warmer, it could easily just die. Frozen. Oh my gosh! Shout out to Disney. Right? Right? Don't we love Disney? Because people have to be in close quarters. There, that makes a lot of sense too. Okay, Elsa. J Nug over. So be careful with the paper gold. Surprise, Expedia is holding up. Chip makers are doing pretty decent. That's what I wanted to see today with NVIDIA. We wanted to see how Apple was going to affect some of the chip makers. So Qualcomm and Intel are moving a little different. AMD's hitting highs. NVIDIA went back up. Microsoft's doing a 1% move. And again, so it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the countries react because now you have the United States is actually doing better than a lot of other companies or countries throughout everything. SLV, Ghetto Spread. If you could Ghetto Spread it and make it free, it's always the best approach. Gold is 16. Didn't gold drop? Yeah, let's check oil. Here's oil spy. Oh, actually, what should I look up? I wanted to see gold. Gold was supposed to be down. That's crazy. Gold had a gnarly move. Hi, oil. Oil, say hello. Oil, spy, spy, oil. Get to know each other. Chad, oil, oil, Chad. Trip, trip. Trip making a move. Baba's making a move. Trip's finally falling. We need Trip to just like fall off. Then we might be able to benefit off of that, but it's going to need a little bit more of a disaster there. Okay, with the Walmart moves. Roku almost down 5%. Damn, yeah, it's doing what it did again. Remember, 120 is the key level. So if Roku tests 120, that'll be a massive just. Let's watch on SPCE. I'm not a fan of those a lot. That came up a lot. Nah, no nose, Mr. Hits back in action, baby. You're always there. Don't sleep on it. We're just chilling. Surprisingly a slow day. I mean, everything is just what happened overnight and then kind of how we're waiting for things to progress. I think it's a wave. We're entering that wave zone. It's putting us in an interesting spot. So take it easy. Let it come to you guys. Don't force it. Be positive and respectful. Hopefully you're feeling blessed. We got 6 minutes here until the first hour of the market is up. So good morning. 10 million in volume so far. It's a decently high volume day. Again, the Apple news is the biggest thing. However that plays out will be the most important. ACAM. Did our plays expire on that? Didn't we have like 110s? ACAM's looking pretty decent. Trip 26 low key looking possible. We only had those till this week though. I don't know if those went up in value. No, the trip puts are still squashed. Can you explain Ghetto Spread there? I'm still somewhat confused how the Ghetto. You sell the call. If you bought the calls and you're up on the calls, you sell a call that's further out the money to collect your initial investment back. And the difference between the two contracts allows you to still profit and then take your risk off the table. Tesla elite plays for 15K. What do you mean for 15K? Like, are you saying spend 15,000? Or is, I don't know what you're asking. Seems really aggressive. You're gonna make a play for 15,000? I mean, give me like 1.5 thousand first. The AO's down. The airlines go down. Watch booking. I mean, I'm surprised Expedia is holding up. Well, that sound really aggressive. I don't know. Spy's coming down. No other news really today. I mean, there's news a little bit 4 minutes ago on stabilizing trade from the Ministry of China, but nothing too groundbreaking. Shop still ripping. Oh, 542. Okay, Shop. Damn, Shop is at 590 though. We need that thing to skyrocket. So we need to see how Apple plays is still going to be very, very important here. Again, this is a big move on Apple, but it could be worse, and the market's still really. This is the range of everything closed. Honestly, even in the next hour, we're going to see a big move. However, the market plays from European close, that's going to be the most important thing, I think. Ow! I just kicked my desk. They send the stream alert for the play. No, I didn't make a play. The only play we made was the random account play. I don't put those on the stream alerts just because, again, they're not like, that's just an experiment we're running with it. I don't want those to be, I could understand how people might misuse that play. How worth it is the stream alerts? Your best is strategy to figure that out. Spend some time in here. And if you have a use for the stream, then there will naturally be a use for the stream alerts. Ta-da! Any thoughts on Microsoft? I like it. I thought Microsoft was going to drop a little bit more. Starbucks coming down on the low. Yeah, SPY's sketching out a little bit, but again, it's not too big in the grand scope of things. You know, we're only down a third of a percent overall. It could be a lot worse. But there's no real news or anything that's making this move. I mean, a few minutes ago, China stepped up policies to stabilize foreign investment, underpin confidence of investors. That's about it. I'm in the stream all the time, but I feel like the stream alerts wouldn't teach me anything. Yeah, then there you go. Exactly. So if you're here all the time, then you really don't have any use for it. SPY's a big red candle right there again. Samuel Adams earnings, those could be good. Yo, that's a big candle. 330. That's half a point. Let's say half a point in 1 minute. Oh, it's funny. I'm not seeing it reflected through Apple. Try to find the companies that are making a big move like that. That was a big move. That was just a weird move. BAC, McDonald's. The healthcares are dropping. Those are up. CL divergence with oil. Yeah. So here's the S&P. S&P is dropping more than oil. So that's interesting. Again, I would be more surprised to see, or really what we're looking for is oil to lead the market. So the fact that S&P is leading the market, I mean, this is saying something. And again, just how much we've dropped compared to everything else. So it started to progress a little bit here. It wasn't that big right here when we were looking at it, but now, you know, that was a big 1 minute candle. So we'll see how this plays out. Expedia doing nothing, which is it's good and surprising. Yeah, there's U.S. sanctions, Rosneft over Venezuela. I don't think that's what's causing this impact. I mean, maybe. I guess it's new U.S. sanctions on Russia. Roku, I think I don't know what Roku's going to do, but if Roku tests 120, that thing's dead. Bitcoin and Ethereum. So again, too, and I think in the next 30 or hour, that's when we're going to see the biggest moves. Once European markets close, we're really going to see how the SPY starts to take some of this stuff. But this is a very interesting move. I mean, I'm keeping my eyes out now for news. So if there is any news that, I mean, I would too if I were you guys. Watch currencies. If you notice anything, call it out, because this could quickly develop. I would even look towards some of the plays that you want, whether up or down. Again, look at the TLTs. Oh yes, babe. Look at you guys. See that TLT? Y'all don't feel me on that, man. You see these TLTs, and then look where they're at right now. Oh, that's dirty. Oh, that's dirty, bro. TLT shouldn't be up there. That's a very, very high TLT. Your TLT been smoking the Aurora. Is that how you say? This is Aurora bond market. Very, very crazy to see TLT do this. Very, very high, man. Very, very high. You're not supposed to see this. Let's see the TLT. Where is the TLT? Oh, I see CL up. Our TLTs are up, but not up a lot. As high since January 7th. This year or when? Shop, Zoom. Yeah, Shop is really here. I think TLT has my attention now. We need to see the NVIDIAs, and then ultimately we need to see how Apple plays out. Why does NVIDIA look like Apple? That's kind of scary. Shopify could get like another 20 or 30 bucks. That'll be golden. I think our Shopify plays are actually coming back to life. Yeah, Shopify plays are up 20 bucks. So remember, those were up 1,000%, but then those came down after the drop after earnings. But the fact that those have decayed like that and still up, very interesting. Yeah, gold back around 1,600. Again, no other news. I mean, the only news we've gotten here so far in the last 20, 30 minutes with this drop, some news about what China's ministry, they're saying how they're going to stabilize things. Then there's going to be, apparently there's new sanctions on Russia through Nova, how do you say it? On Rosneft. But I don't know if that's actually moving the market how it is. But this is, we're at an interesting spot here. I mean, volume is very, very average or slightly above average. We have the Apple news. Global markets have already went down for the most global markets went down, and that's what we're going to look for here in the next hour is how the markets just react once European markets close. Just waiting to snipe. Yes, I'm still holding the NVIDIAs. I mean, I like them. It's just moving like Apple again. I think some of the external factors here hurt them more than actually there. But, I think you run a risk to reward with it. Because I think if NVIDIA could hold up here, it's going to have a really big continuation and do good from the earnings. But if these outside factors, if the overall influence on the market is just negative and we see that come down, it's not going to be good. Yeah, I got that original Wuhan. I think they expired. They expire end of this week. So SPY's coming down now. We're entering new lows. We're about to test new lows, so we'll see if we bounce here or if we break through. I mean, where does this set us? Oh, this could break us out. I mean, this could take us to one of the lower ends of the range here if we start coming out. Remember from last week. So this is where we were last Monday. This is where we're at today. So keep that in mind. Kramer spoke about it on Friday. No. Why does Kramer just kill it? And Nutrinex. Yo, what's up with NTNX? Nutrinix? Yo, NTNX. Check, see if there's any news. Any news on NTNX? No, I'm not seeing any news. Keep a look on that. I mean, it's decent volume. And again, if anything's moving in this environment, just considering how, look at how NVIDIA looks just like Apple. If stuff starts to move and you're kind of getting, you're seeing some random companies move kind of like Nutrinix, call them out. Should we drop our Walmart calls? No. We spent $60 on them, so we protected ourselves with how much we spent on the Walmarts. I would just hold both of them till expiration. Bought the 950 calls at 180. Well, sold at 130. Well, post the play when you make them, so then that way it's not the bragging aspect of it. But you're doing it right. You're buying one call, selling one for shorter, getting your money back. That's how you do it. Watch the Ghetto Spread video. But that is correct. $9 Sprint calls. You sold the Walmarts. I mean, that's on you, baby. No need a whoopsie poopsie. That's it. You just don't. I mean, it's good sometimes, but don't be in the habit of always cutting. I mean, you'll deal with it. How it would protect the Walmart with the initial investment. So instead of putting, $300 in and then trying to cut out and save 50%, and then, and only lose 150, I'd only put 150 so that if I lose, then that's it. My main question is I bought the 1Ks instead of the 960s for a bigger debit spread. That's good. I mean, you get more potential profit, but it lowers how much you could have got up front. So the only thing, I don't know if you covered your initial investment back. That's just the main key. Stay in your friend. If ex-dividend's today, no. If it's today, you can't. You have to buy it the day before ex-dividend. If it's a stock and you want to collect the dividend. TLT, yeah, TLT is going crazy. I'm surprised. Even Shopify's up too. John Deere. Deere could be good. Z after Redfin. They could do good, but I think Redfin had, Redfin being an IPO and everything, they had more of its own thing. But again, Z is still in there in the real estate. So SPY again, triple bottom, mid around town. But then we have BLPH. I don't know what this is. Kind of looks like a nice little pumper, a nice little pharma pump. This guy has a reason to live. That sounds really dark, LV Joe. I rebuke you. God bless you. You filed in your state your complaint against Trump. Why are you spamming that, bro? Go file the complaint. CDC alert. That's the last warning I'm giving you. Keep it on topic, baby, or you're going to get fully clapped. Man, with that triple bottom voice, I mean, it's real, bro. Y'all need to come in here and tell me plays. Or something relative on topic. Don't tell me you wrote a letter complaining about Trump. Don't worry. Hit my second 200% play, but I'm on 19. Start options last week. Just take it slow, man. Take it slow. Post your plays. You'll be good. Nigga, man, I was like, bruh, I played in the video. Hernandez. You're like, bruh, that video. Max loss is what I paid, right? Yeah. If it's a debit spread. The Dell deal. I mean, you could play VMware through the Dell deal because remember they own part of it. AMAT and AMD holding up. I'm surprised. I know 2.1K watching. Shout out to everybody here. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Drop your thumbs up on the video. And if you don't know, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. If you're on mobile, press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. If you miss any of the plays or anything, we'll give you an update there. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But I appreciate all of you guys being here. So thank you for being here. Hopefully you had an enjoyable holiday. Now we back in here. It's game time. So just be positive and respectful. That's it. But we love you, baby. We love you all. Clap it up, man. Just keep it positive and respectful, baby. We love you all. It's not push-up time yet. It's still early. It is early, and we got a lot of market ahead of us, baby. A lot of market ahead of us. I hope you're ready. It's already Tuesday. The week is already moving. Can I watch that? I help you learn. Check out the description. We got a bunch of videos in there. Tutorials, spreads, options. I think the video in the description on how to find 1,000% gainers, I think that's a really educational video. Dumbest stock I've seen in a while happens. $24 months to get a rental? What do you mean? I've not done a credit spread. Not now. If I want to be assigned, do I let them expire? Yes. As long as they're in the money, if you hold a contract and it is in the money, you will be exercised automatically. That's all you have to do. Otherwise, it's if not, I mean, otherwise, if it's not in the money, you wouldn't want to exercise it. Oh, rental in 24. Oh, yes. I thought you had to get a rental in 20. I was like, why? Yes, 100%, baby. Don't forget. Actually, I tested people on Instagram Live yesterday. Let's see. What was your challenge over the weekend? I gave you guys a very specific challenge. I want to see if you guys did it. Is who broadcasting live? I don't know. But let me ask you, who did the challenge? What was the challenge? What was the challenge that I asked you to do? No. It's not Help Zone. Or Help Zone. It's not Help Someone. No, everybody missed it. Y'all missed it, man. Y'all missed it. Damn, that's crazy. Everybody missed it on the Instagram. Someone's kind of close. Habibi, they missed it. They forgot. These guys don't pay attention. They did not pay attention. There's some people got close. So let me remind you guys. It is that we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumb. No. Okay. No. What it was, though, was I remember I told you all you need to learn the skill of encouraging yourself. That's what it was. It was to find an opportunity this week to encourage yourself and practice that. Remember, we got to learn and acquire the skill of encouraging yourself. Oh, come on. Y'all, hey, look at that, blew by everybody. Everybody I asked them yesterday. Not one person on the Instagram Live, man. Oh, come on. Don't you forget about that. Don't you forget about that. Oh, come on, man. The Instagram, it's on the screen right there at the Trading Fraternity. It's also in the description. See, that's why do you think I tell y'all don't feel me, man? Y'all don't feel me. Look at Apple's going up right now, and the market's not even. Y'all don't feel me, man. Y'all don't feel me, man. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Even if you didn't remember. If you didn't remember, just let's challenge ourselves this week. Okay? Can we not forget that? Let's just not forget that. Keep your head in the game. Okay? That is my task for you. Very, very important. Very, very important. That's it. You worry about my windshield? Don't be worried about my windshield being dirty. Just get in the game, baby. Can we encourage Redfin to 33? We got till May, baby. We got till May. We don't need to push it. We got the Mays. That's okay in May. You know what I'm saying? You know? I seen their video and it made sense. Oh yeah, the hardwired, man. It's a game changer. It's actually called The Family. No, I have not. I have not. Checking. No other news. Oh, there was some Brexit news right now. What was the word? All right. So I ran the wires. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. It'll take me about 1-2 minutes. Lulu, AMD, Netflix all shooting up. NVIDIA wants it. I'll be back. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe if you don't know. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Second link in the description for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Here are all the tutorials, my Instagram, all that's in the description. Please read the rules. But you can encompass all the rules with this, baby. Just be positive and respectful. Shout out for you guys being here. Hold it down. We got a lot today. We got philosophy. Soon, I'm sure philosophy is going to be on its way after push-ups. We got a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of knowledge. We got to get ready. We got earnings, so I hope you're in the game, baby. Okay? I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Cole loves you, baby. We in a coat, and we like to do push-ups. Yes. Get that long-term chair. You know, I'm a chair salesman. I've been in the industry for a while. You know, we've had some difficulty advertising chairs to the younger demographic, but they're learning. You know, they don't realize the value of a good long-term steady chair. You know, they've overlooked it. Yeah, we need a better chair for sure. I do want to listen to the Who actually, because they did allow. This is why I thought China was up a little bit before the Apple guidance came out. China was up, and I think it had to do with the fact that they're letting what's it called in there? Oh, it is almost time to sell covered calls. Isn't that dope? Hold on. Is it really? What day? When do these expire? February 21st. Beautiful. Beautiful. I just want you to know you're my favorite chair. Tedros.
You mentioned specific instances where there has been some transmission outside of China. How is it possible that this ship, which was meant to be quarantined, that was meant to be quarantined, has turned out to be a vector, or has actually turned out to spread the COVID-19 more than it's done anything to stop it? Thanks.
Was there a question in there, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Could you repeat my question?
You know me well enough.
That's just their stream. Our stream isn't echoing.
The situation on the ship obviously has evolved, and the authorities in Japan obviously initially made a decision to quarantine all the passengers on that ship, which allowed passengers to be kept together in an environment where they were could be observed and where they could have separate accommodations and everything else. This was much more preferable, obviously, at the time than necessarily having everyone disperse around the world. But obviously, the situation on the ground has changed, and clearly there's been more transmission than expected on the ship, and I think the authorities in Japan are adjusting to that reality now and taking the necessary public health measures with other countries to evacuate people and deal with their follow-up in a different way. But it's very easy in retrospect to make judgments on public health decisions made at a certain point.
Well, how do you explain it?
I think it's clear that, and I've said it here in previous press conferences, that there are sometimes environments in which viruses can spread, and cruise ships and other hotel metropole I mentioned before, and others. There are particular environments in which disease can spread. So I think we need to, again, keep our heads here and put this in perspective. It's an unfortunate event occurring on the ship, and we trust that the authorities in Japan and the governments who are taking back people will be able to follow up those individuals in the appropriate way to ensure that they get the appropriate care if they are cases, and if not, that they are reintegrated into their communities. But yes, it will be very important to study this particular event and see what the issues have been that have led to transmission to the people who've been on that ship.
Jeremy, then Shane, then Nina. If you could just press the little button. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I would like to have your comment on the recent measures taken in Beijing. Basically, everyone leaving the city is placed under quarantine. I don't think you had a comment on that yesterday, so I'd like to have a comment on that. Do you think it's effective? Do you think it's too much? I remember that at the beginning of the crisis, you hoped that the confinement measures won't take too long in Hubei. Apparently, that's completely the opposite now. So,
Nvidia hitting new highs. They're approaching them.
And maybe from Dr. Briand in French, if I may.
Je pense que toute mesure de santé publique, en fait, peut être évaluée après un certain temps. Et donc, pour l'instant, les évaluations qu'on a sur ces mesures sont surtout à partir de modélisation mathématique, où on met les données dans la machine et on voit avec différents scénarios, en fonction des mesures, quels auraient été les résultats attendus et quels sont ceux qu'on a actuellement. Et on a vu donc que probablement la réduction des mouvements avait permis de réduire en fait la vitesse de propagation de cette épidémie de quelques jours à l'intérieur de la Chine et de quelques semaines à l'extérieur de la Chine. Donc basé sur ces premières estimations, dans ce cas-là, on prend les mesures complémentaires en fonction de l'intensité de transmission dans certaines localités. Donc c'est ce qui s'est passé à Pékin. Ils ont donc pris les mesures un peu plus drastiques pour pouvoir justement limiter les mouvements
Yeah, I
et
don't understand the
permettre
words
de
he's
mieux
saying.
contenir l'épidémie à ce
So
temps.
don't worry if you're confused.
Donc, est-ce que c'est efficace? Ça, on le saura, je pense, dans quelques jours, puisque on a maintenant un peu mieux cerné les durées d'hospitalisation, aussi les durées entre le moment où la maladie commence et le moment où les gens sont complètement non contagieux sur certaines études, et il s'écoule à peu près 20 jours entre le moment où la maladie commence et le moment où les gens sont vraiment guéris. Donc, ça nous donne aussi une idée
Yeah,
du
Faith,
temps qu'il va
Redfin,
nous
new
falloir
highs
pour
on
pouvoir
that
évaluer
too.
l'efficacité des mesures.
Very short English version for this.
So, okay, currently the measures are evaluated based on modeling, and so we use the data we have to imagine what could be the scenario if nothing is done, and what could be the scenario with the current, what is the current situation with the data we
No,
have.
I don't
And
like
so
SPCE. I'm not
modelization
touching
has
that.
shown that those measures on movement restriction have delayed the dissemination of the outbreak of 2 or 3 days within China and a few weeks outside China, 2 or 3 weeks. So based on this, then it shows that those measures, if well implemented, could have an impact on the propagation of the outbreak, and that's why measures are now taken in Beijing to strengthen the control of the outbreak and postpone the peak, the peak of it. Give more time to.
You guys can play it.
treat,
I mean, don't let me
the
stop
problem.
you, please. You guys
So
know I
that, in
didn't play
fact, we
other,
will know
Tesla and
after
other
some
ones,
times
but it
when,
just
those
for
measures are
fundamental
really effective,
reasons,
because it takes more
I
or
would
less,
never touch
from some studies we have
SPCE.
now, around 19 days between the onset of symptom and the days where people are completely cleared from the virus.
Ik druk ook weer. Shane, then Louisa.
No, just behind. Small one just below. Okay, thank you. So my first question, I have an original question about Dr. Tedros. You mentioned from China Central Television. Sorry to mention that. Dr. Tedros, you mentioned that you are not getting enough data from the other countries outside of China. So what's the problem inside of that? Are the countries not willing to provide the data, or what's the reason behind that problem? And also for Dr. Brion, that you just mentioned there's a modeling that 2 days have been delayed for the transmission and 2 or 3 weeks for the world, 2 days for China. So that is a WHO modeling, or that's from the China side that you are quoting from?
Sure. With regard to data from all countries, we fully recognise that all the affected countries are under extreme duress, and their primary responsibility is to their own citizens and to deal with the public health challenge that they face. And we continually ask that they share with us the core data that we need. I would say that it hasn't been absolutely smooth sailing with any country so far. It's been because we've had to request a number of countries to speed up their data sharing, but we don't believe this has not been through a lack of transparency. quite frankly, this has been through the urgency and the difficulties of gathering data in these situations, collating that data, and then sharing it outside a country. And in some cases, there are data protection issues, there are citizen protection issues, there are issues around sharing any kind of line listed or individualized data on individual patients, and then there are some logistics issues. We're very pleased with in general, overall, with the cooperation we've received on data sharing, and we hope that that continues. We do want to be able to see more and more data on things like community studies, hospital transmission investigations. Jamie, the investigations aboard the Sea Princess to establish exactly what the conditions were that led to transmission, and we would obviously like to be seeing those investigations early so we can use them to learn lessons in other circumstances that we may face in the coming days and weeks. So again, we encourage all of our partners, both government and academic, to share with us that information which they can, which will help us as a global agency to provide the best possible advice and evidence to countries. And just while I have the floor, just reflecting on our colleague's question about the control measures in Beijing, I think if you look at what's happening in Wuhan now, the government authorities in China spent a number of weeks pressuring the virus, and you saw the numbers have dropped away. Now they've engaged in door-to-door surveillance, and they're going around doing active surveillance. This is a very good public health practice. Your first, I think we've got gremlins in the system today everywhere. Screens are going crazy, the lights are going crazy. But we like to see progressive implementation of public health measures. So the first objective in Wuhan was to contain the virus at the epicenter, and you've heard the Director General speak, fight the virus at the epicenter. Suppressing that virus now allows space to really do much more active surveillance. While the authorities there are doing that active surveillance, they don't want the virus to return, whether those measures are excessive or whether they're restrictive on people. But there's a lot at stake here. There's an awful lot at stake here in terms of public health, and in terms of not only the public health of China, but of all people in the world. So what we like to see is well thought out, evidence-based public health measures that pay due respect for people's individual liberty and individual human rights. And finding that balance is sometimes difficult. But right now, the strategic and tactical approach in China is the correct one. And also, as you mentioned, the strategic and tactical approach in places like Singapore. And we're seeing countries more and more having very directed, well-planned operations to detect this virus, contain it, stop it, and slow down its spread. We want all countries to take that sort of public health evidence-driven approach in the coming days and weeks.
Yes, on the modeling, so these are not WHO data. These are data coming from the expert network we have, and we conduct a teleconference on a weekly basis with a number of modeling groups across the world. And so those groups usually are publishing their data on scientific literature, but we have the luck to have some preprint articles, and this is where it comes from. But just a note of caution, modeling is based on assumptions, so the modeling are getting better when you have better data to put into the model. So currently, they are still on those public health measures using assumptions, and I hope that soon we'll have much better results, more robust results when we have also better data on the speed of spread of the infection.
Very much. We'll just try to have one question per journalist so we can give chance to others. Nina, and then we'll go online.
Nina Larson, AFP. On the data, I was wondering, for the international mission that's in China now, are they going into Wuhan, and also are they going to go to Xinjiang? Because I'm wondering if you are confident of the numbers that are coming out of Xinjiang, because due to the fears that it could spread pretty quickly within.
2 minutes ago, the White House just summoned the North Lawn for announcement.
And the same for DPRK. They're saying they have no cases. Are you confident that that's correct? Thank you.
So on the expert team, they are traveling to the 2 provinces, and based on the need, they may also travel to Wuhan. So all options are open. And on the specifically, the Wuhan situation, although this team can also travel, we had our WHO experts already in Wuhan, starting from January. So we had presence on the ground, actually. The presence of the experts could also help, but we were there before.
On the issue of for Xinjiang and others, we've picked at the moment the two provinces, Guangdong and Shenzhen, because they're the places where we have differential impacts, and they're accessible to us, as well as Beijing itself. And then there will be another decision to move out beyond that again into another way, but that will again be risk-based. And certainly anywhere where there are high proportions of vulnerable people will be prioritized.
I don't know when, but he's going to resign.
In fact, we have prioritized supplies for DPRK, and the supplies for protective equipment should have left, I think, further last night or this morning. I just need to confirm that for you. We're in very close contact, and we have a one-on-one meeting with the mission of DPRK here in Geneva tomorrow, and our representatives and others there. We have no reason to believe that there are any specific issues ongoing in DPRK, and we will be providing them again with the lab reagents to be able to make the diagnosis. But at the moment, there's no signals or no indication that we're dealing with any COVID-19 there. But the government are very anxious, as you can imagine, as all governments, to make preparations, and are seeking our technical and operational assistance to help them get ready.
Thank you very much. We'll take one or two questions online before we conclude for today. Anne Galland, can you hear us?
Oh, hello there. Hi, thanks very much for taking my question. I was just really keen to ask about the data that came out yesterday, the 44,000 cases. That really shows that the death rates are going down as the outbreak progresses. And there's a few questions about that, because not all the people that would have died would be counted in that. And I just wondered if that fits with what you have seen generally as a general trend, that the death rate was higher at the beginning of the outbreak and it's getting smaller. Thank you.
Yes, it's very difficult to make that judgment purely from the data that's been presented in the paper yesterday. Clearly, there have been at least an apparent drop in fatality through the outbreak. But remember, at the beginning of the outbreak, what people were finding were the severe cases. So you have a huge bias at the beginning of an outbreak, because what you find are the really sick people coming forward.
So SPY approaching those lows again. Apple's still holding up a little better.
So
Watching TLT comes down here too.
And false.
We're about 15 minutes shy of the European close as well.
We saw that, remember, in the pandemic of H1N1. We saw fatality rates of 10 and 20% in the beginning, because only the severe cases were presented.
And then if someone tell me when Donald Trump comes live, they're setting up an announcement now.
That's an important factor. There is also the fact that the case fatality is different inside Hubei and Wuhan to the other provinces. And that may also reflect the fact that the pressure on the system in Hubei has been so severe. And the lessons that have been learned in Hubei and Wuhan are being applied elsewhere. People are getting into earlier critical care. One of the issues has been predicting the patients who have the comorbidities and the underlying conditions, and ensuring that they're transitioned into the critical care or the severe care pathway early, and that we're not blocking up the system with the mild cases. And I think the system in China, for example, has got much better at prioritizing those more likely to be severely ill into the system. It's also very difficult in critical care to ventilate so many patients and do ECMO with so many patients. It takes quite a lot of technical skill. It's not just the machinery, it's the technicians who use that. And again, bringing them up to speed, bringing in the emergency medical teams. Remember, 127 emergency medical teams, nearly 10,000 specialist medical workers were sent into Hubei from outside, pre-trained, pre-certified medical teams who were used to mass casualty management. They would have helped to reduce case fatality. So what we're seeing is both a mixture of the fatality reducing, probably because of better and better interventions over time, but also because we're finding more mild cases. So we need to be careful. But what is very clear, I think, and we need to
Buy new lows.
Sometimes
down 0.5% now. We're outpacing a lot of European markets.
everything is over in a couple of days. And that's true. And for those who have that, and for the younger people and adults who get that form of disease, that's great. But there's a significant number of people. Remember, 20% of people who get this disease are either severe or critically ill. So we really do have to focus on how we can engage in providing them with life-saving interventions. We are graced with the fact that China has an advanced healthcare system and can provide such intensive care to so many. Our fear has always been that disease reaching a country with a weaker health system who will not be able to mount such a response. And again, there are many, if you look at the numbers, many people have been admitted to hospital, many have been released, but there are still lots and lots of people in hospital for a very long time. It takes a huge effort on behalf of a health system to have people in hospital on average for 20 days at the level of intensive care. So the system becomes overdriven by so many people requiring such long-term care. So we can see the stresses in the system, and we need to be mindful of that. But our hope is, as we find more and more milder cases, that the overall fatality of the disease will be less, because obviously that's less scary for people. But we must remember that there are at-risk groups, vulnerable people, generally between the ages of 40 and 79 or older, people with underlying medical conditions, and they can have a very severe course of disease. And we must be aware of that. If disease is imported into third countries, we need to prioritise the protection of those individuals and prioritise their clinical care.
Thank you very much. Maybe we will go to our last question for today, and it's Adam Dackett. Can you, Adam, hear us?
From Chemical Engineer magazine.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, please, Adam.
Yes, please, Adam, go ahead.
Excellent. Just wondering, do you have an update on how vaccine development is progressing and when you might expect first clinical trials in humans to begin?
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
We don't have new data since the research meeting, and at this meeting they were discussing about having a candidate vaccine in around 16 weeks from now. But again, this would be just to have the candidate, and then depending on the safety test, deciding if it will be used in humans. So it's still a matter of weeks. Months. Many months.
Yeah, and while we're very supportive and we're working very, very closely with CEPI, with major donors and with the World Bank and others on the strategic investments that are going to be needed to develop vaccines, and that's going to be a lot of money. We're very conscious that those funds cannot and should not be pulled away from supporting weaker health systems to get ready. This isn't a trade-off between one or the other. We can save many, many lives in the coming months, with or without a vaccine. We all want to invest in the vaccine as a long-term solution, but there are people sick now, and there are health systems that are vulnerable now. So we need to balance our investments and invest in the weaker health systems and our own systems. We can save a lot of lives through supportive therapy by testing the drugs we're currently testing and by getting everything in our systems working. And then we do the other things and we develop the vaccine. And we do have to make decisions on vaccine investment now, and the DG will be working with CEPI, with the World Bank, and with other agencies at global level to ensure that we get the strategic investments we need in vaccine development without disrupting the investments we need in national systems to get ready.
Yeah, this is important for TLT.
Related to first of all, the case fatality. When you see the number of cases in the rest of the world, we have 804 cases and 3 deaths. But that doesn't mean that it will not increase. For us, this is a window of opportunity that we shouldn't squander. And we have to invest in preparedness and really using this window of opportunity to keep or to stay away from any serious crisis. So in order to use the window of opportunity to the maximum, we need to have a balance of the use of the public health interventions immediately and then the development of vaccine. We have to strike a balance. The vaccine could be the long term because it could take up to 12 to 18 months. And this is like preparing for the worst situation. But in order to avert any serious problem in the rest of the world and use the window of opportunity to the maximum. It's the simple public health solutions that we should do that should really be our focus, while of course preparing for the vaccine. So that balancing act is very, very important. We do what should be done today, and then we invest also in the future to prepare for the future. As Mike said, we're already discussing with partners on the vaccine development, but the approach is striking a balance and giving the right focus, especially to the things that we should do today. But one thing I would like to underline is there is a window of opportunity. If you see the case fatality rate or the number of deaths in the rest of the world, it's really low. It's 3 out of 804. Even the number of cases, 804, is low. But it doesn't mean that it will stay the same. This is a window of opportunity that should not be missed. That's what I would like to underline. And in order not to miss this opportunity, we should do everything to contain it and finish within that window of opportunity. And that's why we're speeding up to help countries, especially with weaker health systems, in order to really minimize the impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. Thank you to Dr. Ryan and Dr. Briand. I will conclude
Boeing
with
dropping.
this.
VIX
Just
is
to let you
coming
know
up.
that our colleagues in Eastern Mediterranean region will hold a press conference in Cairo tomorrow at 11 o'clock Cairo time, 10 o'clock Geneva time, where our regional director will speak to media there on the preparedness in the region regarding COVID-19 and also about how the information should be shared. This press conference will be broadcast at WHO EMRA Twitter account, so journalists from here can also follow that and send some questions as well. We will be.
Well, what just happened? That's it? So is that it? They just clapped us right there? They said it's over? I guess it's over. All right, well, welcome. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi. Too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here. Oh, shit. I almost fell out of my chair. That was weird. So, again, we're waiting for even Trump here next, too. Trump is going to come live, so that will be important. I'll move my mic stand was being a little punk. Shop is going. Trump is gonna go live any second now. They announced right now that they're setting up the White House garden. Thing about 3M, they could be good. I mean, there's many ways to put it into context. Shop 547. Oh, CK, appreciate you, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, Redfin is putting in work. The SPY's hitting low, so again, this is even a little bit interesting here for what we should be even seeing. Again, the fact that I think the market's more or less catching up with the drop with Apple and all that. So still putting us at an interesting position. Here you see Apple and the SPY. They're kind of both doing their own thing, but it looks like SPY was leading, but now oil caught up with it. I say Apple and the SPY, I meant oil and the SPY. JPM new lows. But I feel that MMM, yeah, I think they have good potential. I mean, I think they have any risks with anything else, but they're definitely, that's a solid name. They do good. Oh, CK, I love you too, baby. What's up? Been popping? What's been dropping? What's been popping? What's been dropping? Apple, Nvidia, Expedia came down. Our Redfins are working. Now we're seeing transport stocks on the low. Market's down 0.5%. This is a little bit bigger than some of the global markets. A lot of other countries dropped. So 7 minutes here too. I would expect to see some sort of big move as European markets close, and even TLT. TLT's up 1%, but hopefully you guys are seeing this is a very, very important level for TLT. Do you guys realize this? Do you guys see what level we're at with TLT? I don't think y'all. You guys aren't with me right here. This is crucial. This is fire. This is very, very important. Very, very important for TLT, man. Very, very important. It's not. This is telling you something with the bonds, man. Balling off boring. I'm banking off the bonds. Call it balling off boring. Yeah, gold past 1604. Well, just the fact that bonds are even at these levels. That means the demand for bonds right now is very, very high. And pretty much the demand for bonds based on the prices, it has not been this high since the first, August and October, when we saw the markets kind of trip out with everything last year, when the Fed and kind of the rate cutting and raising cycle, all that. So there's TLT 146, SPY 335.60. And again, what I was looking for here is the levels now. So we're breaking below Wednesday's level, but this is where we were at 331 last Monday. Here's the low for Tuesday. So this will probably be an important range comparing it to Tuesday's close. But if it goes below that, Monday will be there. The TLT play, we already made the TLT play. No, we bought those TLTs on Friday. So do you guys remember I actually took a big TLT position in that one? We weren't flipping. I didn't say we were going to flip that one. But that plays, it's actually holding up right now. So it hasn't gone up. It's gone up like 30% in value, but that was from the morning. The TLT hasn't gone up since then. Let me check the TLT chain. Because Trap House loves, we love the Trap House, baby. Shout out to Trap House. Shout out to Trap House. Shout out. We had, who was it who just donated to 8K? Where's my horn? Where's my horn? Make sure you guys are subscribed too. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Let's run up a horn, baby. Come on, where's it at? Why is it so slow? Yes. There you go with TLT making its move. Oh, that's a big drop here at the SPY now. I just started seeing Apple in the low ticker flush. TLT. We're already in a TLT play. We bought April TLTs on Friday. You guys remember that? That's why, again, I was looking at where TLT was. So considering, imagine what I'm saying to you now, TLT was still back up here yesterday. So that's why it was such an important level. I love you too, bro. All is well, man. God is good. We live in beautiful morning. We got over I was having trade withdrawals with the market close yesterday. That was some bull. That was some bull smack. They had me waiting. Markets closed. You crazy. What was the play on Friday? It was a 170 for April. TLT 170 for April, and that was like, we got it like 7 cents. It's at like 8 to 9 now. I hit my first 1,000%. Nice, baby. So I post the play so everybody could hit them. The Lithium America. I don't know much about them. Any new play? I was looking for some of the earnings continuations, but I'm really not gonna force anything here. I mean, we're sniping. We're letting it come to us. I'm excited. You know, patience. You got to. There's good opportunities. Market's making moves. I want to see. I need to see Apple, especially by the end of today. 2 minutes here left now. We're gonna get the European close in 2 minutes. I think Zillow could move how Redfin did, but Zillow's probably already had a little premium from Redfin, and what's it called too? Redfin is just it operates a little different as a company compared to the what's it called one, Zillow. We don't have to trade. Amen. The coach loading up on those TOT calls. Well, Ping, I mean, you have to ask yourself. That's why you guys patience, because you could always get them at a TL. Those are far out the money. Those could come down, but it's kind of the timing of it. We got in them. We already had a 30% gain by the morning, so. Don't get caught spending too big of a premium on stuff outside of the, really far outside the money. Yeah, European close coming here in 30 seconds. So be prepared how it moves here. I'm pretty sure it's going to make, we'll probably see the market make some moves. That ORC Oracle. High dividend yield is good. What's the payout ratio? I'll take a look at that. Chinese limited, short-term manageable China's. Yeah, that's what even Moody's and I think the S&P credit rating said the other day. NVIDIA stopped playing. Matt's still holding. Matt loves NVIDIA. He's been on that for days, bro. EU popped it. Yeah, there you go. So there's the European close. Here is going to be our move. So you look at you guys. Isn't that funny? You see a lot of volume come in now. European markets are closed. Let's see how our markets react now. And then the culmination of wherever we close today will probably have an effect on European markets tomorrow. But then we have to see how Apple does. Oh, man, there's a few different things we got to keep our eyes out for. I hope you are ready. That's it. I just hope you guys are prepared. Are you prepared? Are you ready? Because it's a game time. All right, I'm making sure, man. The pop lock and drop it. All right, where is it? What am I looking for? My resistances. Josh is a robot. It's an artificial intelligence AI. We should have an update here soon. But, my friends, what's the move? Tell me what's the move. If I do anything, I got nothing to prove. But make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press hi chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you are subscribed with the bell so you don't miss it when we go live. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Check out the other channels we got: music, cars, and real estate. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. It's there on screen and it's here in the description. But check out the other tutorials. But read the rules, my friends. Redfin's killing it. But This is part of the rules, my friends. It's our holy hour. So we've been here for 2.5 hours. We have 4.5 hours left to go. I hope you guys are ready. Sitting is the new smoking. We want you guys here this whole time, so I need y'all to be healthy. This is now our holy hour. You need to get beside your desk and get some level of physical activity. You can do 10 push-ups. You can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. You can't do 1. You get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But go. You gotta do it, baby. You gotta do it. So get that, bump that out there, bump that out, push that out, whatever the correct verb would be for that. But do it, okay? Gotta get up there and do it. Then the optometrist recommendation: stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away, blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs of yours. Feel them relax. There you go. You like that? It feels good. You relax those eyeballs. It feels it's amazing. Then relax your jaw. Go breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Go the dragon breath. And then drop your shoulders, my friends. Drop your shoulders. Some of you guys are holding up to all this press. You shrugging at the computer screen. You need to drop the shoulders. It's good for push-ups. It's good for posture. It's good for life. It's just overall good for life. So let's go. Let's get these workouts in. Should take you no more than, 120 seconds, give or take. You know what I'm saying? Just get a move on. Just get a move on. You guys could see me do it. If I could do it, you could do it. I think that's the baseline for a lot of things. You guys got opportunity. Don't doubt yourself. Get running, baby. Let's get some positivity. Y'all got that? Y'all ready for that? They don't feel me, man. Okay, I gotta calm down. Okay. Let's go, baby. See, I do pulling, and then I do my push-ups. So you see, we gotta balance it out. Yeah, Bowen's dropping right now. Okay. Whew. Department of State live. There you go, baby. Push-ups, easy, light work. Get that blood pumping. It's good for you. Oh, excuse me. Okay. All right, give me a sec. Yes, yes. Hello. Chill out, you guys. You guys crackheads. I got people texting me like, what happened to the sound? Bro, I was clearing out my throat. Y'all get mad. Everybody, people get mad. I get sent emails. I get emails from people, man. They're like, bro. They're like, bro, can you stop snoring in the mic? I'm like, you sent me an email for that? Like, I get it, man. It's not personal. Okay? It's not, nothing on this is personal, man. We're not trying to make you mad, anything, man. Man, just relax. It's okay. I love you all, man. It's just positive, respectful. I don't try to do that shit. Just calm down. That's it. Then I go clear my throat and I'm getting yelled at. That email is a long email. I want to be positive, has some plays. There's nothing wrong with that. Redfin officially 400%. Would now be a good time to sell puts on Snapchat. Yeah, it could be, but I even said it. I said I'm waiting even till March. Remember, we did an extra deposit on the long-term account, but that was weird. I almost glitched out right there. But I'm gonna wait till March to start acquiring stuff again. Ex-dividend date on a lot of companies isn't gonna be for a month. Kind of how things are setting up. I mean, it's not gonna hurt us to be a little patient here. I don't think. I still sold puts on Snapchat. Yeah, Remember I sold that old one? We sold $15 puts. Those Februarys. Those expired this week, but those are up. I met a girl recently by helping her with the car lease with the knowledge the Colt passed on. Positivity and love had the greatest effect. Hey, man, wait, so like you got a girlfriend? Is that what you're telling me? You got a girlfriend from the car video? Let's go, baby. I love it. Get it out there, baby. That's pretty gangster. I like that. That's pretty gangster. There you go, baby. You lucky, man. That's dope. That's it. You gotta start spitting option facts. See if you get an option girlfriend. That's okay. I see you, baby. Better get on Tel-Ts when market's declining. Yes, because there'll be less of a premium. Yeah, bro. That's wild, bro. That's awesome. Congrats. That's really cool. SPY new lows again. If anything, we got to keep it here. So here's probably one level here now. So 335.20, 335.30, even 334.80. That's important. Pretty much where we closed on Monday, and how that presented a low there. So keep that in mind. Shooting for a long-term chair. There you go, baby. That's pretty cool, though. Look at that. Taking the knowledge, using it to connect with people. You never know where it'll lead you, man. Never know where it'll lead you. Snot coop. I just blew it out my nose. Thank you. There you go. I like that. Snot coop. That's a good one. You think about that one in preschool? They tell you, is that like an activity they said to do? Remix your favorite song. SPY's coming down. Take a look at the low ticker. NVIDIA dropped off that. Expedia gave up some of the gains. At least Redfin was holding up. The Colt watches stocks and does push-ups. Is there anything else I need to be in the Colt? Yeah, read the rules. The number one thing is you got to be positive and respectful. Poster plays, source that information. But, you know, usually if you're positive and respectful, it encompasses everything else you need to learn and know and understand. UNH 228 to 230 put, 240 put. That's a debit spread. So you bought the 240 put and then you sold the 230 put. Well, I would assume. Yeah. But what do you need to wrap your head around it with? We also do life advice and philosophy. I have philosophy for you. I don't know if you guys can handle it. Y'all gonna forget on me. I gave y'all a good challenge last week. Y'all forgot on me, man. Kind of relates to today's, though. Oh, that's a play I did for the burn, but it's worthless. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like that's a debit spread, right? So the idea was that it would come down to 240, but we lost on that because that was like 2-3 weeks ago. We were playing it for the New Hampshire not the New Hampshire primary. It was the one before that, and then nothing happened. So that's why I think we spent like $30 or $60 on it. Thank you for that. There you go, J Tomp in the game. Who's the video about wealth? Carnegie? What do you mean? There's Charlie Munger who talked the other day, but I don't recall what you're saying. $55. Yeah, the Iowa caucus. That's what it was. There you go. Look at J Tom, baby. I see you. He's in the game. He's in the game. He paid attention, you know. And that's one to see. You know, I would put $55 on events like that because you know if you see how it didn't work this time, just pay attention to how UNH responds next time there is some sort of political event that could have that sort of effect on it. Nevada's today. Any plays today? No, we did the random comment play, but other than that, no, we have not made any other moves. There's Spies is diverging big from the Spies diverging big from oil. Aren't all chairs supposed to last a while? Or am I missing something with the long-term chair as opposed to short-term chair? Well, every chair does last a lot. You know, the idea is to sit in the chair for a long time. You know, I've had chairs for a long time, but, you know, it doesn't mean I always sat in them. You got to take your seat in the chair, which is your long-term chairs. You know, you buy long-term chairs of a stock, and you sit in it. That's it. What stocks to buy today? I'm waiting. I want to wait because, again, 15 minutes ago, we got the European close. We need to see how things play from here and make a move. I expect another round of oil. Yeah, if they could agree on it, but I'm expecting more moves in oil in general. It's a metaphor. Yes. The long-term chair is for the chair. You buy long-term chair we say it is like a chair. But the same concept, you sit in it for a long time. Because people have a problem. They buy this a long-term chair. Then they sit in the long-term chair. But after a few weeks, they get out of the long-term chair. Make no sense. It's why do you buy the chair if you're not going to sit long-term? You pay too much a premium up front. I trade options often, a little bit, here and there. Whenever I get filled. Dividend yield at 15.3. That's screaming dividend trap. Got to be careful on those. So there's SPY. So again, European close, we bounced a little bit, sold off a little bit, but we're kind of holding this range, and that's where we're at Monday, Tuesday. 1.2 like, come on, positive vibes, people. Yeah, strap your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed if you don't know. We are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. We are glad that you are here. All we ask is you're positive and respectful. You know, I've been telling people this. You know, if you're here right now and you're listening, I think it's for a reason, because all I'm doing is I command blessings on your life, baby. That's it. If you're here, man, just embrace it. Go back to basics and embrace it. That's all. That's it. You got good things and blessings coming your way. Receive it, baby. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Just sit in the long-term chair and sit there and just let it hit you. Just let the blessings hit you, baby. Life is good. You got some good things coming your way. Even if it don't look good now, it's coming, baby. It's coming. That's it. Okay, that's all. That's all. So sit, just hit you in the face. Amen. 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 About BBGI for dividends, I have to look into that. I don't know if anybody else knows about it. Feel free to comment. Y'all know some good dividend stocks. Some of y'all bring up some good ones. So I buy cheap shares. I don't like cheap shares. No, I like nice shares. It must be nice enough to hold for a long time. Because of shitty payout ratio, it's probably like 400. At least you blurred out laughing there. Good. I make you laugh. Don't worry. Congratulations. I love you. Put those blessings all up in your face. Get it, baby. Final round for interview. Let's go. I told you. Blessings, baby. Blessings. Ooh, a Herman Miller. Those are nice. I used to rock the Herman Miller. Good quality chair. You got any philosophy today? Do I got any philosophy today? I'm sitting on the philosophy. I got mad philosophy. I was cooking up mad philosophy. I had a day off. I was just cooking up philosophy. We had that ready to go. We still had that old Shopify too, yes. Sold hundreds of Arion chairs. Oh, those are good chairs. Herman Miller, good. Very expensive. We crackheads for the philosophy. That's a good thing to be a crackhead over. That's it. Some of y'all crackheads, y'all need to chill. We need to rebuke the crackhead. BLPH. This thing was ripping this morning. Yeah, we're kind of balancing out. So here is European close. So keep in mind of this range and where we go from here. Any pointers for first-time thinker, swim trader? Go slow. Thinkorswim is so powerful. There's so many stuff. Just get used to it, because once you understand the platform, it goes a really, really long way. And then you could use it great. Make sure you take advantage of the paper trading option. Check out. I posted a Thinkorswim video this weekend. Yeah, bro. Snapchat just got clapped 4%. Ay. Still in the range, though. Still in that $16 range. We're good. So to see the whole week like this, I think this week is going to be interesting. I mean, it's going to be really depend on global situations and Apple. Here's contracts and philosophy. I think I should change my name to cult member. Feels like home. Well, follow the rules. Keep it positive and respectful, and you're welcome home. That's from the monitor side. I got you, baby. Got you, baby. The cult got you. All right, you guys want philosophy? You think you could handle the philosophy? You know, we're making moves today early. Haven't made a play yet. Still looking at a few things. Still even looking at some of the, oh man, HD. I think I can get it for you. So I'm going to go to the bathroom first. I'm going to go to the bathroom. You guys need to drop your thumbs up on the video. Y'all need, make sure you subscribe. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. It's on the screen. It's also here. Here's some tutorials in the description. But do me a favor here, man. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. OGs, welcome to new guys. You remember when you first joined in here. Show them some love. Answer a question. Say what's up. Show them where the Kool-Aid is. Don't hand them the Kool-Aid. Very intimidating when you join a cult and somebody hands you the Kool-Aid. You could point them towards the direction of the punch bowl and they could figure that out. Just guide them a little bit. Feel free to answer any questions. Feel free to ask a question. Just be positive and respectful. That's it. Look at all those new people saying hello. Just let them say hello. Show them some love, baby. Oh, my gosh. That's so beautiful. So beautiful. Look at it. She said, where the Kool-Aid? Give her the Kool-Aid. Can we just get a little Kool-Aid? Get some Kool-Aid to the people. Please. Amen. 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 There you go. Look at, say hello to them. Hello, new people. We love you all. There you go. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back here very, very shortly. And then we're going to get into that philosophy. So I hope you guys are ready. You can stretch out a little bit, loosen up your jaw, do whatever you need to do. But get ready. It's philosophy time, baby. There you go. Look at them all say hi. That's what I'm talking about. Tell them. Dun. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Welcome to the Colt. Standing in at 5'6", weighing in 135 pounds, from the land of Chatadonia, Josh Answers. Okay. Oh, spy coming down again. The spy coming down again. No. So relax earlier, had me die and did a single push-up. There you go. Starts at 1, baby. 135. No, we haven't updated the scorecard. That was 135 in my athletic days. Probably pushing a cool 145 now. Yeah, 5'6", but I'll dunk on you. Better back up. I think many will appreciate flowers. I think it could be because of Valentine's Day, but I mean, I'm not interested in it too much. It could be a good stock to trade, but it's cheap and it's I don't you know, I feel like the flowers market is capped. Open your mind. All right, you guys ready? So the spy's coming down here, but I guess it's time to start thy philosophy. Hopefully thy philosophy opens thy mind. Hopefully thy is ready. Hopefully thy is challenged. So, let me get this out there. Hold on, please. Let me send my alert philosophy starting now. It's sent on stream alerts. Philosophy alerts included with stream alerts. It's one of the extra features. A lot of people, crowd goes crazy for it. Yeah, we haven't had Trump yet. When Trump comes on, we'll put him there. So we'll see. Market trying to double bottom. So here is your philosophy. You guys want to know what reminded me about it? I mean, 1, 2. I don't know if you guys saw my Instagram this week. I just love you guys. I mean, I always had to. Some days I'm softer than others. I mean, this was one of those weekends. I was like, I love you guys. I was like, man, the community we have here is great. I was like, you guys are. I really do see you guys as friends. You know, seeing the same people every day, holding it down. So that it was dope. I mean, I really I love you guys, and that's why it even had to do with this. You know, I mean, even some of the stuff I shared with you last week, some of the stuff on the philosophy. I want to put you guys on game. I want to make sure you guys are in the game. You know, and I was pissed, man. I was so pissed that the market was closed yesterday. Like it was so weird. Like I legitimately got I got really bothered. I got really bothered. I was like, man, the market's closed. I'm not going to see you, but God is good. I was able to find a different something to do. It was chill, but I mean it was it was a bothering concept at first, but. Again, I love you guys. I want you guys to do the best. I mean, I want to give you guys just more and more stuff, but I also want to see you guys do good. I want you guys, just making moves. But now, this is what it came down to. There was one thing, I was talking on the Instagram Live, and I shared, I asked everybody. I really, really asked. I was like, did you guys remember what the challenge was? And a lot of people didn't remember the challenge. Even this morning, a lot of you guys didn't get the challenge. People missed it. And what do you think I'm going to say to that, actually? So, again, I told you guys the challenge was to encourage yourself. Everybody forgot about it. People on Instagram forgot about it. You guys on here forgot about it. What do you think is my response to that? Like, how do you think I'm going to react to that? Like, what do you think I'm about to say next? You guys all forgot what I told you. You forgot one of the most important skills, everything. Am I gonna say you don't feel me? Okay, I can see that. I could. Well, what else? What else do you think I'm gonna say? Let's see how well you know me in general. Yeah, we don't feel you. That's a good one. So you think I'm somewhat disappointed? Nothing. It's on us. Encourage us to do better. Go help somebody. You need to learn how to listen and soak in the information. Keep your head in the game. You don't take it serious. Try again. You still love us. Same challenge. Stand up for someone. Speak up for yourself. Try again. You don't listen. These are good answers. I'm trying to see. You forgive us. What does that say about us? We aren't investing in ourselves. Pay attention. I expected it. Put that shit right in the door, but they won't even turn the key. Tell us to knock on 1,000 doors. Listen, Linda. You can't encourage others if you yourself don't feel encouraged. Amen. Be respectful. I'm disappointed. Y'all don't feel me. Okay. All right. So different responses. Linda, listen. You know, a lot of different responses, and I could say a lot of different things. I mean, I really do believe that philosophy on Friday was very, very important. You know, I really think that that skill of being able to encourage yourself and the power that it has as, you know, for yourself and as a monetizable skill, how important it is. And, you know, I love the reactions that you guys think I would say, because, like, I could see where you guys came up with all those. You know, am I disappointed? No. And that's kind of the whole point of what this philosophy is going to be about. You know, what I want to say is that, you know, if you didn't remember, if you didn't do it, it's something that slips your mind. Yeah, keep going. I mean, honestly, like, I think the whole point is, like, it's okay. Like, try again. Like, realistically, like, if it slips your mind, whatever it is, it's okay. Just make an effort to move forward, you know. And honestly, you know, I don't know why. When, you know, because I was a little disappointed at first when I started talking to people, but I was like, hey, it's okay. Like, it's totally okay. Like, you guys got to understand, you're going to make mistakes, or you're not always going to do everything right away. You won't always remember anything. Do you guys get what I'm saying? That's the whole point. That's what I'm saying, is that you guys got to understand it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are going to make mistakes. Some things may not operate how we think. It's okay. Like, it's okay to fall short, to not, you know, you're not always going to be number one entrepreneur. My mindset's always going to be 100% focused. I'm going to remember everything. Like, no, like, I forget a bunch of shit. Like, it happens. And, like, it is just totally okay. Like, the whole idea is, hey, let's get back on it. You may not have got it. Let's get it again. Exactly. Don't beat yourself up. So it was funny because that happened, and I liked it. You know, I was like, hey, I think it happened for a reason. And even in general, I got to talk to a lot of people this weekend, see some other stuff, and this point just came up a lot where it's just like, yo, man, it's all good. You know, you're good to go. Is your birthday yesterday, Mustafa? Oh, happy birthday, man. There you go. That's crazy. We'll sing you a happy birthday in a little bit. We'll get Mustafa something. I don't know. Mustafa's like, oh, it's not my birthday. It was my birthday minus one day out another day, but I was born, and then it's a leap year, so I don't know, because, like, yeah, sorry. No, but, you know, what I was saying before Mustafa distracted me, though, but shout out to Mustafa. It's okay, and I dealt with a lot of things. I've been talking with a lot of people, and I think this happens to a lot of people. And isn't that funny? It goes hand in hand with encouraging yourself. It is very, very hard to encourage yourself if every single damn opportunity you get, you're beating yourself down. If you're condemning yourself, if you're holding yourself to this crazy standard, and it's good to have good standards. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I see a lot of people, they can't encourage themselves because they're beating themselves up all the time, or they're taking everything so negatively, and that's what it comes down to. You're going to make mistakes. So this is what I want to talk about today. This is what today's philosophy is. I wrote this when these thoughts came to me as I was kind of running through this in my head, and it's an interesting thought, you know. And this is how I want to talk about it. Is how do we now go for perfection, okay? And you know, striving. I guess perfection's a crazy word. I don't really like perfection because I really, you know, that's the whole key is I think imperfection is perfection, right? But it's the whole idea of striving to do something. You guys are striving to master financial markets. You guys are striving to, you are going for perfection in a sense, but it's saying, how do we, to do the Apple iPhone woes to continue into April, so think about it. How do we strive for being better? How do we strive for being, perfect in that sense? But then how do we live in this totally realm of imperfection? How do you live in this reality that you're going to make a mistake, the reality that you can never be perfect, but yet we still try for? I mean, honestly, like, think about what I'm saying. I've talked about this to you guys the other day. This is literally a contradiction, right? How can somebody imperfect strive for perfection? Well, nobody's perfect. Then why do we even strive for perfection? How come perfection even exists if everything is imperfect? If everything is imperfect and nobody's perfect, nobody's right all the time, how is anything even created by somebody? Where does perfection even come from? I don't know. Am I getting too deep on? Am I getting too philosophical? When that hits me, you see the logical reasoning behind it, though. It just seems that there's so much imperfection, yet we still have this desire for perfect. Bradley Frizzle, you darted dog. That's nasty. Let's go, baby. So, striving perfection is for practical purposes, not for realistic purposes. Okay. All right. Perfection is born. I'm trying to double check. I'm trying to see, man, perfectly imperfect. I think it makes a lot of sense. And this is like, and this is why I'm saying, with a lot of you guys, and even myself, I think this applies to me all the time. Sometimes I could be hard on myself. Sometimes I can, not succeed how I wanted to, but and let it get to me. And this is where it's like, it's hard to be perfect, but it's definitely possible to try to do it. Do you see, that's the whole point, is that, and that's all that's the next part I want you guys to realize, and that this is something, we can learn a lot of stuff, and we learn a lot of stuff. It makes things a lot easier to understand. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that it's going to be hard. I mean, that's it. Like, at the end of the day, everything is going to be hard. I mean, and I really, really hope you guys do understand that and let that sink in, because there's going to be many things that are hard, but you still have to pursue it. So now this is the part that got me, is that it's hard but possible to be perfect, but it's still something not necessarily attainable, but idealistic enough to strive for. You know what I'm saying? It's such a trip. But obviously the first thing I saw with that, or the first thing I thought about, it comes up a lot. Macy's got downgraded to junk. It had to do with again, Jesus. Look at some of you guys already back and forth with the Jesus wasn't this, Jesus wasn't that. But I really think he did. I think Jesus did it. He was perfect. Again, the fact that he didn't sin, Jesus probably wouldn't have been engaged in some of the same stuff that we do. That is why Jesus is there as an example. You were supposed to live like him. That is what the Bible would dictate. But Jesus was able to go for this perfection despite it being hard. But what is the problem with Jesus? I mean, I think it's the problem that even when we talk about it, is that Jesus alone, I mean, we write him off as God. I mean, I think that's simple as that. So when you're talking about Jesus, a lot of the times, people say he's God. That's it. And you guys know that's how people work, is that, oh, whoa, Macy's getting clapped right there. That's a slow reaction. Hold on. Oh, man, my chat just disappeared, too. Wait, you're going to have to give me a second. You guys could watch Macy's and make it pie. I got to reset my... I got clapped. Yeah, that's great. I can't believe that Macy's. Good call out, Mr. Hits, bro. Oh, like mathematics. So I have the chat. I can't see it as we're gonna give me a second. But like in mathematics, we could approach perfection asymptotically, meaning we could get so close it's basically perfect, but not quite 100%. That's awesome. That's dope. And again, someone said Jesus called a lady a dog, and Jesus did that. I mean, I'm not gonna argue on that. Whatever it is, I mean, if that's what you believe on what it is, if you don't believe it's perfect, you don't believe it's perfect. I'm going to sit here and take the positives of what I can from all of this versus, I mean, if you don't believe it, you don't believe it. I mean, it seems outlandish. It means crazy to you. If you can't find anything you could learn from any of these stories or anything, it may not be for you. I mean, maybe, that's it. I think we could learn from everything, but I've never been successful only focusing on the negative. We have to find the solution. Okay, hold on. I gotta get this started back up. I'd always learn from everything. I hope the youth realizes that. Let me see here. Just give me a second. I like to have my chat up because I like to talk to you. That's why. Even I could definitely finish this philosophy without looking at the chat. But I like to see the chat while I do. I like to engage with you guys. I feel it feels like I'm talking to you. Is M still on that run up, man? We could see if we could get. Let's see. Restored. There you go. Your stream alert's not been working for 3 days. Shoot an email. Log into where you signed up. There's a dedicated support email. You get in there right away. Let's shoot one our way. We got you, baby. Okay, let me see. Okay. I'm back up, baby. So, like I was saying, though, where was I? Yes, I said so. Theoretically, for some of y'all, I believe it, but essentially, this whole perfection thing, I mean, this is what gave Jesus even the right to die on the cross and all that thing, but the thing with Mr. Jesus, apparently he did it good. He was able to be perfect. But this is the problem, is that you write him off as God. And this is what I was going to tell you guys, is that, when people attribute you to something, they take away from your humanity. You become that and not human. Yes, Jesus was God. If you believe in the Holy Trinity, you believe the Father, Son, the Holy Ghost, you would assume that Jesus was perfect because it was the human incarnation of this, deity. But at the end of the day, whether Jesus was God or not, at the end of the day, what concept exists? He was human. That's it. He felt every single thing that you felt, regardless of if he acted differently than us. And whatever he did, he was still human. But that is something you guys will notice in life. When you do something, people will often attribute you to what you do or who you're supposed to be than not being the human. Why do you think celebrities have tough life sometimes? Have you guys ever thought about that? Like, why is it that people feel that you guys could, if Donald Trump comes up on the internet, you will type the most negative stuff ever in the world about him. If there's Justin Bieber, if it's, I don't know, Selena Gomez, anything, why is it that you guys and people will say whatever they want about those people? Like, think about it. Let's see. Is it because you don't like them? You don't like this? Like, why? Like, most people, you wouldn't treat them like that in person. Not, it's, envy, hate. It could be all of those things, but I really think at some point, where we lose it, why does it become socially acceptable? That's a good answer. Why does it become acceptable? It's because at some point, based on whatever they do, if you see them as an entertainer, you see Trump as a puppet, as an entertaining. He literally, Trump's an entertainer. I mean, we laugh more than we nod our head seriously. Really think about that. But what happens is you attribute them to what they are. You desensitize yourself. Pretty much, they're no longer a human. That's it. You think that they're this instead of a human. Why is it that people come up to every celebrity and feel like they could just take pictures with these celebrities? They forget that they're human. They forget that these people will read negative comments, that these people will read stuff, and they think, well, just because you're good at this, just because you made money here, just because you're successful at this, you're talented with this, it makes you less human. That's how people justify treating people like that. Some of you guys will experience that on certain levels. Some of you, maybe your friends and family, they see you as something that you do. They see you as what you do, but not who you are. Are you guys following with me? Is this making sense? Like, why is there that sometimes people could, some of you guys will ask me stuff. You'll treat me as something, not because you'll forget I'm human and you will actually think I'm an AI. Are you guys with me? You guys following with me? I need to make sure, because this is very important. I mean, it's very, very important. Good, because I hope you guys don't. I mean, I this is something even for you guys. I don't want you to lose, to feel bad sometimes, because people will do this to justify treating you a certain way. Is that they will attach you to what you're supposed to be, and they will detach you from your humanity. That's it. And if that doesn't explain the whole essence of what I'm trying to tell you right now, that's it. You guys are all human. So by human default, you are going to make a mistake. You guys are not going to be perfect. But now, do you see but the whole point is, that's why Jesus was there. We still need to strive for perfection. It's the biggest contradiction in the world. Okay? But again, now too, we expect certain things out of people based on how they act, and we can't miss that part. Honestly, you hear what Jesus did. He loved his neighbor as he loved himself. He was God, and could do all this stuff, and he let himself get crucified. But what's the whole point? Like, if you said Jesus got crucified, Jesus loved his neighbor as he loved himself, Jesus did this, Jesus did that, yada, yada, duba, yada, whatever you want to say. But guess what? That's expected. I mean, honestly, it's like, it's okay. So if Jesus did all that, it's Jesus. It was expected. We expect that to happen. He was supposed to do that. So really think about that. You guys hear what Jeff Bezos just did? Jeff Bezos bought a $156 million house in Beverly Hills. So Jeff Bezos buys this $156 million house. Let me ask you guys this. Does that surprise you? Let's see. He got it like that. No, if you got it, doesn't surprise. That's crazy. Nah, it doesn't surprise you guys, right? Interesting. No. Look at that. Amen. Look at all you guys, man. Look at that. Just look at that. Think about that. No, he's a billionaire. No, it's small to him. Nah, it's this. Nah, but look at, not one of you is surprised by that. Literally. Not one of you guys is surprised by that. You know why? It's Jeff Bezos. He's supposed to. Oh, he didn't do his tax. He's supposed to. Bezos pays zero income tax. I think Jesus wouldn't agree with that. Well, good thing. Our job is to let Jesus think what he thinks, and he'll judge the people. Our job is just to show love, baby. But I love it. Nobody was really shocked that he bought that. None of you guys were surprised at all. Every single one of you said no. Like, why? But now think about that. That's $156 million on a home. That's like $15 million in property taxes. What? No. That's like $1.5 million in property tax. Maybe more, give or take. But that's crazy. It's expected. Based on who he is or what he's done, you expect it. So now, Elon Musk, my neighborhood, Elon Musk owns 6 houses. He owns 6 multi-million-dollar houses in the same neighborhood. Would that surprise you? Probably not. Elon Musk goes and takes a jet to here. Would that surprise you? Probably not. Warren Buffett says he's going to buy $10 billion of his stock. Does that surprise you? Probably not. Why does none of this surprise you? Well, I mean, it's quite simply, regardless of if these guys are human, regardless of, that's a large amount, that's big, I'm sure that's important, this or that, whatever it is, based on what they've done, I mean, it doesn't surprise you. You guys are looking at, you guys are expecting it out of these people. Literally, you were actually expecting it. You guys would be more shocked if he bought a house for $500,000. Exactly. You would be, depending on what, that's kind of interesting. If Buffett bought that house, you would be a little surprised. He doesn't do that. But depending on what these people have achieved or who they are, you're putting them in a box. And that's it. I mean, it's quite simply, there's no other way around that. And it's like it's kind of a weird entitlement. Remember, we talked about that. But, I mean, ironically, even at this point now, even in life, a lot of theories challenging God and Jesus, they use this point as entitled. They suppose that if it is God, he shouldn't be this anyways. Literally, I mean, how many people... Well, it's ironic because they're saying it's entitled that when they want to go challenge the Bible or Jesus, they will say that, well, Jesus, if he was God, he's not supposed to do this. It's assuming that he is God. But then again, it's taking away from the key concept here. He came in bare humanity. That's it. I mean, and that's what I really want you guys to recognize is both everybody else's humanity. Understand that even people in here, people you interact with, people are going to be prone to make mistakes. Don't let it work you up too much. Don't get bothered by it, and don't beat yourself up over your mistakes. The point is that, Jesus' example of seeming perfection in general is there, but it's hard. So don't beat yourself up. I mean, shake it off, get back up again. If you fell, if you fell, that's expected. That's the whole point. it's more expected, and it's expected that you're going to fall short than be perfect. And I think that's where now a lot of people are missing out on this point. I think a lot of people in general now, you guys are expecting so much or have so much expected of you. We're forgetting the fact that we're human. I mean, and that's simply what it is. That's what I wanted you guys to understand now, is that we could go for perfection and still, we're still going to make mistakes. And honestly, I mean, I'm going to go back to it because I think I have to remind you guys, like, this shit is hard. Like, I hope you guys realize, like, Jesus, like, that's why I bring that point up, because, like, we don't take his story. I at least I don't, I'm speaking from personal experience, is that when I viewed this in this lens that, okay, well, it is God, like, duh, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how many people say, oh, well, try to be like Jesus, was like, that's God. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, show love to everybody. It's easy if you're God. Like, of course you're God. Of course you're Jeff Bezos. You could buy 150. I can't do that. I'm different. Right. But I don't think it is. I mean, and that's that's kind of the whole point. That's what I want you guys to realize, is like, life is going to be difficult. Like, you are going to face the same temptations. Like, it is hard to control your spending. It is hard to control your desires. It's hard to not get bored. It's hard to see all of your friends doing something and then you go do something. Oh, I turn into Joel Osteen's? Nah, come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, at least say TD Jakes. I like Joel Osteen. I used to not like him, but I grew on to him. But think about that. I mean, that's what I was telling you guys, that at the end of the day, I mean, Abby vibe. Ooh. But I think a lot of people just miss this factor. It's just like how truly difficult all of this stuff is. Like, you guys got to understand that, again, your friends all go out and your friends are doing something. You don't not necessarily not want to do it, but you were pressured by your friends. I mean, how hard is it to always stay perfectly consistent? That's difficult, to not get sucked into drugs, alcohol, partying, girls. What else is there? I mean, greed, lust. You could go all down the list of vices, right? And I think every single one of you in here has your vice. For each of us, it's different, right? Some people's vice is the YOLO. Some people's vice is the Tilray. Yeah. But that's the point I'm saying, is like, I don't care what you're dealing with. I don't care what you have, whatever. I don't care what it is. I really don't. The whole point is, you're going to face that challenge, and just because you're being challenged with something, just because you're being tested with something, just because you're not able to really hit something with perfection, it doesn't mean stop trying. Do you see what I'm saying? That's it. Just because you guys, just because you forget something doesn't mean you forget it, in a moment, doesn't mean you forget about it forever. Don't let pretty much a temporary feeling lead you to make a permanent decision. And, that's where, that's the main point of this. That's what I'm saying. I want you guys to really both chill out, but do you see why I had to say it like how I did? Because here's the balance. Like, it's one thing, like, yeah, don't condemn yourself, don't beat yourself up. You're not going to be perfect, but if you just take that and you redeem that, you know what I'm saying? You exercise that contract, but then you're not really looking to get better. You see what I'm saying? Or you use that as an excuse to not try to be better. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying? I'm not just giving you a get out of jail free card to say, hey, you're not perfect, you're not this. It's saying you're going to make mistakes, but you have to keep trying again. I mean, I hope you guys know that is one of the main concepts of success, and one of the main things, I mean, I even talk about the most. Yeah, I hope you guys do realize that. And it's that concept that you do not quit, that you have to keep going, and then you keep doing something. But at the same time, I mean, I'm just even saying this to you guys, one-on-one talking to you. So hopefully you don't feel like whatever we're talking about, whether it's how to get better, how to do good, how to do this. I mean, hopefully you guys don't think I'm naive in understanding that, this shit is difficult. I mean, life is truly hard. Like, the shit you are going to, the shit you're going to deal with is actually extremely difficult. I mean, and then that's the problem. But what happens is the difficulty, it gets so difficult sometimes for people, they don't want to try. And that's what we need to find the balance there, where it's okay. Stop. Some of you guys need to stop holding your mistakes from years ago over your head. Some of you guys need to maybe think about some of the mistakes you've made so that you stop doing them. But at the end of the day, you have to try. It is going to be difficult. If you mess up, it's okay. I mean, I think that's the best thing I could say. But what isn't okay is stopping. That's it. You know, it's the freeway of life, man. You know, I don't care how slow you go. I don't care, you know, maybe if you swerve into my lane. I don't care what it is. But the only thing you can't do is stop on the freeway. That's it. You just can't stop there, and you have to keep going. And that's it. And that's all. I hope that you guys accomplish. I hope that's something you do. And I hope you think, you know, that is the whole point, is that you will never be perfect, but we could still try. And you should try to be better every day. And if not, it's okay. Life's hard. And again, you guys forgot to encourage yourself. That's fine. Try it again. I mean, but stop beating yourself up and start doing this. But at the same time, like I've already said, don't use this as an opportunity to justify not moving forward. You know? Everywhere, you just got to keep the corner, folks. Keep your head in the game. Be willing to receive. Stay blessed. Stay humble. Amen. Amen. But that's it. That's your quick philosophy. That's what I was thinking about this week. That's why, you know, waiting to come back, I was like, man, I missed the market, everything, get to see people, get to talk to people. I got to talk to some friends, everything. I think that is just the main point. I don't know. I don't know if that's so. I think somebody needed to hear that. I definitely think so. I think that's going to apply to some of you more than others. And I encourage you to watch out. You know, if you think everything is perfect, you think you are perfect, be careful. You know, be careful of the arrogance or anything like that. Because, again, we all make mistakes. I make a lot of those. But I do want you guys to just be in the right mode to always be moving forward and not letting, you know, doubt and mistakes keeps people from going. Or even sometimes it looks so far away they never do it. Good advice for me. I hope, man. Kobe put it in a similar way. No such thing as failure. Just keep going. Amen. Positive nuggets I had chicken nuggets with hot sauce yesterday. It was kind of crazy. But yeah, that's it, man. That's it. That's all I got for you guys. I mean, I think it's really simple, and like I think I could have kept it really short because like it's just what I started with, man. Like you guys forgot, you know, you didn't encourage yourself. You forgot about that. Like it's okay. Like it's so like, dude, it's so chill, but like it doesn't mean okay, well, you know, do it now. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like coming into your boss's office, you forget to do an assignment, and he's like, hey, it's all good. You missed it. That's fine. But it doesn't change the fact that you still got to do the assignment. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like the whole encourage yourself. We're not over with that. But you know, if you forgot, it's okay. It's natural. And I think a lot of you guys could apply this to a lot of things, whether it's plays, whether, you know, you're making a move on a stock, earnings, you know, you said you're making a mistake on your eBay store, anything, you know, don't focus too much on what went wrong as much as, you know, just getting right back on the horse, and that's okay. You know, it doesn't define you as a person. And I think that's what I'm saying is the problem. I think that, you know, these challenges in life and everything that gets thrown at you, a lot of you let that define you. You know, I know we got a lot of drug addicts in here. I know a lot of people have said it, and then that's what happens sometimes is that people think, oh, well, I'm this. It's like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not who you are. Your mistake is not you. And I think that's something I hope all of you guys get freed from that so that you don't have to live like that, you know, and that applies to your finances. It applies to money. It applies to everything. And that is the key point. It's not you, you know. You can do whatever you want, and you can. I mean, you fall short. That's natural. Just don't quit. Don't quit. Don't stop. That's it. You know. And end of the story. We'll wrap it up there. I love you all, but I feel you guys. I feel you guys, and everything's okay. You know. So that's why too, man. Don't be too hard on people. You see what I'm saying? That's why you're supposed to show love. That's why you're not supposed to judge people. You know what I'm saying? Because you have people going through different stuff. You don't know what they're going through. You're going through your own thing. They're going through their own thing. That's why I just show love. People make mistakes towards you. Don't let it get to you too much, you know? That's it. That it's simple as that. You get to see them, and you're like, hey, I feel you. So that's why too. Be nice towards people, man. Be more open and receptive. Try to push people towards trying again and doing it better. But don't let something too negative stop that. Simple as that. How can you watch Macy's live? We have Macy's right here. Macy's is actually right there. Mr. Hitch dropped the news. It got hit by the wire 2 minutes later, so it's good. I need to show more love. Amen. Amen. I mean, that I've always said that's the cheat code. Because when you stop judging other people as hard, and you see the same humanity in other people as you see in yourself, it's going to be a lot easier to encourage yourself and not be down on yourself, because those people are making the same mistakes you've either made or that you're prone to making a mistake. But always show some love. That's good that you could even realize that. God bless you. That's awesome. But that's your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Toast to the real ones. That's for you. Yes, I did not play M. TLT, we need that to rip. Don't really hit me. Let's go, baby. We in the game. We in the game. You perfect being unperfect. That's the point, baby. You make your mistakes never make you, baby. Amen. Amen. This church, it's a cult, baby. It's a cult. It's just very culty activity. Just daily cultanese from the land of Chatadonia. Perfect being imperfect. Amen. Amen. That's it. We ain't going to let doubt. And I'm not going to let doubt be a killer. But ultimately, I'm not going to let you guys kill yourself, man. That's what it is. That's it. Just stop beating yourself up. You're looking at everybody. Look at Instagram. You look at things. You think everything looks so perfect. People are doing perfect. Nah, man. They lying. Oh, it's easy for me to do this. Nah, man. That shit hard, man. Imagine Jesus, man. Bro, I won't even. Don't even get me started again, man. Just don't even get me started. I just gotta leave it there, man. I just gotta leave. Yeah, Macy's tailgated. They got downgraded junk. Junk on their credit, but they're still up. I mean, Macy's could drop a little bit more. Macy's at like what, $14? Financeology would have been the play when the news hit the wire. Would they have though? But that's the thing that on these smaller companies, when they're worth less money, is that you get dollar for dollar being in the money. Well, actually, these went up 20 cents. Yeah, these ones would have been good, but I think once you get in the money though, it's harder to gain. I wanted Macy's long term, but that was before they ripped a few months ago. We just waited on them. My West Coast. Yepers. Give me a second. Yeah, sorry about that phone call. But I already have a play on TLT. We did that on Friday. Amazon's hitting highs actually right now. It says this was Macy's. It's dope if you got it. That's good. It's very good. The Redfin. I think the Redfins are just still holding up like 400 or 500%. We got those Mays, baby. $35 into $155. The random play was like APN. Far at the money put on SPCE. SPC is kind of like Tesla in a way where it's just like it's not something I really want to play, and it's not something I'd really want to short. Just kind of let it do its thing, but it's just not something. I mean, I just wouldn't want to put my money in either way. Redfin to 45. Oh yeah, that'd be dope. I don't know if it'll happen, but that'll be dope. I'm down. I'm with you, man. I'm in prayer, in thoughts and prayers. We'll hope. I like KHC. I've been looking at that for a while, but you know, they're just they're a really messed up game of musical chairs. They've dropped off. They had the buyout stuff again. You know, they popped up, but even last time when they dropped, see, because if they approach those lows again, it's not good. Am I gonna ghetto spread it or exercise it? I want to hold it here. I mean, what if we ghetto spreaded it now? You could sell like the 35s. You could get $100 now, which would give us like a guaranteed like 400% gain and then like $2 max reward. I kind of like that, but I kind of also do like it. We are $4? We're like $3.50 away, or $4.50. Just still a lot. That's we still need a 10% move, but that'd be nice if it went up $300 from here. We'd be golden. Market is not yet considering this Apple. I think I agree. I think the market doesn't see it, but the bond market does. I mean that's why TLT at this level, like you have to ask yourself, well, I'll even show you guys when you overlay the SPY and TL, it shouldn't be like this. I mean, simple as that. Like, anytime the SPY, has dropped, has been high, and then TLT started to move up, I mean, the SPY had to start coming down. And then it did this whole thing here. So it's the bonds are pricing in something a little crazy. Yeah, and we had those Russian I didn't think the Russian sanctions were too important today, but we will see. But now we're still down 0.5%. It's a little larger than again all the global markets, but this is kind of how everything played out yesterday. So we'll see. And then those Nvidias, babe. What's the Nvidia? It went a little bit higher though, right? Or no? Oh shit, 290, bro. That's the continuation, man. That's the continuation. I think I kind of want to get greedy on those TLTs, man. Or excuse me, on the Nvidias. I forgot that's near the highs right there. That's a nice continuation on there. What do we have our calls expire this week? Damn. The rollover calls expire this week. Am I going to play earnings today? I don't think there is anything. Is there any? I don't think there's any big earnings today. Now expires this week. Yeah, those are slightly up on them. I think that one, we're kind of writing that one off, and then we've, if it surprises, it'll surprise. You ever take vacations? I've been here every day. Oh yeah, man. Every day's a vacation. Life is a vacation, man. God is good. Life with the cult, man. This is my vacation. I get to sit here all day, talk to my homeboys about stocks, and we get to see what's happening with the world. Oh man, I couldn't ask for more, baby. God is good. Looks like a rate cut is coming. We'll see. That's the next level I'm looking for, because the market might start pricing in a rate cut because of COVID and everything else, and then all it takes is Mr. Powell to be slow with reacting to that, and then we're gonna get the whole thing all over again. Is gonna start over with that, with the whole market tantrum, taper, and everything. Hey, resume to a guy who connects to commercials. Let's go, baby. Yalla. Put for in the bounce off historical resistance. There you go. Make some moves. Daily versus fire. What is it? Don't be selfish. Don't try to impress others. Be humble. Thinking of others as better than yourself. Amen. They will release people tomorrow. And again, I mean, right now, this is the 4th week of China slowing down. It's pretty crazy. Domino's, I like, actually. Domino's has earnings, I think, on Wednesday or Thursday. Is Domino's tomorrow, or is it the next day? Domino's is Wednesday. Share my music cult playlist at gmail.com. Love you, Josh. I love you, baby. Expedia, or it's Thursday? I'm surprised. Expedia was holding up so good and then just came down. Now it's just rotating out in NVIDIA. Domino's before open Thursday. Okay. I don't know why. I kind of like Domino's, but I feel like it's moved up a lot. Boarding up people's doors in China. Yeah, they would like weld them together. Crazy. Domino's expensive, man. Which earnings was it? I think they had one earnings. They moved pretty big. Damn it, Kramer's already tainted this. I think they could be decent, but I just want to see if they actually have premium. That's the only thing that worries me. $293 on NVIDIA, so the weeklies are cheap on NVIDIA now. I got to see if we're going to finesse some of these. The NVIDIAs are kind of expensive. Yeah, you only have 3 days left on the contracts for this week. That's the only part that sucks. We give mobile advice on mobile homes in the real estate course. Not really. I think they're talked about very briefly, but not anything too crazy. But you can always go to the real estate stream. You could ask lending tips on that when it goes live. Yeah, the weekly rollovers are coming back on the video. And then our marches are gaining some steam. Marches look very, very good, Habibis. Very, very good to the march. Hopefully you guys like. I'm going to wait for NVIDIA. I'm going to wait for a red candle here. And then I could consider. The marches are coming back to that high of 350 each. New to chat, any place to get me on the right track. Give it some patience here. Give it some patience. Dude, NVIDIA's trading just like it did on that on Friday. You guys see that? That move up, come down, and a little bit. It's just trading a little stronger, honestly. Apple above VWAP. Why do I have Kraft on here? Apple's like right near its open, though. It's good because Apple is leading the market in a weird way. Do you need a big account to get E-Trade Pro? No, you just need to have a certain level of activity, or I think they charge you for it. Just stop preaching the word and trade options. The word lets me trade options. What are you saying? You just take your own advice, baby. Just you trade options. Stop trying to preach to me about preaching, and you trade options. I'm trading. I'm fine. Man, you see the NVIDIA? Shit, my shit's working, man. God is good. Why you think I'm preaching? The God is too good, baby. Amen, amen, amen. God bless you. Oh, maybe we go for a debit spread. So seller let. I'm letting. Remember, I already took some profits. I'm still holding the marches. Our first rollovers, those are down 40-50%. But then the marches are still up a lot. I'm still holding the marches. I'm trying to see if we could get a better price to scoop up these NVIDIAs. I want to grab another NVIDIA, but I do also want to make sure, because I do know once this has been a big run up here, once that kind of dies down, we'll be chilling. Yeah, I was looking at a debit spread for it. It's either that or, because again, these week's contracts, anything expiring this week, you guys got to realize there's only 3 days of time left on it because it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday and it's already 10. Man, today is flying by, man. We almost got 10:30, then the 11 at 11. Iron Condor on NVIDIA, that could be interesting. It's actually pretty decent. 120 is critical for Roku. Trump was supposed to go on a few hours ago. He never stepped out, man. You sell the plays too early. Are you using a bigger amount? Usually could be it. New price target lifted. SPY's coming back up to VWAP here. AMD is no joke. Limit is 290, 270. That's a good spot there because remember that 290 level is important, so they were below there. What can you do with the 320s? You could ghetto spread them. The 320s are more than ghetto spreadable here because they're up a lot. So you could sell the NVIDIA. We have the 320s. We got those at what? We even got those at 30, 40 cents. So the 320s are almost up 1,000%, but you could go and sell. You could even sell like the 340s for $100 each. Cash out some profit there. You get half of the carry because right now mine are worth like $1,700. You could cash out half at the 340 and still have $2,000 per contract. That's if it does go up that high. Mm-hmm. I did not pick up Domino's. I'm still looking. Watching and waiting. I'm either thinking, yeah. I mean, I kind of want a debit spread for, what's it called? I want a debit spread for NVIDIA to play another rollover, or I might go a single NVIDIA contract. I'm not too sure yet. How long I've been trading? 13 years now, 14 almost. I think, I don't know, too long. Mold, age and dog years. The option prices are high. Well, I'm looking at NVIDIA's. I'm going to try to hit some of those. You know, I might be down. I wonder, can I get one for cheaper? Yes. Those bots are on the Trump channel too. So it's not just us. They just like us. You know what I'm saying? They just, they like, damn, these cult guys, pretty cool. They like anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So I was going to go for a bigger NVIDIA. I think I'm going to go for a smaller one. It's going to have some time or a little bit of extra time, but not too much time. It's further out the money. It's kind of a shitty play. I mean, it's a standard deviation, 2 standard deviations and a half. Woot. All right, I got another NVIDIA. I'm a fiend. NVIDIA fiend. Give me a second. Got to get this typed up for the scream alerts. I didn't even have it up. Ah. Did y'all like the video? Now make sure you drop your thumbs up. NVIDIA is something for 30 cents in March, since Josh doesn't like this short month. Nah, you missed it. Because think about it. I already have my March, babies. I already got my Marches, you see? I had to remix it on y'all for a little bit. You're close, though. 30 cents, you're correct. I spent 34 cents to be exact. But it wasn't a March. We already have a March. I don't like the strike price. This is a 7% probability play. So what I got was a February 28th NVIDIA 320 call, and then I sell the 330 call. Debit spread, net credit 34 cents. So buy the 320, sell the 330. Again, the Februarys do have a little bit more risk, but again, I already know the price of the Marches, and I already have the Marches, so that's why I said I go for a weekly. And again, we rolled over to the February 21st. Those already went down, so you can see why we're kind of. I'm getting different time frames, but I don't like that one just because it's the same strike as our Marches. Cyber's up. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you don't know, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. If you're on mobile, press hide chat, X out the chat, hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you're subscribed with the bell so you don't miss it when we go live. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you miss any of these plays, the news, or anything, we recap everything that happens today every single night. So hopefully we see you there on the main channel. There's a bunch of tutorials, though, too. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp at Real Estate Courts. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And check out all the other links. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. There's a description, more tutorials. Read the rules. Be positive and respectful. Thank you for being positive and respectful and holding it down, too. Shout out to Cole, baby. We love you all. We love you all. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. Show them some love, baby. I'm going to go pee real quick. At the twilight's last gleaming, and the rocket's red Chad, the Chad bursting in air, gave truth to the night that the Chad was still there. $6:30 call on Wet F. What is Wet F? Wisdom tree. Nah. Let them die. Let them die. Even if you got puts, there's limited downside. And then upside, I don't know. Yeah, so the only play we just made that NVIDIA play. That's pretty much it. Otherwise, we're riding the wave on everything else. That is the game plan. I still like UNHs. I want to see the price of these this week. Because the fact UNH is still holding up is great. Trump was supposed to go live. They set up the White House. It's kind of weird. My 14-year-old son, Aiden, is watching. Oh, we got a big shout out for Aiden, baby. Shout out all the young guys in there, man. Your pop's putting you on, baby. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go, Aiden. Aiden's a killer. 14 years old in the Marcus. It's okay. So just a video game. Don't let your pops confuse you. It's just a giant video game. I've been a gamer since that's it. That's all. Just because of color. Whoa. What? How'd that happen? I was like, what? That was kind of weird. That was really weird. I was like, what just happened? Steph 17, you thought we were young. Shout out to young people, baby. That's it. You guys are lucky. Remember, I told you, young guys, though, you have to be more careful. You got to be careful how you move. You have more opportunity. You got to make better decisions. Be careful. NVIDIA play was for the stream alerts only. Didn't want the... No. I put it out there. No. I made the play, but it was a buy 320, sell the 330 for February 28th. Debit spread 34 cents. Now it's at 32 to 38. I've stream alerts recently changed my number. Well, send us an email. Unfortunately, we cannot predict your new number change. But that's a common issue. Y'all change numbers a lot. I didn't realize that. Like, after seeing the stream alerts we get, it's like literally once a week. Someone's like, I changed my number. I did this. I changed my carrier. I'm like, man, I have not switched phone carriers in like a decade. That's crazy. Y'all probably have crazy ex-girlfriends, huh? You just have to change your number all the time, I feel. Okay. Makes sense. Say one more time, the NVIDIA, it's a 7% probability. It's a lower percent play. And again, we're still holding our marches. It's a February 28th, 320 buy, sell 330, net debit 34 cents. We're holding the March 320 NVIDIA. So we bought those at 40 cents. They're at $2.80 right now. Nah, the UNHs are still a little expensive. You think in NVIDIA? I think it can. I don't think it. That's why I put $30 down on it. I like the March plays better, but I do like. NVIDIA is looking. It's solid, especially after again the news and kind of how we saw it. The fact we saw some chip makers go up is pretty positive, but with their earnings, them being towards all-time highs, this is a good continuation. You're actually getting a continuation move. It shot up on earnings, continued up, leveled out at a key 290 level, dropped a little bit below there, but the fact that it's holding up there, I like it, but it's hard to say how far it's going to go, and again, even with the pricing too. Yeah, UPS popping. FedEx is not popping yet, but UPS making a move. You have 221s. Anything expiring this week, you only have 3 days left, so you just got to be careful with the pricing. Yeah. So I have the 315s too. Those got squashed today. Those are the ones. Those were up like at 80% at close there the other day. I think they dropped towards close. That was the first rollover. That's why I went for a February 28th now. Yeah, sell by Friday on those, or even then, if you maybe on the February 21st, if they're up right now, or depending on when you bought them, so you could sell those out and then get one with more time. The Expedias came down a lot. We're up 800 on the Expedias this morning. Now I'm only up 260. Contract expiring, but you reach your daily limit. You could always ghetto spread them to profit without using a day trade, or you could just let them expire. UNH puts. I kind of like the UNH calls. I've been waiting for a move above 300 on UNH. UNH is just hard because it'll do nothing, but then when it starts moving, it'll really start moving and get expensive. Ghetto Spread. We got a video in the description. It's pretty much where you would short another option. So if you bought an option and you're up on it, you could short a different option, get a max reward play, but still be able to cash out. There's a video in the description. Ghetto Spread, invented by the Colt 2019. Are those numbers for real? No. That's just because of the spread. Trip did start to drop. We would just have to get lucky with TripAdvisor. We would just need that to fall a lot. Most likely not going to happen unless TripAdvisor just surprised and really dumped. The NVIDIAs are approaching $3. Won't they miss earnings now? Who? No, they cut guidance, but they didn't lower the amount. So that's what I talked about in the watch list yesterday. That's the important part, is that on their January earnings, Apple issued such a wide range for their earnings They said that's to account for the coronavirus. So even though they gave another warning on it, they didn't necessarily change numbers. So they cut guidance. They said they may not make it, but they didn't cut the overall number and change it. DPZ 320, 350 calls. That could be good. Yeah, there's a lot for next week. I keep messing up. I keep thinking it was supposed to be this week, but it was actually next week. What's the logic of trying the NVIDIA? Well, playing that, I mean, the one I just made today, it's both premium flip, but if there really is a continuation, if the fact that if we break above that 293 or 294, where did it clip out at? Yeah, 294.50. I mean, I think it's going to make a push towards 300, and then if it made a push towards 300, it's either going to make a strong push above that, or it'll kind of just level out around there. But again, a lot of price targets, a lot of upgrades, all that, so we'll see. I would say slight YOLO. I mean, I would say slight YOLO, but more or less just playing the upside, because that's something I'm gonna go after NVIDIA here for the next 2 or 3 weeks as it approaches 300, just because of what it could do at those levels. Short my call option. Yeah, watch the video. It's in the description. We explain it. I gave the quick one. If you missed it, you got a phone call. I mean, timing, God's plan. It may be better for you to just watch the video on it. It's in the description. Ghetto Spread, invented by the cult, 2019, baby. See any credit spreads? Ooh, let me check my HDs. I mean, maybe the fact that HD isn't going out. I mean, there's some decent ones if you want to take it now. But when's Home Depot's ex-dividend? That's the only thing we got to be careful with some of those. Ex-dividend 12.4. Damn, these were $1 today? HD could be good for either credit spreads or even going long. I just don't know. It's either going to fail this breakout here above 245 or it'll really finally run up. But last week we were wrong on them. Anything is possible. Nothing here is financial advice. Please contact a professional advisor. Options trading shareholders. You can't lose all time. What's your financial investment? Please no financial advice. Education purpose only. Thank you. Spy at VWAP. Let's see how things play out here. I didn't. Did you get your Abivi yet? I still haven't got mine. I don't know why I didn't get mine. How much I get filled on the Nvidia? 34 cents. They're down to 27 to 31 on the bid now. Bid and ask. Drip. And is Drip now available on Robinhood? Oh, I got my Abivi. Bro, it came in. It has officially came in. Woo! Shout out to Cole, baby. Shout out to dividends. Wow, that's beautiful. Dude, that's beautiful. Look, we got 3.038. And then I got 0.31. I got a third of a share. So that means by the end of the year, we'll get at least one free share with this Abivi position. It's not bad. Not bad. It means one free share, extra dollar in dividends. Okay. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Get that payout, baby. So now look at every single thing in here has paid us out now. Anything that is a dividend, do you guys see how we have drip now? Do you see how the only things not with drip are fractional shares? These are the contracts that we own. These are the growth companies. Wow. Yes, there is a video of setting up the long term. It's in the description. It's saying how we set up our long-term portfolio and dividend stacks. Excuse me. It's like looking at a plant break soil, right? Wow, that's crazy. A 0.35 of a share, 0.315. That's beautiful. Look, we finally, man. All of them are dripping. All of them are dripping. It's beautiful. Long term up 12% today. Nice. Stop stacking off. Sometimes split with the profit. How come I can't close out? Depends on the price you're trying to get. Could be because of the wide spreads. Because I have a big Ghetto Spread, but we're up on that. Hold until Friday. Not a bad strat. I mean, honestly, this week, I wouldn't really force it this week. Again, next week, there's a lot of earnings. Oh, yes. We can't forget, baby. Where is it? Where's my resistances? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. First link in the description. Take you to the nightly watch list. Oh, no. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. If you're on mobile, press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button and make sure you guys hit the subscribe button with the bell so you don't miss it when we go live. Second link, again, if you miss anything, we're going to cover all that. Check out all the other new channels. We got Cult Real Estate, Cult Cars, and Cult Music. Follow me on Instagram, 30 minutes here. We're going to have the 11 at 11. So if you guys see my Instagram, it's at The Trading Fraternity. It's there on screen. It's also in the description. You come here, you follow me so I see the message, and then you DM me your phone number, and we're going to pick somebody, and we're going to get on a phone call. So hopefully we get to talk to one of you guys. DM me those numbers here, especially as we get closer to 11. Here are more tutorials and everything you need, but please read the rules, especially rule number 6. It is now our holy hour. We've been here for 4.5 hours. We have 2.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking, ladies and gentlemen. We need to prevent market atrophy. We ask and we require out of you that you get some level of physical activity. So get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. If you can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. You can't do 1, you get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get it popping, baby. So get it popping, get it moving. We're glad you are here. So get the blood pumping. Then the optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs of yours. You feel that? Feels good. There you go. Feels nice. Feels very, very nice. Do that. Then drop your shoulders. Some of you shrugging your shoulders right now. Be aware, okay? Be very, very aware. Drop your shoulders, okay? Just let them relax. You don't need to scrunch them up there, man. Take that stress off. Just drop the shoulders. Relax the jaw. Go, Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. There you go. Now get those push-ups in. All right, let's get our push-ups, man. Let's get our push-ups. Woosah. I love you just for the push-up. That's good, baby. I love you. I love you for everything, man. I just love the cult, baby. I want the cult healthy. I want the cult active. I don't want the cult sleeping and getting clapped because they didn't do their workouts, man. You know, health is very, very important. Very, very important, man. Very important. We got to make sure y'all in the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to let you. I got fat. You guys know I used to weigh 190 pounds. You know I'm 5'6". You know I've sat at a computer longer than most of you have done anything. Okay? So especially for the young guys. I know some of you old guys could keep up with me on the sitting time. I used to be 193 pounds and I was 5'6". Oh yeah, I was fat, bro. I was like, you know, I was just out of shape. It's very, very bad. It's painful, man. Painful. Now bench 215, man. Now they can't. Oh, look at y'all. Don't get me started. Let's go, baby. Damn, George, you're 5'6". George is huge. Damn, man. Wait, 210? Yeah, but you're just all muscle, bro. You're just built. Just an animal. 6'5", 140 at 6'5"? That's crazy. Let's go, man. Same height. There you go. Shout out my 5'6" people. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it moving, man. I'm telling you, just got to watch what you eat. Start working out, man. So built, I go to the vet instead of the doctor. 5'6", 200. Yeah, that's what I was like, bro. Let's go. You got to take care of yourself. It's going to start messing up your back. Light work, baby. Let's go. Whew. Whew. That blood pumping, baby. You want to be my security guard? You could work something out. Are you licensed to carry a firearm? And I just took my sweater off. That's switch flipping, baby. We in the game. And want to throw people for me. I'm not even like that, though. I don't even have. I know, we just nice, bro. It's not, I don't even need security. I got love, baby. That's it. I just show love. I don't even want to throw anybody. I want to hug them. Can we do that? You give me my security guard. And anybody tries to do anything, we just hug the shit out of them. That's it. Say $6,000 car loan, 4.4 over 60 months. Nah, not a bad deal. Could be a lot higher. Still want some hug somebody in restraint. See, man. Don't make my security guard hug you, bro. He'll hug the shit out you. Better watch out. We ain't playing around. Maybe I hide my face because I'm being followed by the cartel. Damn, that was good. You cracked the code. Now to find a car. Mr. Swole. I'm not even as swole as I used to be. I gotta start getting back in the gym more. I've not been going as much. How's the real estate markets? I have a 3.5 is good. A lot of people are like 4.7 now. I've been seeing some high rates. Even the property, since I'm getting I'm doing a lower down payment loan on the one I want to get, they want to charge me like 5.6, bro. Did I hurt my shoulders? Yeah, I did. It was with the posture, and then I just sick in general. The pneumonia killed me. I had my first run-in with Wuhan a few months ago. I was the first American to deal with Wuhan, if you remember back in the day. Cold summer meetup, if the Wuhan's gone right there. Should hit the gym for them. I know we should. We should just do the meetup at a gym. I didn't think about that. It's a good idea. I should have just looked for gyms to rent out. That's a genius idea now. I was second. Yeah, man, we got it. It was crazy. But bad credit. Had to. I mean, the rates, it's cool if you got a decent rate. Like if you pay a little higher on the rate. But it's wild. I mean, it's just wild considering that, a few years ago, like in 2015, 2016, 2017 even, you were able to secure some low-ass rates. It's kind of crazy seeing even what bonds and all that are doing, how they're even priced how they are now. It's kind of wild. I don't want to get sick only when Josh is sick. That would be crazy. We're linked. Just got over straight. It's around there, man. It's out there. The YMCA rental. You just right. I'll give you $20 for a pint of my blood. Nah, man. I don't sell blood like that. I like my blood. Cold basketball game. I'll cook all y'all. Nah, man. Just give me somebody in the post. Give me one shooter. You know what I do? I pass the ball, baby. That's it. I just dribble around you. I just bounce pass. Ooh, no look. Ooh. You don't want it, man. You don't want it. And right there, I was able to more than my house payment continue building. Or I email about a property, tradeofjourney@gmail.com or coltrealestate@gmail.com. That could work as well, too. Well, a basketball tournament, SPCE. All that talk today for this thing, and it's already coming back down. Come on, Virgin Galactic. I haven't even looked at this chart, bro. That's why everyone likes it. Look at this thing. That's beautiful. But this is just not my type of company. I know y'all like it. We could watch it if you like. That's for y'all. If you like it, you do your thing on it. It's like me and Tesla. You guys know what I stick to. I'll take some things, but I stay away from it. That's it. Just like the Elon. I don't bet against him. I won't play him. That's it. What's going on in that property you had on your Instagram? Well, I'm looking to get I was looking to buy a property, but then I talked with this developer, and they showed me some properties very similar that they said that they could build brand new for me. So they showed me one, and that was a lot that I could have got right there. I could take that property and then change it. So I'm trying to decide. I'm going to find out hopefully by today. Baba was decent, but then Baba's just going to react to some of the China stuff. Oh, not some of it, a lot of it, but it's kind of in that own little range. Even comparing it to the SPY, it's diverged a little bit. Baba, I probably come to a little later. I want that to play out. I can't believe the Abivai drip. Do you guys realize how beautiful that is now? We finally, everything else is now that's it. Everything else is just growth stocks. Oh, it's so beautiful. We got that drip, baby. We got that drip. And then these are free shares too. Remember, we have 11 free shares of Snapchat through selling premium. That's pretty good too if you think about it. 11 free shares of Snap. I'll take it. And then Apple's just holding the moves from today. Does debt to income ratio have a lot to do with your first investment property? Yes, but it depends on what that's dependent on how much you'll qualify for, not necessarily your interest rate. You got half a share from Drip. Oh, so you're sitting on like 50 shares then, huh? Super college shit? Nah, man. Architecture, that sounds dope. I wish I was in college. What's the best way to get in real estate with 30K plus? Oh, it's easy to get in real estate with 30K plus. I mean, to get your own rent. I mean, there's even a calculation. So I saw it. Like, you could pretty much get, the Abivai. Like, I was even looking at it because I was even thinking, I was like, well, if I buy this rental I want to get, it's going to cost me like $50,000 down. And then I'll have to pay the mortgage on it. But then I was like, what if I just put, I'm trying to see the tax implications. I was like, if I just put $50,000 or $40,000 into IRM, or Abivai, if you put 33,000 into IRM, it would net you like $700 a month. If you put 44,000 into Abivai, it would net you about $700 a month too. So it's decent, but you could get a rental property with you could go a little cheaper, get like a $300,000 rental property, or you could get like five $50,000 rental properties, and do your thing on it. But it's easy to get into real estate with that much. That's just you're going to be your down payment. Then the question is, do you want more stability? Do you want more yield? Are you looking for real estate growth? You can also do a house flip too. That's a little bit more riskier, and it's a different time scale to profit. But you could do, picking up a rental property. It's like picking up a big long-term hold position. Did I enter Redfin, Spot, and Snap? Yeah, we entered in Spotify, Snapchat, Redfin. I've been holding Redfin for like 3 years. Can I get a rental if I get demoted to part-time? Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is the new thing, bro. They're bringing back stated income loans. Like, it's actually back. Like, that's what's crazy. So if you have 12 months of bank statements, you could get a loan for 10% down. As long as you have 12 months of bank statements, they're going to factor in what to qualify you for on the average of your bank statements. So it's crazy. So even if you did get demoted or not, I mean, whatever, they're just going to look at your average 12-month banks statement. So if you're bringing in your deposits, if your 12 months they're going to use that as your debt to income is pretty much your deposits. So, I mean, it's pretty good, but it's a higher interest rate. It's a little risky there, but I mean, it still makes it very, very accessible for a lot of people now. President says there's a chance we make it. Is he live? I know commercial loans with no doc, 20% interest is high. Yeah, that's 20%. That's why some of the stated incomes are higher, but I mean, 10% down on stated income it's pretty wild, honestly. I know you're all over the place. We don't have Pennsylvania. I think we have a little bit there, but no Ohio. We've looked into Ohio. Subprime lender for 10 years. Best job and income I ever made. Yeah, it's great to be on the mortgage side. Stay away from interest only. I miss the days. 100% stated loan. Mm-hmm. I went through high school and seen the manager side. Seems decently low maintenance. Takes a lot to build a nice empire. Yeah, that's why mobile homes are one of the best, because that's why most people, they got their big ass property on there, and then they're forced to, pay the land lease. But it's good. It's just those are usually have low cap rates because people charge so much for them to sell them. You either have to build your own, or you gotta be able to acquire one with some work right now. Trump's live. You guys want to hear it? Let's see what we're working with. He's heading to California? Oh. Come on. He's gone. If you made $5K in the market, then you lose $5K in the same year. You had to pay taxes. Not if assuming you didn't double or triple dip in a weird. It all depends how the order is, like first in, last out type stuff, or if you traded the same asset multiple times. But if you have a good CPA, they could make it. If you can't. It's simple as that. You made the money, but you lost it. You didn't make anything. So. But sometimes how it gets reflected, like with the washes and all that. But you could have someone who could clean it up. And kids, I also want to give them easier to start in the future. What do you recommend? What do you want to do? Do you want to move, get a house, or what? How do you know whether or not you have a good CPA? They tell you a lot of stuff can't be done. That's usually a bad CPA, because usually there's a way to do everything. It's just a matter of you tell them what you're looking for, and pretty much a CPA who doesn't give you many solutions. I think that's the best way to do it. If you're dealing with a CPA who says you can't, or you can't do this, anything could be done when it comes to taxes. The question is, is it, what level does it reach? Is it borderline acceptable? Is it unacceptable? Will it increases your chance of an audit? Is it just flat out wrong? Stuff like that. But usually a good CPA will have multiple options for you. That's the best advice I could give towards that. To have to pay taxes, I think anything above like $3,000. I had to file on a 60-cent dividend. Anyone not reporting their crypto this year? I'm kind of scared I'll get clapped. Where did you have it stored? Have you sold it yet? Have you sold and actually collected any profits from crypto? And be careful. That's what the IRS has been doing with a lot of people at crypto. They don't know what everybody has and holds. That's something they were doing a lot last year. They're just sending letters. They're just sending letters to people saying you have to pay this or you'll get in trouble. But they don't know how much you have usually. Hopefully you guys understand that's what taxes are. We've talked about this a while. Again, anything tax related, always recommend that you guys consult with a professional on this, just because, and always pay your taxes. It's good to have a tax strategy so that you don't, mess up your shit. And then that exactly what to do. But it's a self-reporting system. Exactly. That's what you guys got to realize with taxes. It's your job. You know what you make. They don't know what you make. You're just pretty much saying, this is how much I make. This is how much I spent. So this is, what I came in with net or negative, and then you pay taxes on that. It's self-reporting. The only time there's an issue is when, they'll come back over there and they'll say, well, we think this is wrong. We think you made more money, or we think you should actually be paying, you wrote off this wrong. That's where they audit you, So if Coinbase didn't send you a 1099, theoretically, it may not exist, or it may not, that information of what you're holding may not be aware. But again, here's the thing. I think you always have 2 years. So you could take 2 years to report certain, for a certain year. So you could have time to get everything situated and see how it plays out. Ask your CPA what 2 + 2 equals. A good CPA will respond with, what do you want it to equal? Actually. I like STX. STX isn't bad. NVIDIA. You love the NVIDIA. I'm in my last semester of college. I want to get started when I get a full-time job. Start right away. This is what I've been telling people. I said everybody in the next 24 months should set that goal to get a rental. But I want to start looking for cheap properties that could use a little, that we could even save money on the capital expenditure. and if we could bring them up to value. But you could get rental properties for $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 to $100,000, cheap payments and everything. I mean, I think it's just like, I was even looking, I was like, man, I got like 5,000 in those Snapchats, another 3,000 in Abivai. Like, those are just small little rentals at the end of the day. We're on the losses. There you go, baby. Getting our first property in a different state. It's good. I mean, if it's your first one, I mean, it may be better. I mean, your first rental property, you can't do it. It's always good to get a property that you could kind of be a little bit more hands-on with, just so you could get used to it, or if anything comes up, it's not, it's not going to cost you money for travel, or that you know people around there to get stuff done. Where do you find those? Everywhere. I mean, dude, you go Texas, Ohio, North Carolina, Indiana, Arizona, some shitty places in California. Saw their added T-shares. I'm still waiting. I said, I still, isn't that, remember I did, after I didn't get more Abivai, like I'm still sitting on like $2,500 of cash, surprisingly. I mean, we haven't really used any of this stuff, so I'm just holding some of this money here, waiting. That's why I was like, well, I think I'm going to wait towards, I think coming into March, I think we're going to get a opportunity with the market towards, again, just seeing how dividends and value stocks have been rotated. Property and all the disclosures. Yeah, of course. Send it to coltrealestate@gmail.com too. So then lending tips will take a look at that. I got a letter saying I could take out an equity loan. Be careful with those letters. Sometimes it's just automated. I mean, you could take out the equity, but that's still going to raise your payment. So then whatever you do with the other house, it's either going to add another payment, or you could buy the other one cash. But it's good. I mean, if you have that available, it won't hurt you to wait a little bit on that. I'm sure he's busy. Come on, go to the live stream. Go to the real estate live stream, and then just rebuke him. Get him on there, man. NBA now faced $4 million loss since the Houston. I think it could have an issue. I think there's just bigger stuff. I think there's bigger stuff dealing with China that'll have an effect, but NBA is not publicly traded. Abivai, pronounced Abivai, not Abivai. Yeah, I know. I said that. Abivai. ABBV, Abivai stock. Great company. They own some allergen. I like them. I still look at the prayer requests? Of course. Every weekend, baby. Every time. It's so crazy. A lot of people don't know how to say Abivai, so don't trip. I pronounce it wrong. Abivai. It's Abivai. I mean, I think we're all saying it the same. I don't know. Maybe it just comes out differently. Maybe you guys should refresh the stream. You might hear it. Abivai. Abivai. Yeah, Abivai. Yeah, Abivai. Yeah. Abivai. Yeah. It's crazy. Trump pardons Michael Milken? No way. Bro, the junk bond king. He's out in Beverly Hills, bro. Last week, Abivai was pronounced money. Abivai. Yeah. Do we do covered calls? Yeah. We do a lot on Snapchat. That's because then that's the one we have a couple hundred shares in. So we do it mainly on the Snapchat. That's why we want to build up some positions. The more, the better. Coming up in the next couple weeks. Depends on earnings. I mean, this week we only got like Domino's and a few others. I still like NVIDIA. That's why we made another play on NVIDIA today. I'm waiting for that continuation in that breakout. But, you say tomato, I say tomato. You say tomato, I say tomato, 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 tomato. You say Abby, I say Abivai. You say Abby, I say Abivai, Abby, Abivai, Abby, Abivai. Boom, boom. All right. But it's the 11 at 11 time, baby. Okay? It's 11 at 11. I hope you guys are ready. So, make sure you guys are subscribed. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you don't know, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. If you're on mobile, press hi chat, X out the chat, smash that like button. Make sure you're subscribed with the bell so you don't miss it when we go live. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Any plays, if you miss anything, that's where you want to be. We got almost 1,000 videos on that channel, tutorials, everything, a lot of tutorials in the description. So be there. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And that's it, man. It's 11 at 11. So follow me on Instagram. Come here, 6th link down. You will see my Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. You'll see my beautiful thumb. Used to be a former hand model. If you guys need to book that, you need to model any jewelry, cars, anything, that's good. I'm retired, but we still be willing to work for the right fee. But follow me on Instagram. You got to follow me so I see your message, and then you DM me your phone number, and then I'm going to pick somebody, and then we're going to get on a phone call, and we can talk about anything. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. You got boy problems, girl problems, car problems, stock problems, real estate problems, maybe no problems at all, and you just want to talk. That's what you got to do, baby. So let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Get in there. DM me your number. Let's get the 11 at 11. I have a carbo beverage, but I got a little bit of heartburn. I don't know if I'm gonna actually run it, but I'm going to get some water. I will stretch a little bit. I love Space Cool. We love you, baby. We love you. Oh. Oh, man. Central heating problems. Okay, that could be one. I mean, DM the number. Okay, let's see. Did I get my phone numbers sent? Y'all sent me your phone numbers. We will see. So DM me those numbers. Just sub, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I'll be right back. I ain't talking era of the drugs. A lot of people hating. I just show them love. Expedio is dropping. That shit was chilling way above. But I still got March, so that play is never done. Thank you. Uncle Questions, a.k.a. Lending Tips. Been consistent with the cold calling streams. It's dope, right? It's been cool to see him on there. I made him get a new computer, though, so he stopped streaming with that potato. So we need Cult Fitness. Yeah, you should see Lending Tips in the gym, bro. He's good. He couldn't beat me at pull-ups, though. Last time we ran it. We did a competition. He beat me at bench press. We saw who could do the most 135, one plate on each side. He beat me on that, but I beat him on pull-ups. That's it, baby. On body weight. That's it. He has like 100 pounds on me. But it's 11 out of 11. Let me get my carbo, actually. Yeah, he did. I think he got like 50 something on it on the 135s, and I did like 42. And then the pull-ups, I think I had like 27, and he had like 19. Now that's when I was at my prime. I could maybe bust out 15 or 20 now. I used to do so good at pull-ups with my shit, though. I love the pull-ups. The body weight, bro. Yeah, bro, I was light. Bro, I was benching 215, and I weighed like 135. Yeah, bro, we have it on video. I have a video of it. Don't worry, I just got to blur up my face. That'll be the first video for Cult Fitness. That was like 6 months ago, though. I'm telling you, I'm out of shape. It sucks. I'm like sad. And I have long arms. I'm short, but I have long arms. Like, I'm 5'6", but my wingspan is like 5'10", 5'11". I got monkey arms, bro. That's why. So, like, even when I stand up straight, it's there. I know. That's what Lending Tips kept saying. He said, I'm lying. He said, quit capping. You can't do that. I was like, run it. I said, we made a bet, but we broke even. He thought he beat me on both. Gotta make Cult Fitness super gimmicky. Sign up for Cult Fitness, lose all of your weight. Get swole, buy the workout plan. Meal prep, workout, pull. Yes, I have a few I want Altria. I think Altria is the next long term I want, or more AT&T. Act now, only 5 payments of $5.99 will make sure you do more push-ups every hour than you've ever done in your whole life. Cult Fitness. Join a cult, get swole. Act now, limited time only, shipping and handling, not including option trading, extremely risky. You can't lose all done with your financial investment. Please consult for financial advice or educational purpose only. Thanks to new Cult Fitness, it's just crazy what I've been able to do. I mean, a lot of people used to doubt me. You know, I sit at the computer 7 hours a day. Now, I'm doing 70 push-ups an hour. It's crazy.
I love Cult Fitness. Before, I was just on Sesame Street. And now, I'll fucking lift as much weight as possible. Now, nobody wants to smoke. I told Grouch, sit your ass down. None of your fucking negativity. Yeah. Now I can ride any pony.
Cult Fitness. In my country, you don't do fitness, you do cult. I don't know how these make sense, but ever since I've joined, it's like Krav Maga. I've learned so many new things. What one push-up every hour is done for me. At first, I couldn't even push up. Now, me and the world battle. Cult Fitness. Okay. It is time for the 11 at 11. So everybody, please sit your ass down right now. Get comfortable. Crack open a carbonated beverage. Go get you some water. Get whatever you need, baby, okay? Whatever you need to relax, enjoy it, because this is one of our favorite times of the day. We get to call and contact people from the cult. You know, ET phone home, Chad phone home. We get to see who's really out there. We get to talk with our fellow cult members. It's always beautiful. So I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. Again, literally one of my favorite moments. So let's have some fun and enjoy it. Please be positive and respectful. Hopefully you never have to get up in front of how many people do we got on here? We got 1460 on here. Hopefully you never have to get in front of that many people and you get heckled or anything of that nature. That's never good. So just show some love. You don't like it, that's fine. You don't need to respond to it. Please be careful of what you say. I would hate to ban any of you guys. Just enjoy it. You disagree. You don't like someone. That's fine. Again, no one's gonna be perfect. That's not what we're expecting. We just hope that there's something that you could learn from it, and I just thoroughly enjoy it as well too. So let's do that. Whoever I call, please mute me in the background. And if you have sent in your number, if you have not been selected, I think it's just the timing will happen. Please send in your number again. We appreciate all of you guys sending in your number and appreciate all of you guys, just being straight up positive and respectful towards people calling in and making the 11 at 11 so beautiful. So thank you guys for holding it down and supporting in all fashions. The cult really does appreciate you guys, and I'm sure everybody who calls in appreciates it. There's so much to learn, baby. I love it. So let's get into it. Do not miss your chance to blow. You get one shot. So our caller today. Wait, what the hell? Said I had in the video order. That's right. But yes, baby. It's game time. Trick Daddy, baby. That's our caller here. Mr. Trick Daddy AZ. Please get ready. Please get prepared. What? That's weird. It just said my order was executed. Did it execute me on another NVIDIA? Hold on. No, okay. It's just glitching out. That's weird. But yes, Trick Daddy AZ, baby. You on, man. Do not miss your chance to blow. I hope you're ready. And there's that phone number. I just had it written down here. It disappeared. Damn it. I had his number written down and I pressed the button. Excuse me. You ever stock called AGRX? Have you heard of a stock called Abivi? That's the only 8 stock I know of. I rebuke every other stock. I'm just kidding. I've never heard of AGRX. I feel like I have actually, but I haven't looked into it. So, Mr. Trick Daddy, you're up, baby. Making that run up. Boop boop. Beep boop boop. Boop 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 boop. Beep. 11 at 11. Starring the Colt and Chad. Let's go, baby. Run it up. What's going on, boss? How are you?
Crazy. Oh, man. I just had to get out of my cubicle because it's dead quiet over there, so I'm moving to the garage so I can kind of move.
You just walked out? You walked out on a client, bro?
No, in a cubicle.
Oh, I thought you just said you had a client in there. I was like, damn, okay. I was like, shit, bro. I was like, you could go back. I'll call later or something, man. That's dedication. I like it.
Yeah, I'd probably drop the client too, man. I've been trying to get on this phone call for a minute.
Hey, man, and now is the right time. Right here, right now. For some reason, it happened today. So, well, oh, wait, hold on. Actually, hold on. Wrong time. The Postmate just got here. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
All right.
Please hold, everybody. Please hold while we connect your call. We got to go get that. Please give me 1 minute here. Oh, hold on. Okay. We're back. Apologies. How are you?
Good, man. How about you?
Can't complain. I'm bad. I mean, I'm really excited. The market's back open. That 1 day layover was obnoxious. I couldn't take it too long.
Yeah.
But we're back, baby. What about you, man? So you've heard these calls before. You know how it works?
Yeah, I've been following since June, July.
Oh, that's a good time to start following from there. There you go, baby. Well, appreciate you. I like that. That's what I'm talking about. So break it down, man. Tell us about yourself. Who are you? Where you from? How old you are? What got you into trading? And then, best of all, what made you decide to join a cult? And what are we going to talk about today?
Well, so basically, I'm from Tempe, Arizona. 34 years old. That's why, man, I can't, like, when I see these guys that are 18 just getting started, it's like, it's so crazy.
So they're lucky, bro. They're lucky, man. I hope they use it. Some of them don't get it yet. They don't get it yet, but in 10 years they will.
Well, I got a good story because I've always been interested in the stock market, and then I started as an econ major, and I just wasn't cut out for that kind of work. But I like the stock market, you know. I like just being a part of something that moves the world, you know. I was 18, like 2003. They didn't have anything. Like, you're pretty much on your own back then if you're going to do the stock market. And then, like, I'd never even heard of options or anything. So anyways, I'm in public health now, and that's not, it pays decent, but, you know, being middle-aged, I have kids and a family and everything. I'm kind of like, do you remember that guy T-Mac being interviewed?
The guy who?
T-Mac.
T-Mac?
Yeah, I think that was his name.
Or
anyways.
What, P-Mac?
Yeah.
I the YOLO guy, right?
I think so. But anyways, his whole thing was like he didn't want to talk about real estate or anything because he's like, man, I just want to talk about options. I don't have time for long term and this and that. And I was like, man, I kind of feel that way, but I believe in long term. I'll get to that though. But that's my story is like I basically got into the stock market because I wanted to make some extra cash. And a good story though is that right when I was thinking about it, I had a friend that was on he had Robinhood and he had it on his phone. He's like, and he's always trying to do like some side hustles like with like what are they, the juices and all that stuff. He's telling me that he had $200 and he started back like in April last year. And he turned that $200 into $800, and he's showing me on his phone that he does Robin. I was like, what? Like that, my mind was blown because I never heard of that before, and I've always been interested in it, you know. And then on the same team that was on, I was talking to my supervisor, and she told me about how, and this is a long term right here for everybody that's listening. She's the same age as me, and when she was like 16, 17, she'd been working since she was that young, and she saved up $3,000 and threw it into case quiz. And she was like, I had no idea what I was doing. I just picked whatever, like what I like, and I invested $3,000 into it. And now today, she said she has more money than she knows what to do with. She didn't tell me exactly how much, but she said she could live on $40,000 for multiple years if she had to. And I was like, that's crazy. It's just off of $3,000. She put that in back in like 2002, 2003, right? And now she has like a nest egg. So I'm like, all the guys that are like 18 right now, if you guys have that kind of money and you put it in and sit on it, by the time you're my age, man, like you'll be halfway to $1 million if you're not a millionaire.
Amen.
So like what you say on that end, man, I'm like, I'm middle aged, but I still like 20 years is gonna pass me anyway. So I want to do a long term. But anyways, I just have this money that I want to figure out how to use it and without giving it away. But anyway, so at the same time too, I had another friend he's like really big into silver and all this, and he was going over like how he invests in petroleum, and all these people are on the same team. I was like, you know what, that's it. I'm just gonna start looking it up, and I'll download Robinhood. And then I came across your page, man. I've just been listening to it ever since. Like that was like since July.
Hell yeah. I mean, you're lucky though, getting surrounded by people like that, even at your work and getting exposed to that. So even then, I guess before these people, when you started hearing that, did you not have any other experience with the stock market? You had no idea about it, or what was that like before even talk? Like, how did you view the market before these people started talking to you?
I really didn't. I mean, I just know, buy low, sell high. That's really all I knew. And watching your page though, kind of learned, or like I learned my way around the stock market. Like, because I remember watching you live and you guys were talking about SPY. I'm like, what the fuck is SPY? And then I looked up SPY, and then you're talking about TLT. I'm like, what is TLT? And then I look up TLT. I'm like, oh, okay, bonds. So we got SPY, bonds, the VIX, like all those things right there. And then looking at the stocks that you traded, I was like, oh, okay, like he's messing with, for the most part, large cap stocks. And then that's kind of where I started. I just started watching what you did, and I have money that I invest directly in sometimes, but part of my strategy kind of came from like what you do is those large cap stocks are more reliable. I mean, if you have enough money to do it, like I've made some money, like especially on Tesla, but I still feel like it's gambling. I'd rather do something more safe. But and also another thing though, like with having the money, like with you, and you said if you keep putting money into your account, like you'll grow your account. And for me, that's kind of been a thing too. Like I spend my money according to my balance, right? And I eventually hit something. But if you start with a little bit of money and then you manage your plays way different, and then you're not going to hit anything. So that's kind of another thing that I learned. But really, so what I want to do is just accelerate my growth and figure out what to do safely. Because right now, I work for the government, so I have a state retirement going, and they do about, like 12% a paycheck.
Oh wow!
And then they match 12%. Yeah. So a long-term thing for me. Like I'm down for it, but I wanted to see if there's other ways that I can go about generating like an income. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah. So it seems like you're in an interesting spot because it seems like you recognize the safety of the long term, and it seems like there's some, I guess, I don't know if it's priority or at least you value the safety, because I like what you said. It's just that you don't want to give the money away, but at the same time, you don't want to be, given your job and climate situation you have with the retirement, you kind of already have a good long-term situation that's there. So you kind of, I guess we're kind of shooting for something in the middle. Is that fair to say?
I'd say so, yeah. And really, and I'm just kind of stuck between, doing something that would take longer to I guess pan out, because I remember you talking about like a mobile home or something like that, and I was like, no, that's something that I have money for, but I don't know how much more risky it is than getting another house. I don't think I'm in a position to buy another house, but I think that just might be a confidence thing too. But where would be, like, when would I start to see profits? Say if I bought a mobile home or a home, right? Because I'd be renting it out to people, but then that rent that I would collect would go straight towards paying what I actually owe, right?
Yeah, so, and then that would depend on a few factors. That would depend on the price of the property, how much money you put down, and then how much money you put down will really affect the payment, the interest, and all the other fees. But the good part is, for most, if you're doing anywhere 10% or more, or if you get the property at a good enough price, you'll be profiting almost instantly. And those exist a lot. Like that's the one, the example, and especially you're in Arizona. So you have a lot of places you could probably pull this off in, where if you get a cheaper home, if you could find like a condo, $100,000, $150,000, that'll be like maybe 10% down. That'd be like $15,000 down. Maybe even if we could get a cheaper one. But the point would be now, if you rent that out for like $1,000 a month, the mortgage payment should be on that property like $600 to $700. So you'll be making $300 profit a month. And again, now, that doesn't seem like a lot. And now this is where I guess we're going to have to, this is the battle. And this is where I'd even ask you now, is there really a need for anything quick? Because you said how long it would take to pan out. I mean, what is the, I guess, what's the rush for? Is there anything we need to do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, just providing, keeping up with bills. I mean, we do okay, but I want to be able to do better than what I'm doing now. And I think in time I will as my career develops. But in the moment, I have the energy and I think I have the means.
Amen. No, I think you do. And now that's kind of it. It's just like pretty much, if this was the case, I would go towards, we want safety. Because the key is if you have income coming in, and that's what you need to keep, even richest man in Babylon, income is what keeps the purse full. That's what brings you in wealth, and it's really now what you do with it. So if you could be okay for another year or another 2 years, then everything will start rolling in pretty much from there. Because pretty much now you could make a couple $100 a month, but it won't be too much. But the real benefit comes now where, you're making a couple $100 a month on that property after about 1 or 2 years. If you're making let's say $300 let's say you're making $400 a month net off of that property, after a year, that's $4,800. Then after 2 years, if you put 15 grand down, after 3 years now you got all that money back. You've paid down the mortgage, but now that property's still just going to keep doing what it's doing. You see what I'm saying? It's same thing even with stocks. Yeah. So you could even take now, literally, you could go, that's where stocks is good, because now real estate, you're going to put that money in. This is the dilemma, because you put the money down and you'll get a nice asset. It'll be something that, it'll hold its value. It'll be easy to leverage, easier to get a loan, because, you're going to come to a bank with 10, 15,000, and then you're going to walk away with the money-making potential on an asset worth hundreds of thousands, right? So that's the beautiful part. But now let's say you went to stocks, because the real estate has a mortgage payment, it's going to have maintenance, and it's going to have taxes as well too. But now let's say even in the sense of not really a retirement, but in the long-term sense, you could go buy this is what I'm facing with now, because I'm trying to figure out which one I should do. It's either do I get another rental property, but again, prices are high. The fact is I go put money down, then I have to take on another obligation to pay it, still got to rent it out and do that. Or, you could go put let's say you put the same 100 grand down payment, 10, 15 grand. If you went and put that into ABVI or IRM would probably be a little bit more safer, because ABVI could realistically drop 20, 30%. But that doesn't matter, because as long as that's what I'm saying, both real estate or stocks, whatever you do, it's going to give, to see it's kind of like getting the first 2 steps set up, because after that first year or two, if you hold it in there long enough, it'll create a buffer. So even if it goes down, as long as you plan to not touch that money, it will go back up, and you could do something with that. But the idea is, even if you put, let's say 12, 15 grand into ABVI at 5%, you would make, you'd be walking away with $300 net profit a month too. So it's kind of the same thing. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But then the best part is the stock could appreciate, but that's where now what people don't like is that the stock could also depreciate. It could lose value. It's not going to have the same guarantee that real estate would offer with that. So it's finding that balance.
Right. And I think really what I want is just a residual income. And so I would be patient and let property pad out for me over time. And what I really don't want to do is I don't want to be 45 and not have anything or be in the same spot, you know what I mean? So I definitely, I'm into investing into growth stocks, even though I'm not doing it right now yet. But I think if I just picked 5 or 10 and I just kind of kept throwing money at that over the long term, I think I want that to be part of my game plan.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and now, so are you holding any dividends or growth right now, or you still naked on that?
Not right now.
Oh, yeah.
I just got this money 2 months ago, so I haven't done anything just because I don't want it. I want it to be the right move, you know what I mean? So I'm just kind of. But I've been doing the options, and I've been hitting those options with you guys. So for me, and then this whole world is kind of opened up now, where you're talking about selling your own options or your own calls on your stocks? How does that work?
Oh yeah, that's covered. See, that's the beauty of it. That's the covered calls and the covered puts. That's how you could even get a ghetto dividend.
Oh, okay. Can I ask you this then? Because I get so confused when I start reading about this. What is a naked call or put?
So a naked call is when, let's say again, if you bought, like when we buy a call, let's say we bought NVIDIA, right? Let's say we bought those 320 calls, right? We don't own the stock and we bought the contract. We just bought it by itself. Or now let's say we were going to short it. So let's say we were selling premium. And then if I just shorted the contract, but I didn't own the stock itself, that would be uncovered. It means it's naked. So whereas if it was covered now, you could, let's say you could buy the stock and then you short the shares, that would be covered. So here's an example. This is what I did. This is what I do with my Snapchat position. So, and even then, since we've built this Snapchat position around, like I would say December, I bought in, $5,000 worth of Snapchat, but I've gotten 11 shares for free by doing this because I own 300 shares. So what I could do now is if I shorted a contract, I would go to that's what I did a few months ago when Snapchat was at like $16. I sold a February contract, a $20 call. So I agreed to sell somebody 100 shares of Snapchat at $20 a pop by February 21st. And they paid me about $40 a contract. So the fact is, if you didn't own the shares, you could still short that contract. You could short that contract and collect the $40. If the contract expires worthless, you keep the money. If it doesn't, you would have to pay the difference between whatever the contract's worth and whatever you collected. Are you with me?
Yeah, sort of. I'm gonna have to replay this one.
Okay. Well, what are you missing? What are you not following with so far?
So I don't, and I think this kind of ties into, I guess, options in general. Right, so I guess maybe I'll have to start there because I'm the kind of person where if I don't if something doesn't make sense, and it's like nothing will make sense.
No, I feel you. That's not just you, man. That's I feel you. That's why I'm so bad at math. Yeah. Honestly, I feel that's why.
And it's not that. Yeah, it's not that I'm bad at math. I'm actually pretty good at it. But it's like the best example I could give is if I was younger, right? You try to show me 1 + 1 = 2, right? And you had 2 balls. It wouldn't make any sense to me because I'm why? Who cares? But if you gave me 2 pieces of candy and take one from me, right? Then that math process, I understand that. But with options, I don't understand why. How is it even a thing? Who came up with that? I know you explained that it's insurance, and I understand how you can use it as insurance, but how, why, who came up with options? Where does, who benefits from selling the contract? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a great question. And it comes from rationality. It's the fact that, people are, if people can make money at something and it makes sense, they're going to do it. So think about what's happening with the option contract, right? So let's go back to even that call with Snapchat is that, so when you buy an option, you're agreeing to pay somebody for them to agree to sell you the shares at a certain price, right?
Right.
So why would they do that? Because you think about it, you're going up to some guy, and this guy, because that's what I did when I sold the covered calls. So by having it covered, it makes sense here because, well, you're telling me that somebody is going to pay me $40 to sell them 100 shares of the stock I own at a price 40% higher. Do you see? Right. Do you see why it makes sense for me to do it? Because it's, well, hey, if you own the shares, you're like, well, I could guaranteed get a profit on what I own, and they'll pay me money up front. So either way now, if they don't buy the shares at the higher price, I'll still make money on collecting the premium up front. So who does that? Why did this get invented? Because think about how many people own a bunch of stocks in the world. Think about all the banks that are just holding a bunch of assets, right? So they saw this as an opportunity. Well, we could pretty much make deals with people and agree to sell our shares at higher prices, and then we can make a yield on it. We can make money by doing that. And then again, what's the worst case scenario? You give somebody your shares at a higher price, but it should be at a higher price than what you paid for.
Right. So no, and this is what gets me twisted up too, is I could say if I have a contract, right? It's in the money, expiration date, and I sell that contract. Does that mean somebody's actually buying that contract off of me?
Yes.
Even though with no time on it?
Yes, it's either somebody buying it or it's going to be a computer or a bank. And now, why would somebody buy it, even if it's like $1, right? And they'll get filled even if the contract's worthless. So they're buying it, and somebody's willing to buy it usually because they want to close out a position. Do you see that? So imagine now you were on the other side of that and you own this option, or you sold the right to it, and then you needed to close out of it. You'll buy it back even if it's worthless as $1, just to close out the position usually, or eliminate your obligation. That's usually why when you see that. So sometimes it's the banks and the computers will automatically fill those to just balance their books and get rid of certain liability for $1.
Okay, so it's the actual the broker that's buying those contracts for me. They can do that. So
oh yeah,
it's
it's usually the broker, or it could be an individual. But sometimes if you put it in and it automatically gets filled right off the bat, that's either an order that was out there, or the broker and the computer they quickly calculated and said, yeah, that's worth it for us to do this because they need to close out a different position or a different right.
Right. Okay. That the other question I had, that didn't really settle to me until, and that's why I don't play with a lot of money on options right now, because I'm still learning my way. But I bought SLVs like 2 weeks ago, and they appreciated by $100, and I only spent $25. So I'm like, I'll see if maybe SLV keeps going higher, right? And it didn't. So everything went back to what I paid for, like $25, and I was trying to sell it, and it wouldn't sell, and I'm like, what's going on here? But nobody wants to buy that crappy contract at that point because it's so far out of the money. So that makes sense to me that people have to buy it, but then what didn't make sense is how come, so brokers can actually buy these contracts off of us too.
Yes, but it has to just there has to be some level of value. That's where the rationality comes in, right? Where I said the reason why the option market even exists and why orders go through is because it should always be a benefit to both sides. That's why people would be willing to do it. So that's why at some point, though, when the contracts are really far out the money, they'll have value if they have what?
If they have time?
Exactly, because now it makes sense. Well, if there's enough time, even if it's super far out, there's still a possibility. But now when you come towards the day of expiration, if it's super far out the money and there's no real likelihood of that happening, it would make sense for you to sell something worthless and even get $1 back if it's unlikely it's going to happen. But if it doesn't make sense for the other party, it's not going to have value. Nobody will buy it. You see? So that's why if there's a little bit more time, then maybe somebody will take it. That's why when the stock moves and there's time and you're in the position, it goes up in value. But then as days and weeks go by and it stops moving at that same pace, the price slowly comes down and it becomes worthless, because now what are the odds or the likelihood of the stock doing what it says there and then giving some level of worth to that contract we're holding?
Right. Okay, that clears things up for me, because at first I thought it was just this, there's this invisible contract, I buy it, I sell it, and there's money in it. And but now, it has to make sense for somebody else for that contract to come off your hands.
Exactly. That's understanding the value. It's like, why, even think about it. It's like, it's a non-refundable down payment. So this is how, and you even asked, so this will even help you understand why contracts were invented in general. Usually people do this on commodities. They do this on stuff that they need to purchase anyway, but the fact that the commodities could fluctuate a lot. So a good example, they don't, and this this started changing 5 to 7 years ago, but you used to see this a lot in the airline industry. So what is something that every airline needs to purchase every single day? Fuel, exactly. They need fuel to fuel their planes and go up, right? But now you could see the price of gas, the price of fuel, that changes in value, right? So what would they do? They would go to fuel producers and people who made the fuel, or if there was an investor like you who was willing to who saw the value, right? Who said, hey, I could agree to just sell these guys fuel, and I could buy it at this price and then sell it at this price, right? So if you were willing to take the difference, or now if you were really good at forecasting what the price of fuel would be, you would probably be more willing to take this bet. But what they would do now as a protection, let's say the price of fuel, jet fuel is trading, bear with me, $50 a gallon, right? Or whatever, I don't fucking know, $50 a barrel, right? And they say, well, we need to buy a lot of fuel, but as an airline, if the price of fuel jumps or goes too low, if it jumps up too high, that would kill their business. It would lower their profits. But then if it got too low, they would benefit off of it. But, it's kind of dumb for a company that relies on fuel to be at the mercy of the price of fuel, because that would, how can you give accurate earnings guidance? You know what I'm saying? Because you'd be like, well, yeah, we might make this much. It just depends on the price of gas. So what they would do now is they would make a deal, and they would say, hey, you agree to sell us, 1 million gallons at $50 a barrel, right? And we'll pay you, if it would cost us, let's say $50 million for that fuel, we'll pay you, $1 million up front. Okay? And this is how it works. They say, we'll give you $1 million up front, and you agree to sell us all the fuel we need at this price. Somebody says, okay, I'll do that deal. They collect $1 million, and then now if the price of gas is below $50, what's the airline company going to do?
The price is below $50?
Yeah, so let's say now instead of, that quarter goes by, they have an agreement to buy their fuel at $50, but they paid $1 million. It's an option, so they're not required to. But if it does go to 50 or higher, they're good. So if oil goes down to 40, that's a 20% difference, right? So what's 20% of 50 million is going to be like $10 million. So guess what? If it drops like that, they just saved $20 million. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But then they paid $1 million for the contract, so they really saved $19 million. So what do? They'll go let that contract expire, let that guy keep the $1 million, and then they'll just go buy the gasoline at a lower price. And then on the and then on the reverse, let's say shit happens in Iran or whatever, the gas prices go up to $60. So now it would have cost them an additional $20 million, but instead now they bought that one contract for $1 million. So by spending that $1 million that they could have lost, it ended up saving them $19 million when the gas price went up.
Right.
So do you see, this is why contracts are used. So it's saying now this is how even, again, whether if you own the shares, so if you already own the oil or you own the shares, you could agree to sell it at a certain price, higher or lower, and that could benefit you. But now if you had the plan to acquire the fuel or acquire the stock, you could use the contracts to do it just like that, where you're saying, well, I'll buy it, and then how much I spend for that right, it gives me a buffer. So if the price goes above that, I secure it at a lower price. But then if the price doesn't go above that, I think it'll stay low enough where even if I lose the money on the premium, I'll still be able to buy what I wanted at a way cheaper price.
Right.
And that's contracts.
Right. That makes sense to me now. That was part of my thing, is just understanding. I think understanding that it's a contract like anything else in the world. All that stuff it's starting to make sense to me, but I've actually had to just do it myself and kind of lose money on time. Now I understand when you make some of these moves, I understand that there's if they're out of the money and then there's not there's a lot of time on it, then it's basically dependent on where the price is in the future, and I might not be able to sell some of these contracts. I actually understand time and the value that it puts into contracts. Hey, I have so many things that going through my head. I have another question for you.
Yeah, well, let me even tell you this though. If this is what you're even just seeing, this is the most important part. This is what makes me so good at options. It's I know what I'm buying. And I'm not viewing it as simply a price at a contract. It's understanding what it means in the motivation behind why someone's willing to do this, right? And that you could see that motivation based on the price. That's where a lot of people have issues, is because they're just buying stuff. They think if you buy a call and the stock goes up, you make money. You buy a put, it goes down. No, that's why picking certain strike prices and then balancing it with the right price, it all means something. So if you know what you're buying, that's all I'm doing is like, that's why I love it. Imagine half of the crazy shit I say all the time with stocks, there's always going to be people who disagree with me. When I say literally, Snapchat's up 50% since when I said I like it, imagine how many people say no. It's like if I say I think this is going to do this and people disagree, and now the market's saying, well, oh yeah, okay, kid. I'm like, hey, sell me 100 shares of Snapchat at $20 a share. In the next year, they're like, okay, idiot, like you're gonna pay us to think that this piece of shit's gonna go here. They'll gladly sell it to you. But then if something is brewing in the environment or something changes, that changes the whole underlying play in what you're doing. So
right. That's like, I'm sure you've seen that movie, The Big Short, right?
Yeah, of course. Oh, great movie.
The Austin guys, they basically said the same thing, that people are willing to sell contracts for things that they think are unlikely to happen, and so when they were losing, they didn't lose a lot, but then when they actually hit something, they hit it big, and I kind of feel like your strategy is similar to that. Oh,
it is very similar. This is what I often say. This is why I even give the probabilities and I look at them, because now when I go look at a certain play and I look at the probability, it's out of the money, it's priced cheap, like on earnings. This is part of my strategy, is that some of these plays, the market, they don't expect it to happen. They think it's a 2% probability. But then I'm looking at what I look at. I'm looking at the market. I'm looking at what it did last time, and I'm looking at just kind of the scope of everything. So I'm kind of coming up with my own probability. So the market is saying, if they charge cheap enough, the cheaper they charge, the less likely they think it's going to happen. So if I could find something that the market thinks is a 1% probability, but in my mind, and I could justify it with certain logic and reasoning, that it's probably actually a 10 or 15% probability, I could steal that and I'm making a better play. But then at the same time, that's why I always tell you guys, control the balances, because if the market thinks it's 1%, even if I think it's a 15% probability, it's still a 1 in 10 chance. It's still a shitty play. You still have to account yourself for that risk. But you lose a little if you lose, you make a lot if you win, but it's about that, and it's finding stuff that has more value than the price is quoted. That's even what I do in real estate as well too, is if I find a property, I find a house, and I'm saying, well, I've even stole houses that I don't even need to buy them, knocking on a door or anything. I've seen houses on the market, and if somebody's been asking such a low price for it, I'm saying, well, no, I think they're wrong. I think the price is actually going to go up a lot more. You can make money instantly just by purchasing the property.
Right. And see, that was one of those aha moments that I had, because I was watching your page, and I never hit one of the ones, because I remember listening to all the calls. People were like, yeah, I hit those Disneys or I hit those Expedias. I'm like, man, I want to hit one so bad. And but just using that strategy that you have, I was going through the option chains. I think it was a few weeks ago. Like, remember when the market dropped over the weekend on the Wuhan stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that Friday I got a Monday contract for SPY, and it was, I think SPY was like at 331 at the time, right? And I found a 327 for $27. I was like, man, that seems like a pretty good deal, because what if a few more cases of the coronavirus comes out, right? And everybody's going to lose their shit. And sure enough, there's cases over the weekend, and that $27 turned into like 268. And I just remember looking at that. I keep going through the chain. I can't find anything that cheap that's that close in the price range. But that, for me, that was like my first, like, oh shit, like that. There are deals. You just got to find them. And then sometimes I'll look at other option chains. I'm like, man, that's ridiculous. I would never pay that.
And that exactly. And now it's understanding. Now it's like saying finding the deals. It's just like asking yourself why. That's why I pay so much attention to what's going on with the markets. And then that's why I say you have to know what the market's saying, because at that time, even though the market was dropping, it was at 27 cents because the market, they knew that it had some value because there's still some risk it could go down. But they were charging so little because they're like, it's not going to go down that much. The market thought it was better, but then one day changes of anything now that changed the likelihood of that going in there. That's why now it started going up in value for you, but then the minute it bounces, they'll lose value too. So, now Service Now is up. Nice. But it's just try to always keep yourself in that mind frame of just kind of understanding the other guy, understanding that's why I always say, ask yourself why. That's why sometimes when we play these low contracts, I like out the money contracts, I like cheap contracts, but that you can't get it twisted. If someone's charging a small amount for that contract, it means that it's a low probability. They're willing to do that deal for such little money because they believe it's a real little likelihood of it occurring.
Right. Yeah, that stuff makes 100% sense to me. Another question I have is how does time work with these options? Because I remember last week I was holding those NVIDIAs for earnings, right? And I thought that we're gonna get a run up, but we got a nice run up before the earnings day, but that day it didn't really do anything, at least not for me.
Well, that's what I say. When did you probably bought them a day before earnings?
No, I bought these with you guys on the January 27th.
Oh, then yeah. Oh, you made bank then.
Yeah. I hit those. Yeah, don't get it twisted. But
yes.
The question that I had though is that because they're 221s, right? They have time on them, and I swear, that Thursday in the morning, the contract and the underlying basically mirrored each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I swear, by afternoon, it looked like gravity was holding down my options contract, and the underlying the NVIDIA was actually going up, and I'm like, NVIDIA's going up sometimes, and then my options contract was going sideways. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
How does time work, or the time value? Is there something special about Thursdays in the afternoon, or?
Well, it's
because it really looked like something.
In that case, it had to do with earnings. That one, earnings is a little trickier because what started happening, that's why, too, if you bought it the days before, you already had the run-up. So even if the day before it stopped going up, it's because we were already up 700% before the day of earnings, So when it went up that much, that was pretty much saying, people's expectations started changing. And it makes sense, because, think about when we bought it, on the 27th, right? NVIDIA was at 244, and then coming into earnings, now NVIDIA is at 270. So it's up. It went up $30 in a week, and then now your contract has 2 more weeks left. So it just went up $30 in 1 week, but now there's 2 weeks of time. Do you see how people start to extrapolate what could happen? They're like, well, if it did $30 in 1 week and there's 2 weeks left, it could still move another $30. But then as the stock goes up and up and up, if it's already gone up enough, though, even if the stock keeps going up, but now your contract's further out the money and it has less time, people might not be willing to pay higher and higher, because even then now, if they bought your contracts at a too high of a price, the break-even price wouldn't make sense for them. That means they're pretty much predicting it to go up another 30 or 40%, but that may not happen in 2 weeks. So, but it's a little tricky with earnings, because earnings makes people, they start expecting more just because it is earnings. So that's part of it, though. You have to think yourself, it's like, why do contracts now go up during earnings? Because people know if earnings comes out, it could make a big move on the stock, right? So that's why after earnings, even if it makes a big move, but it doesn't make a big enough move, that's why the day after NVIDIA, even though it went up, we didn't make that much more because we already made it the last 4 days. You see?
Exactly. I remember 2 days before that, it was going, it would hit, I think it hit 270, 272 or something, right? And my contract, one contract was worth, or no, not one, the contract that I had together was worth $700. And I'm like, oh man, 2 more days, this is going to be amazing. And then, after earnings, it wasn't really worth too much more than what it was at its peak.
Mm-hmm. And that's because it went up. Now the earnings went away. So now that's one less reason for people to expect it to go up now. Because now they knew what the unknown happened, earnings. So now they know a little bit more, So now they're like...
Yeah, so is that the computers fixing the prices according to what people are expecting, or what changes?
Both. It's both.
The value on it?
It's both the computer and the people. And the analysts and all the people, because now think about it, that data came out now. So even all of us now, we saw the numbers come in, and now we know how they're going to do, and then that's why the prices will do what they do. But now the question is, it's like, if you were expecting NVIDIA to go up $30 for earnings, and now think about that, how were people expecting it was going to go $30 for earnings? Well, that's what they were paying for the contracts, but now it moved up $30 before earnings. But now that there's no more earnings in play, what other catalyst would draw it up besides just naturally going up? You see what I'm saying? Right. So now the event's gone. It's like, picture right now what's happening with the face masks in China. Do you know what's happening there?
The face mask?
Yeah. So everybody's trying to get these face masks because of the virus. So the face masks are sold out everywhere. There's a reason. There's a catalyst. It's because of this virus spreading and all that. So the prices of face masks have gone up like 10, 20 times, right? So now, let's say the virus goes away. Are people still going to be paying $10, $20 for a $2 face mask?
Absolutely not.
So even if they want it or need it, but now an event that would that would cause the price to go up, that would change something fundamental about the supply and demand of the stock or the face mask in this case, it would go away. So now that's why if that went away, people wouldn't be willing to pay that much. So yes, supply and demand is a catalyst, and it's kind of the same thing with options. So that's what happens is that before earnings, people start demanding the shares, or they start demanding these contracts, and they demand, if anything, they demand insurance because earnings is coming around. So whether you own the stock or you don't own the stock, you're going to look to get insurance to protect yourself from big fluctuations.
Right. So that is time an actual number that's factored into the price of your option, or is it always just, minute by minute, these algorithms and analysts are determining what the price is, you know what I mean?
It's both, but it is mathematical. That's why they have the Black-Scholes model, and it's a calculus formula. And then they'll take it pretty much divides, and it's going over, how much the stock has moved average in a day, a month, a week, a year, by the short-term range of how it's moved in the last week and all that. But then also at the same time, that the actual calculation is based off of the past in mathematics. But then again, if anything comes and changes the price moving, that gets factored in instantly. But then also too now, even if the market, there's a formula for the computer, right? That's what they're looking at. And that's where that's just based off of the statistics of how the stock has moved every single day. But then now, if a bunch of people start buying it, that will change the price as well too. Because now that even though the computer has a base expectation, if people start piling into this and it's not just one person, it's not just 1,000 people, it's when there's a big collective difference, that's what will change the volatility because people are expecting more. And then, well, why would that hold any weight? Because if people are expecting more or they're expecting a bigger fluctuation, they will be willing to pay more and they're putting their money where their mouth is.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. See, I needed that stuff right there to kind of let it sink in. So I do have another question, though, on ETFs, right? This would be like, it's funny, man. I hear you telling everybody about those VIX moments, like the first VIX moment people have. And I was one of those guys, man. I remember looking at TPIX. I'm like, oh, shit. I'm showing my coworkers. I'm like, I'm just going to get in when the market starts going down. I'm going to make $1 million. And I was just looking at it like, man, that's like, I had no idea. But the question that I have now is, say if there was like a market, the market was selling off hard, right? Oh, and my first real VIX moment, too, was that Black Monday in August. I was watching your stream live, and I only had like $300 in my account, and I didn't even know about options at that point. I was just watching your page, and I got you put me onto the VIX, so I'm like looking at the 2 times leverage VIX, and I went all in, and the market just went down all day, and I just watched my account. I made $100, but for me at the time, I was like, damn, this is crazy. Like I thought I was a serious trader at that point. And then the next day, I guess the market bounced back up just as quick, and I was actually under $19. But the question I have is, if I took a big position, right, on, say, like UVXY or the VIX, the TVIX ETFs. In those situations, like so with these options contracts, right? These are people buying them from each other. Like in the case of a VIX, right? And there's a sell-off, and I like who's buying that off of me if I sell it? You know what I mean?
It's usually an individual or an institution. That's the two eyes, right? So it will either be, you know, individuals, like think about Tesla, like right when people are going in and out of Tesla, there's actually a bunch of motherfuckers buying those Tesla contracts at those prices. You know what I'm saying? So you might be selling there, but then there's also going to be institutions as well, especially with the VIX, because now there's a bunch of people who either have banks and institutions that have either sold or bought contracts, or they own the shares, and they'll be willing to buy or sell from you at a certain price. They'll set the prices that, you know, that's where you'll get filled at, but they're doing that to balance out their books of some way. It would make sense for them. So it's usually individuals or institutions.
Well, so even if I'm buying like the ETF directly, not an options contract, like
if you buy like the actual VIX and UVXY, the actual ETF, that is institutional 90% of the time. That's what they do. It's even the high frequency. That's how the VIX even works. You know, when it's the idea of a computer. For the most part, the idea of most of these institutions, they're willing to always. That's why they call it a market maker, because they're willing to make the market. You know, just like Big Short, they had to go to a bank and say, "Would you be willing to make this market? Would you be willing to agree to buy and sell any and all of these assets so that people could trade it?" They say, okay, sure, if it makes sense for them, because what they'll do now is they'll be willing to buy and sell everything just to add, it adds liquidity. So in this case, that's why we have all these high frequency traders. It's not that like, you know, it's making it, that's part of why people like the stock market, liquidity. There's always somebody there to buy and sell it, but who is going to be there? If it's not a person, it will be an institution, and that's what they do. So when, you know, if they're always there to make a market, they're always willing to buy a stock from somebody, right? This is what they do. So let's say Apple starts going up and people are buying Apple, they have to be willing to both sell it and buy it. So let's say the stock market's going up, they will buy a bunch of stocks. They'll buy $10 million of stocks, but then automatically they will go and they will buy $1 million worth of the VIX automatically, and then vice versa. So if then the markets, or they'll even short the VIX too. It depends on the algorithm and what it is, but they do that to balance out and pretty much protect themselves, so that even though they're willing to they'll buy 1 million shares today, then they'll hedge it with the VIX. So then if the market goes down, they may lose on that other ones, then they could start selling it and vice versa. But they use it as insurance. So a lot of times if you're buying one of those ETFs, it is simply going to be an institution.
Okay, so even in the case, like say the VIX went from like $20 to $80 in 2 days, right? There will be somebody to buy my VIX shares at $80.
Most likely, yes. A very, very good chance.
Would there ever be a situation where that might not happen?
If it was very extreme, like financial meltdown, and the guys who provide liquidity couldn't make the market, but it's you have a less than 1% chance of that occurring.
Right. Okay. Because that's another thing. I'm like, I'm not a big fan of day trading, but if there was a day like that and I was in a position to just like buy a bunch of shares of the VIX, like I want to know that I could actually get out of that trade and not be stuck in the VIX. You know what I mean? You
can't, but now that's something you'll see with the VIX, or now if it does get crazy, and this is what happens when there's a lack of liquidity, is that if anything, you'll be able to, somebody will buy it, but it may not be at the price you want. So it might have a wide spread. That's what you usually see. That's what happens with some of these options now, is that, we'll hit a big 1,000% trade. And why is the spread $100? Because there's no humans buying it, and there's somebody willing to make that market, but they're willing to make it at a certain price. So that's the only way so exactly. Someone said they won't buy it at 80, but they'll probably buy it from you at 75. But either way, it's still a win-win.
Right. In that case, and that's why I like options, because I know what my risk is, and if the contract expires, then that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I can't say I would ever day trade the VIX like that. It would make more sense just to buy a contract. But for me, it's helpful to know that situation, because I don't want to put myself. I wouldn't do that unless I understood it. Another question I have is, damn it. Okay, so explain to me this. How come the market, like, rarely when I watch it every day, it doesn't, like, go up? Like, if you look at a monthly chart or a weekly chart, right, you can just see, like, the SPY's been going up for, like, 5 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you look, like, this morning, right, or throughout, like, the past couple of days, or, like, the next few days, right, there's always that big pump up in the morning, and then they just kind of go sideways, like, but that pre-market pump, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why does that happen? I thought that there was, like, people buying all the time, the market just trends up, but it seems like there's forces outside of, like, the normal business hours that drive the market up. What is that about? Like, can you explain that?
Well, there's the pre-market and the post-market, but I mean, this is just naturally how the stock market, that's why people like the stock market. So, you know, and this is where this is why traders make the mistake, is that they're just viewing the price point at one point, but it's like saying, you know, what is the actual price for something? It's kind of like an average price. And then, you know, my answer to this is IHOP. That's what I call it. Have you ever been to IHOP?
Yeah.
So what's IHOP like in the mornings? Is it packed or is it empty?
It's packed.
It's always packed. What's IHOP and Denny's like at the middle of the night?
Not as packed as the morning.
Not as packed as the morning, but it's still usually pretty packed if it's the only place open.
IHOP, yeah, definitely. IHOP's popping. In the middle of the night.
And then now what about 3 p.m. or 2 p.m.? Is it IHOP empty or is it packed?
It's not packed. It's not empty either.
It'll probably be more near empty. You know, pretty much the demand comes in the morning.
It'll be the slowest time of day.
It comes in the morning. It comes at the end of the day. It's literally, you know, the timing of how orders and stuff comes in. There's demand. There's demand that comes in. I even compare it like eBay. You know, just because sometimes a product will come out and people will start buying it. You know, just because the first people buy it at $50, it doesn't mean the product's worth $50, right? Because then if in the middle of the day, so, you know, more purchases come in, they buy it at $40, $45, that starts to lower the average, and then people will come in later. It's just like, you know, IHOP is judging, you know, and even looking at, again, that IHOP analogy, it's active in the mornings, it's active at the end of the day. There's times when people are going in when it's the only place to really get in at that time, but throughout the middle of the day, you're not really going to see too much activity. But how the markets move, this is just how price discovery is made. Pretty much just because one sale came through at the morning or one sale came in throughout the end of the day doesn't necessarily mean that's the price. It's really the collective average throughout the whole day. That's why that happens. You know, that's why some people will get it expensive in the morning, but then as those people, you know, flush out, they've ate their breakfast, the price comes down. Some people will buy it, you know, slightly above or below, but then come towards the end now, as more people come in, they're like, okay, well, you know, we saw the prices and transactions all day. We think it's worth this. And if more people come in than selling, then the price goes up, and then vice versa.
Right, but then say for example, like take TLT, right, or FLB, like when some stuff pops off, right? I swear, I think the one, what was it, when they shot bombs at us last month?
Mm-hmm.
That happened like after the market closed, right? So I can't buy anything at that point. I'm like, dang it. And I remember overnight, like TLT went up, precious metals went up, and I'm like, dude, I didn't even have a chance to like get in on that because all that stuff happened overnight. Like, who's buying that stuff? That's the
institutions, and then it could even be other private people doing it. But I wouldn't even trade, you know, and I would say don't even trade in those pre-markets because it's such a smaller sample size of people buying. So just because a few people are rushing in and buying it, and that's what happens, you know, it'll open up, and then by the end of the day, it'll just drop, you know, because then you didn't have as many people coming in there. So, you know, don't trip out on that. And at the same time now, when you look at TLT, you look at SLV, both of those are ETFs, but they're not, even though they're not options, they still derive their value from somewhere else. So those won't also even be the best reflection of that, because those are going to move based on how the bonds or the commodity works, but then they also have a different structure and weighting. So that's why some people will buy SLV thinking it'll directly trail silver. That's not always going to be the case. And same thing even with the bonds. So that's why sometimes, you know, if you're going after, that's why why I tell people be careful with the ETFs and know what you're buying. Just to play. Some people are like, oh, I'm gonna buy like JNUG or GLD. No, I mean it doesn't necessarily represent the same. Like GLD, one share represents like 1/10 of an ounce. So just because the price of an ounce goes up $1, it doesn't mean your stock is going to go up $1. You'll make 10 cents, maybe even less, because now the market will even price in fees and all that.
Right. Okay. So with all that, it's the institutions that are really, I guess, driving the market then, right? Because like how significant are retail traders on the market then? You know what I mean?
Very insignificant to a degree. Like we only make up maybe 2%, 3% of the volume, but the part is that some of the institutions they're very neutral. So they're just there to provide liquidity. So really, they're just facilitating a move. That's it. So if they see individuals or other smaller institutions start piling into a stock, they are just there willing to buy and sell the stock on the way up and down just to make money off the fractional shares and take those little, skim the fees. That's it.
Okay.
So.
All right, that makes sense. Because I was, like I said, I think the only sell-off I've seen was on that Monday in August. There might have been like one or two more, but like an all-day selling off. That you don't see that too often because I guess the institutions don't move like that, right?
Well, they do. I mean, what's going to happen, and that's why selling begets selling, is this now like if there's other institutions, they start selling. Other bigger institutions and liquidity providing algorithms, they're going to come in and they're going to start selling more. Pretty much if you sell one, let's say the idea is for every like $1 million you're actually trading in the market, these computers are going to come in and add $10 million. You see what I'm saying? They're adding liquidity. They're multiplying what everybody does. That's it. So that's why, but now this is why government intervention or the Fed and the repos, it balances this out, because now let's say there's a bunch of people selling off, even smaller institutions or retail, they're selling off, and then now there's liquidity being added, speeding up the sell-off. They'll come in and then they'll add as a buyer. So even if they're willing to buy just a little bit, someone's going to add liquidity to their buy. You see what I'm saying? You see how that balances everything out?
Right.
So that's how
that kind of goes along.
Oh, go ahead.
Right, with what we've been talking about. No, that just kind of goes along with everything we've been talking about. I have another question for you.
Yeah.
Is that story that you tell about when you had a bunch of puts and the market crashed and all of a sudden like all of your puts were in the money? Like, did you intentionally just go out and drop $2,000 of puts, or like? And then how did that happen? Like, how did that pan out? Were you able to sell all of your contracts?
Oh yeah, I was able to sell a lot. It was easy to take profit on it, but I didn't take all of it because I wanted to make $100 million. But I did set out to do that. I mean, it was kind of similar to this, and I think it's honestly it's kind of playing out here a little bit. I'm still seeing some of the signs just because we've had news, we've had time. And what happened, it was with China. It was 2015. China devalued their currency. And, that was the first time they did it in 20 years. And that just signaled a really big problem with their economy and something going on. So, I went out and I bought them because I said, well, they were dirt cheap. And I just said this was so big. But then the markets kept going up. The market really ignored it. That was one of those instances where people were willing to sell me puts, for a 15%, 20% drop. They were willing to sell it to me for no exaggeration for $1 with a month of time. So I bought thousands of them. I bought literally thousands of puts, but because I disagreed. You see what I'm saying? The market they said pretty much even that's what I'm saying at the time. Jim Cramer he said it. They're like it's China at 2015. China's stock market dropped like 80% or something. And everybody thought it was, they just thought it wasn't a big deal. They just said, that's China. It's not going to affect us. And me over here with the politics, I said, no, this is globalization. We're connected. If China fails, we all fail. So I disagreed. I just said, I think the risk is a lot higher. So that's why I bought the puts. But then I was able to buy them so cheap just because a lot of people were not expecting it. But then it took a few days. It took about a week and a half, 2 weeks. There was a big divergence. And then finally the markets caught up.
Right, and did you calculate how far, I guess, out of the money you should buy your puts, or you just bought the best deals you could find?
I try to get the best deals, but I try to keep them within, 15%, because usually anything past 15% is pretty unrealistic. I think even and then it depends on the asset. On an overall index, 15% is absolutely fucking crazy. If it's a little bit more of a riskier index like the IWM, or it's like more of a levered ETF, maybe 30%, but anything that's a big move. It's just as simple as that. So I try to go for both realistically close, but I wanted to make sure I had time and that they were cheap enough so that I could get quantity and still have them, at a good price.
Right, and that's what I was wondering, because I was thinking about that. I'm like, so there would have to be that element there, because if the market sold off like 15%, then there'd be a good chance that so a lot of your puts would hit. So as long as you bought them in a certain range, right? Like if they're too far out of the money, they're still not going to hit.
Well, they still wouldn't hit, but they would still. That's the best part. You would still make money though, because now think about it. Let's say you bought them even if they were 30% out the money, but then in that day, the market dropped 12% in 3 days. So if this whole stock market drops 12% in 3 days, the price of insurance is going to go through the fucking roof. So even if you were further out the money, you would still be on a gain, but they wouldn't go up as much. But like on that trade, I made like 30 or 40,000% just because you buy something, you literally buy them at $1. You know what I'm saying? And then the fear really sets in, or it changes. You're looking at a whole different. You could even turn $1 into $50, but that's still like 5,000%. It's crazy.
Dang. So. And that's kind of another thing I think about, because I don't. It's funny every time you bring this up, but I'm kind of a 2008 or 2 man. I just sit there, I'm like, man, when is it going to happen again? But part of me feels like I can capitalize on something like that. Not that I want that to happen. You know what I mean? I'd rather the stock market just go up forever. But there is going to be a time where we'll see something like that again. Like, do you have any kind of strategy that you're planning for something like that, or
I don't plan for it. I mean, it was the same, exactly what happened when that a moment arose. Do you know what I'm saying? I didn't even give a shit about shorting the market up until then, because something came and it was so big, it was so just I couldn't ignore it. Again, I think it's like the coronavirus now, but that's the problem. You're gonna get fucking squashed if you chase it. That's where, I even then in that remember, I bought those puts and then 2 weeks later it dropped. I was down 30-40% on those puts before it hit. You see what I'm saying? So, but I didn't think about it until the event was there. And that's why I always said it's better to be late than wrong, because again, if it's something that big, and you can see it here now, the market isn't adjusted. Like, that's why right now what I'm looking for, and this is what I'm just going to keep my eye on for, oil in China. Just literally wait till the oil demand and the SPY diverges, just how it is now. Like, if oil starts dropping again, in that situation, China, the economic slowdown really persists, we're going to see the drop. But I don't need to respond until it happens. My strategy would be the same. Try to factor in how big of a drop it may be, but I could get general protection, and if I could get it cheap enough, it'll give me a nice profit. But it's not what I've learned, because after that event, I did start chasing it for a little bit. That's why I say just be careful of the boogeyman. A lot of people, they don't want to invest because they think it's going to happen. But then also at the same time, some people, they try to be like fucking Ghostbusters and catch the boogeyman, and you'll spend all your money trying to, chase the dragon. So you just have to let it, equal and opposite reactions. That's all it is. It's just waiting until an event as large, that has a big economic, effect, when that's there, there will be an equal and opposite reaction in the market. That's it. That's all you need to wait for. So once we could see that and confirm the scope of that information and news, then we go guns blazing. Otherwise, I mean, the market's stable enough to just chill.
Right, and that's kind of like what I like about options, and what I think I really like about your page is that you make money when the stock market goes up and down. You know what I mean? And so for me, like, thinking long term, because I'm one of those types too, where like, man, imagine like if you bought in 2008 or 2009, right? If you started a long-term portfolio back then, you'd be like balling out of control right now.
Oh yeah, that's even at the worst, and that's why I say though, always get a long term and then supplement it with options. Because even then, even if you're holding long, you may lose. But in the idea is you're putting money you're saving and hiding from yourself that you're not going to touch anyways. It might go down for 2 or 3 years, but then after that, it'll bounce right back up, and you could supplement any of those losses. Trading with the calls and puts on the up or downside too.
Right, and I like that idea because I think, and even then, like, if that happens, right, and say you own all those shares anyways, just keep buying more, and then ride the stock market back up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're still winning.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think I was listening to Dave Ramsey one time, and he gets mad all the time because he says that if you only lose if you pull out. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But if you kept your 401k back in like 2008, like it'd be rocking right now. But a lot of people pulled out because they were scared that the stock market was going to keep going down or whatever. So part of what I want to do too is use options to do what you guys are doing, like buy more shares. And one thing I'm kind of big into now that you kind of put me on was like making plays for free.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
that's what you got. And just make sure you're not, just trade a way less amount. Like that's it. Like you could do 5% of your portfolio with options. It's because we're leveraging massive amount. That's the part that's why people lose so much money so fast with options. Because when you start buying, hundreds of thousands of dollars of calls and puts, you're leveraging hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of the underlying. That's it. So that's why it's like you don't need a lot in options to get sizable profits. But if you're greedy, it's just controlling the greed. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, and I had that moment, I think, last week. I started looking at all my contracts, and I was like, I should probably add this stuff up. So I start adding all the numbers, and I'm like, oh, shit. Like, the only reason, like, some of those, like, my account looks like what it does is because there's still value on some of these contracts that I can't even sell. So I was like, all right, man, you just need to chill out for a little bit and kind of make your picks. But that's where you started getting me on, like, balance, making sure your balance is right and all that. Because, like, even with the NVIDIAs, I was sitting there, I was like, I think I might hold for earnings, but I really just, like, take profits. And I was thinking about it. I was like, well, my account, it's not where I want it to be, so just take it. Take the money and keep my account balanced, and then be a little bit more picky moving forward. But that's one thing I've been trying to do is balance my books and make sure that I'm taking profits.
I'm telling you, and that's all you really, again, you'll learn little tricks, you'll learn here, a bunch of stuff with how the market works. But at the end of the day, most people fail. They just do not know how to. It's running a business, money coming in, money coming out. That's it. If you can't control that and get and even thinking about the future, it's like, yeah, we have more earnings come up. So it's like, yeah, you may have made, $100 or $70 into 700, and you're like, well, I want to make more. But if you took that $700, that could cover all the other losses for all the other earnings, and now you could play 5, 6, 7, 10 more earnings at $50 a pop or something.
Yeah, and see, I got greedy with Facebook because I was like, okay, all the FANG stocks hit, like Facebook's gonna hit, like it has to, right? And I just got a pretty big score on Tesla. So all right, man, let's just keep it rolling. So I bought like 5 contracts with Facebook for like $40, and I mean just overnight, like over $200 just goes down the tubes. So after that, I was like, man, don't ever do that again. That really just drags down your account, and then it could take a little bit to bounce back. So now my strategy for earnings is if they run up before earnings, I'm just going to take the money. And if I bought enough contracts to where one could be for free, then I'll just do that. Because it sucks to lose that much money that quick. Mm-hmm. But it's in your control, Like people last week, they're like, should we sell the videos? And I'm like, hey man, like taking profit, there's nothing wrong with that. And
balance your books. Yeah, exactly. If it's good enough for you, you take it. If it would make up for a bunch of losses, take it. If it would allow you a better future, take you. You see, it's all how you got it. But everyone has to balance their books individually, and it's always going to be different. But how you manage and control the amounts you put in and the amounts you put out. That is the most important part, you know, because at the end of the day, you know, even when I would make those big, that's why I was doing it with the earning. I would make bigger flips, get my initial investment back. That's it. But at the end of the day, I mean, I showed it even from the beginning of this 4 or 5 weeks we're on. The first, like even Netflix, all that, before we hit Intel, I got to play like 5-6 earnings plays, and I didn't spend more than $150. And then we hit Intel, I'm up 400%. You know, so it just gets you don't have to use a lot. It's just, you know, controlling the budget and being smart with it.
Yeah, and that's those first 2 earnings plays for me, the Intel and Texas Instruments. Those were kind of like what set the tone. I still made that Facebook mistake afterwards, right? But Texas Instruments, it ran up during the day, and those contracts were nice. And then I left all of my contracts in, and then it didn't hit, and those contracts were worthless. I was like, man. And then we hit those Intels the week after that, but I pulled profits on that one, and those were nice hits. So I was like, man, just like, and then I got greedy with Facebook, but I was like, man, if I just took profits every single time, or if I strategically bought enough contracts to where one could be for free, which sometimes for me that even hurts a little bit too much because those contracts they really
still
pop up.
Yeah, and then they'll still even have value too. That's the thing. Sometimes we'll hold free stuff and forgetting that still has a couple $100 in value. That's your money. It's free money. Yeah. It's your money there, and that's why I say, I mean, I could get you guys the ball. You know, I'm telling you, every single play goes up at least one. Most of the plays are up at some point. It's just on you to decide when you want it or not. But that's why trading's so beautiful and difficult and great at the same time. You know, it's just we can make the same exact plays, but it's not going to lead to the same profit. It all depends on how you handle it. And you know, you could take the same plays and do a lot better, or you could do a lot worse than someone, depending on how you manage it and control it with either one play and then how you move even after that play.
Yeah, there's that one guy. I think it was a few weeks ago. He was like, "Man, I hit those Beyond Meats, man. I made like $4,000 off of 100." I was like, "What?" And even you were like, "Man, I didn't even make that."
Yeah, because he took him. He took him. That's it. You know,
they're giving us the plays, and it's up to us.
There you go, baby. Amen. But I need to go pee I got to go pee really bad though, so we're gonna have to make this the last one.
Okay, cool, man. Say if you had 15 or 20 grand, not that I would do. Like, I mean, I think you already pick up that I'm very careful. I'm not trying to waste my money. But if I got good enough to the point, like if I had your skill set, right? What could you do with options? If you had 15 or 20 grand, like how far could you go with that?
You could go if you have 15, 20 grand, I would sell premium. If you insisted on only doing options, but that's the thing, you know. Getting to my level of skill set, you'll understand why you really wouldn't be trading with big amounts like that on options. You know, at some point you will be able to if that's what it is, but there's 50 different ways that you could take that, especially if you're early on now, that you can make that money grow for you, and then 5-10 years from now, you'll be able to throw 30 grand at options like it's nothing. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the difference. Yeah. You could try to turn 25 grand into $1 million, sure. Or if you go slow and steady with 25 grand now and put it in the right place for 5 years, it'll make you enough money where you could fuck around with and do whatever you want. You know, literally, because this is the biggest problem I have with a lot of people. Like literally, I know people even in here. They've been watching me since 2015, 2014, and I know people who started trading stocks then, and they spent money on courses. They did all of this. They were trading, and they had 20 grand. But the fucked up part is they didn't put it into something long term. It's like if you put that 20 grand in Amazon back then, 20, 30 grand, it would have been it'd be worth like 700,000 right now. You see what I'm saying? Right. So it's just like if you go even with a house, like if you bought a house 2014, 2015, you got one of those $100,000 houses. I'm telling you now a lot of those houses have doubled. So you'd be sitting on an extra 200 grand. And then now 20 grand is 10% of what your investment strategy. You see what I'm saying? So if I were you, I would go something really. I would go, if you insist on it, I would sell premium and use that larger balance to collect premium, put it in your probability and collect income. But I would go straight to real estate or buy some long-term stocks. Let that create. And while you're still working, you know, that's why I said if you're okay, you know, with your lifestyle now for just a few more years. You let the right investments build you a buffer, and then from there you could really, you know, you could hit some big stuff from there, and then you know, don't don't try to grow up too quick is what I'm trying to tell you. That's for everybody. That's what happened. I don't care if you're like, oh, I'm 30, 40. No. You're new to this shit. You see what I'm saying? Everybody is. And that's what happens is that everyone's like, well, what if I get this much money? And then they start throwing, 25 grand leverage on options. We're talking leverage. That's like leveraging $2.5, $3 million. So if you've never handled that sort of investment, it's going to be a lot more difficult. But also knowing the opportunity cost is really what I'm saying, right? I just know, for me, you give me 30 grand and you're telling me work my ass off, put myself through the stress, try to hit this, try to hit this, and then put it into fucking assets that the only guarantee is that they're going to expire worthless 90% of the time. Oh, you got me fucked up. You see what I'm saying? I didn't get here doing that. I supplemented it. You see, that's what happened is that I had my long terms, I had stuff. So when that opportunity came to go put 2,000 and turn it into $250,000, I was able to still bet a little bit in the right place and still come out with a long shot. I even have a play. That's how I even got how I got my Amazon shares? I finessed them through a $600 play. I turned literally $600 on earnings into $30,000. And then I just used that and I got $30,000 worth of those shares. And that's it. And I kept the shares.
If I did that just once, it would be all worth it. Like that's all I want to do.
Oh no! Oh, but this is what I'm saying though. You will, but you know what you're not going to do? You're not going to turn 25,000 into 2 million. You're not going to turn 10,000 into 50 grand. Does stuff like that happen? Can you get lucky? Yes, but you're more likely to again get your money in the right place. Save it up and put it in the, I'm not telling you don't be fucking, don't put it in the bank and hide it, but put it in stuff that is still going to give you opportunity, still give you a lot of stuff. And then you will run into a short-term opportunity that will take care of you very, very handsomely. But you just can't force it. It's chasing the dragon. That's all. So I would be careful with that much in options. That's why if you're saying 25, 30 grand in options and you insist on it, you sell premium. That's it. Up until I made that bad trade on Apple, I took a $30,000 account for 7 months in a row. I had an 87% trade ratio. I hit 87% of all the trades I made, and I was up 50% on the account. And that's just selling premium. But then I took a naked trade on Apple, and that trade cost me 20 grand. You see, I got a little greedy with it after imagine hitting eight or 9 out of every 10 trades, and you're gonna get a little too excited there. But again, if I was you, I would go for a high probability. That's what you do. You see, little amounts of money you put towards low probability, high return. The more money you start to get, you take higher amounts of money, you go to high probability, less return. That's all you need. Like when I go for property, I only need a 5-10% return on a property. You know why? The property's worth $500,000. So 10% is still a good chunk of change. So that's the problem people have is people are trying to, and that's why do you think everybody makes money on these trades, their account gets bigger, and then 1 month later it's back to normal. Because as they started getting bigger amounts, they kept putting bigger amounts in lower probability trades when it's the reverse. When you have nothing, when you have a small amount, you go small amounts, low probability, you have nothing to lose, right? It's like a homeless guy trying to fight you. If you're homeless, go fight everybody. You have nothing to lose, right? But then the minute you start getting money, it doesn't make sense to go after that. The key is keep it small on low probability. You start getting more money, then now you got to start getting higher probability. That's what everybody does. That's why the billionaires, everything, the minute they start touching more money, the more money you have, the more bonds you're going to buy. You see what I'm saying? They buy less options. The more money you have, you're going to start buying dividend stocks. The more money you have, you're going to start buying secured assets because this is what I understand. Like the minute you have 20 grand, don't forfeit how long it took to save that money in the opportunity cost and try to gamble it away and take steps back. Fuck that. You see what I'm saying? Just keep that money forever, put it in the right place. You'll know guaranteed it will 10x. If you just put it in the right place, that's going to earn money.
Right. All right. Yeah, I think I'm probably just going to start looking at real estate or something. And then the options, I'll keep I'll keep putting money into my account. And,
Get a long term. I think get the long term
Yeah.
set up. I mean, it's not going to hurt you. You see what I'm saying? You could even go put.
Yeah, no,
you could
for
go.
sure.
You could go take that. The only risk would be maybe you lose a little bit, but in the meantime, you could just start putting it in dividend stocks. Put it in the long term. If you find a property you want to put in the property, you could just sell out and go buy the property. Stocks are liquid.
Right.
But get that. I would put the money. I would get a long term setup. You're doing options. I can tell you want to learn a lot. I mean, it's clear you see the opportunity, but don't understand options is a luxury, but the necessity is long term shares. That's what I'm saying. I don't want you to be in that situation where it's like I had $5,000, I had $20,000, I just didn't put it in here.
Right. Yeah. No, that's not gonna be me. Yeah, man. That's just thanks for everything, man. Like I've really learned a lot. If I had you when I was 18, oh my God, man. Like, yeah, especially preaching the long term, it's just I can't even stress that, man. Like I actually have, like I said earlier, I have somebody that I work with that did it. You can be my age and you guys be balling, man. That's crazy.
You got it now, though, baby. You got it now, bro. I'm telling you. It's all. Remember, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. So let's go, baby.
It's gonna pass again. Yeah, another 20 years is gonna pass anyways.
I know. Amen. All right, man. Well, do you know the most important thing, though?
Let's go, baby.
Oh, wait. Hold on. You beat me to. All of you guys beat me to it, man. That's crazy. But I was gonna say, let's go. Yes, all right, man. Trick Daddy, bro, I appreciate the call, man. It was great talking with you. Get the long-term setup. I mean, always you could email me your lending tips too with the real estate stuff. I mean, have you checked out any of the real estate calls on the real estate channel?
No, I just started thinking about that last week when you brought up mobile homes, and then I've been meaning to go to that page, but I haven't yet.
Check it out, and you'll see. I mean, ask lending tips. He'll bring. He always has even crazy ideas with that stuff too. So get into it. You'll see it, man. But don't hesitate on it. Go safer with this stuff. If you insist on putting that big amount of money in options, go with premium selling. Without a doubt, that's guaranteed money for you.
Right. Okay.
All right, boss. That's it, man. God bless you. It was great talking with you. I'll see you soon.
God bless you, man.
Peace out.
All right, for sure. Later.
Woo! All right, baby. There you go. The long term, the short term. That was a really good one. He asked a lot of good questions. I think you guys got some good understanding off of that. That was great, man. We got 20 minutes, 15 minutes left. Make sure you guys drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. And if you don't know, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open here on mobile. Press high chat, X out the chat, hit that drop down, hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you get the bell so you don't miss it when we go live. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Hold on. I didn't even get to eat my food. This shit's fire, bro. Some white truffle mac and cheese. Oh, man. And that NVIDIA, man. How do you guys like that NVIDIA part 2? It went up 50%, but that's what happened last time, so we got to be careful. Remember, that's what happened to the 315s, and then they dropped. So NVIDIA is still going to be volatile here. So don't get too hyped. The ones with time, those are holding up good. Oh, no, not see now they're only up 32%. How do you find what rents are going for? Check Zillow. You can check houses for rent on Zillow and even go on, what's it called? Craigslist. And just see what properties are renting for. We got 12 minutes remaining. We don't have any earnings, do we? I don't think so for today. No, I'm waiting on Domino's. I don't think so. The prices were a little high. Dish, Herbalife. Herbalife could surprise, but they don't really move. Yeah, and there's Allegheny, Y. Earn Wings pre-market. That could be decent. What are earnings? Every 3 months, a company, they say how much they've earned. Pretty much they go over their performance and then what they expect to do the next quarter. Could I sell you my girlfriend's house? Yeah. Email me. tradingfraternity@gmail.com. And then that's the thing. If I can't, I could see what we could give a deal on. If like it would make more sense for her to, sell it and me not buy it, we would do that too. Best advice to teenagers: invest early and be careful who you hang around. That's it. Apple did pretty nice today, man. Third full day watching. Amen, baby. Glad you're here. Best advice for a 47-year-old with 9 kids. I mean, kind of the same advice. Invest now. I mean, the older you are, go for more, secure, safer dividends. Both dividends are safer investments because then you don't have to, you can't take the same risk. But even then, 40, surprisingly, 47 is a very young age. And when it comes to investing, you still have another 20 years before you even reach, quote unquote retirement. That's it. Y'all better fix up, man. Why y'all throwing shade, man? So my parents had a bunch of kids. That's it. As long as you take care of your kids, man, you better get out of here with your judgmental asses. I don't like people like you who are on that judgmental shit. You one of those. You so much better, huh? Oh, you know how to. Oh, you do so good, huh? Damn, you must do everything perfect, huh? You perfect. Damn. That's it, man. Shit. That's it. You got shit. Whew, perfect. So many perfect people in here, man. That's crazy. I didn't know I'm around. I'm messed up, man. I don't know. You guys may not like me. London Tips email on the real estate channel. Yeah. He has a Colt Real Estate at gmail.com. Yeah, no, man. You got anyone on the East Coast? Oh, we do have someone in Virginia, yeah. Twitter 38. Trump on Twitter rampage? Yes. What's he saying? What's that, boy? Look at that. You guys ready for the gap up tomorrow on NVIDIA? At least my dream came true. My dream came true. It's happening. I thought we were gonna get cucked by Apple. What Mini Mike is doing is nothing less than a large-scale legal campaign contribution, only to have receipts of his cash payments. Many former opponents, isn't that called a payoff? They began taking away from Bernie again. Mini Mike, major party nominations are not for sale. Good luck in the debate tomorrow night. Remember, no standing on boxes. I was right. I mean, I'm surprised. I was a little surprised. I thought Apple was going to throw a wrench in it, but it sucks our 315s lost options. But the other plays we got are up 47% today. I got to check the 350. What are the 315s come back to life? We only spent 60 on those, but our what's it called? The marches are killing, huh? Yeah. He just said that. He posted that on the thing. I mean, I think it is kind of true. I think it is kind of. It's crazy because, like, bro, Mike Bloomberg, he's not even there's never happened in history. There's never been a candidate who's missed all of the debates, the primaries, and all that, and then is still gonna, if he gets a nomination, I mean, all he's doing is spending money. If anything, it does send pretty much it'll turn into the richest person and anybody. If you're rich, you could become president. If that's what the message would send. Yeah, he won, but at the same time, Trump does want Bernie. If Bernie is the nominee, it's a guaranteed win. Bloomberg would probably make it a little harder for him. Where are those NVIDIAs at? Oh, the NVIDIAs are still down. The rollovers from yesterday, they're down 26%, but they still got some value. Oh, the March. Oh, my gosh, dude. The Marches are gaining some steam. Those are at 3. So the Marches are almost up 1,000%. So I'm still holding those. Was not that what Trump ran on. No, well, Trump went to every. Trump did the shit, though. Trump actually went to the debates. Trump actually campaigned. You know, Trump didn't show up, a month or two before and then spend the largest budget in the world on it. You know, people actually donated to Trump. Trump actually raised money. He wasn't coming out of pocket $360 million. But, dude, those NVIDIAs are at 373. You guys realize that? Old news where they're saying, hearing Gordon Haskett says there could be activists in Twitter. NVIDIA, baby. Well, Twitter looks good. I still hate Twitter, but I mean, that looks like it could be a good continuation, honestly. That looks decent. Oh, we got 4 minutes. Any options last minute? No, just hold it. I mean, we're going to ride the shit out of those NVIDIAs, man. I'm liking how NVIDIA's looking. If anything, tomorrow might be our last day on NVIDIA. We'll see. It might be a big gap up. But if it does keep going, you made it free, baby. There you go. Our NVIDIAs are YOLOs, bro. That's it. We have a video on the people. Yeah, we have a video on what's it called? We have a video on the on how to get news and everything. Yeah, I'm so mad that Expedia dropped. Those were up this morning, but those sold off. Redfin sold off a little bit. Expedia got clapped. Expecting NVIDIA to gap up. Probably, I mean, if it closes here at 297 towards 300, I mean, this is looking solid. Even today is a lot of volume for a day that shouldn't have had volume considering everything that happened. Like, what's even the SPY app? I don't even think the SPYs. Yeah, the SPYs is low volume today. So again, the fact that you're even getting that at NVIDIA, this is a good sign. If we get any sort of bullishness, it'll be good with NVIDIA. Yeah, we made another NVIDIA play today. That plays up 40-50% right now on the debit spread. Should have sold. Well, the Redfins, I don't know if you're in the May ones. I don't know. What did the price happen on the Mays? All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're approaching our landing here. We got about 2 minutes remaining. Please hold on to any bags if you'd like to keep them. If you're going to unload those bags, please get rid of them now as we approach the landing. Please stow them away in the overhead bin above or under your seat. It was a pretty calm day today. We were started a little bit lower there. We lost a little bit more altitude, but we were able to get up to a nice cruising range. We're still going to be looking out for any updates from flights in China and how that could affect any of our travel patterns. Other than that, we made one play. It looks like we're going to be flying into NVIDIA tomorrow as well. We will give you guys an update on the nightly watch list for your layover there. Second link in the description. Should be taking off tomorrow around 6:30 p.m. But again, we'll give you any of those updates on the layover. Besides that, it's been a pretty good day. We still got a little bit of earnings in a short week ahead, so please adjust your travel plans accordingly. Other than that, thank you as always. We appreciate your business, and thank you for flying with the Colt. 1 minute! It is closing. It is closing time. 40 seconds. Space just chilling. I don't think we have any earnings today. Pretty chill day today. Our Iron Condors on SPY, bad idea. No, usually better idea to do that on there. On indexes. Stop staring at the shadows. Tell them, baby. Tell them, baby. Those NVIDIAs are beautiful. The NVIDIAs went up 66% today. I'm up 1,000 on that. Damn, that's crazy. Let's get it. Let's get it popping. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. I forgot I had the mic turned up a little bit from that phone call. That probably came in real loud for you guys. Oh man, but we did it. We made it. Oh, is that an after hours drop? Oh no, I thought it was. Oh, there you go. So we closed pretty much right where we opened. We dropped a little bit off the Apple stuff. Apple closed a little bit higher, but still gap down below. Interesting day, my friends. Interesting day. We got the NVIDIAs. We're seeing our continuation play. We still got to go for our 5 weeks in a row. Maybe NVIDIA ends up being that secondary one, but that's it, man. We got all of it today. We did it. We made it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit that thumbs up button. It's right there. Make sure you guys are subscribed with the bell so you don't miss it when we go live. Right there. Get the big mouse. Get the big bell. Right there, baby. We better see you here. You don't want to miss it. And then coming in 2 more weeks, the stream is going to get a lot faster with the news, baby. So I hope you're here. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. We appreciate all of you guys in here. Hopefully you had a wonderful, beautiful day, baby. But if you missed any of the plays, any of the updates, what's going to happen today? Today we got a lot of information to see how this week is going to play out. So second link, nightly watch list around 5:30, 6 p.m. tonight. Make sure you're there. First link for the Scream Alerts, a.k.a. your stream insurance. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. The boot camp and real estate course. And follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Follow all of the other channels. Get the tutorials. That's it, baby. That's it. I hope you guys have a blessed and wonderful day, man. If you missed the philosophy, you want to know what the lesson was, man, everything's going to be okay, man. Don't be too hard on yourself. You're going to make mistakes, but you still got to try, baby. You slipped up. You lost some money. You lost some profits. I don't care what it is, man. It's okay. You're going to make mistakes. So be wise with that. Be smart with it. Go be a blessing to someone. And please don't forget the challenge I gave you guys this week, man. It is a very, very important skill that you need to acquire. And it is the skill of learning how to encourage yourself. So please use this week, use tomorrow, use today as an opportunity to do that. And I guess go do something positive and respectful. Go stick up for someone. That's what we said all month. But encourage yourself, man. Show some love. Like I say, man, show some love to yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself all the time, okay? That's all I want for some of y'all, man. Just be easy, man. Be easy, okay? So I love you all, man. Make sure you subscribe, do all that, but be easy, man. Go read your Proverbs. Go do something positive for someone. You see someone pursuing something, give them a thumbs up, man. Show them that they're there, man. Stand up for someone again, like we said. Keep it positive, respectful. Go read the Proverbs. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Strangest Secret in the World. If you haven't done that, Earl Nightingale. I mean, all of that, man. Please, okay? That's what we need for you guys. But I'm glad we are back, baby. Screw that hype cat. The holidays are over, man. That's it. We back, baby. Shout out to Cole. And let me say this, man. Let me say this as always, man. You guys got me always thinking about you because I love y'all, man. I appreciate all of you. So thank you for being here. Thank you for holding down our rules and being positive and respectful and just holding it down and just being overall beautiful people, man. Yeah, we got something beautiful here, man. I'm telling you with the cult, what we got, all of you individually, what you're doing on your journeys, man, holding it down, supporting everybody. It's just beautiful. Let's go, baby. Fucking love it. Give you another one. Yes, baby. I love you too, man. It's all about unity, baby. We all one, man. Remember, they try and take our money, man. We can spend time. We don't even have to fight each other, man. They trying to fight us. They trying to make sure us broke. They trying to make sure we work, man. Nah, we got to work together. They don't feel me, though. Y'all don't feel me. So let's go, baby. We all is one, man. We got to work together. Post those plays. Just be positive in general, man. Embrace it, man. Remember, go back to basics. Take in the blessings. Don't fight it. Let it come. Let it come. Don't fight it. That's it. Okay. But I'm going to leave it there, man. I'm going to leave it there. We got a break today with the earnings, so let's kill it tomorrow. We might get a few, but be there on the watch list. I'll see you on the watch list. I hope you're ready to go. Check out Lending Tips on the Real Estate channel. He's going to go live today, as he has been doing. So I will see you guys soon, man. I'll see you guys soon. But, all right, I love you all, man. I love you all. Shout out to Cole, baby. And I hope you guys are ready, baby.
Oh, we're going to get a pony, yeah. Yeah, you better be ready. 5 weeks in a row. Come get me. Okay, bye. Love you.